Championship Tour shifts hemispheres and continents. Stop number 7 lands in Surf City, El Salvador. Punta Roca, the Central American right-hander, provides a canvas for high-performance surfing. Carissa Moore, now back in yellow, leads the rankings while formidable opponents Joanna Fay and Tatiana Weston-Webb have made huge leaps into the final 5 after Indonesia. As Felipe Toledo leads the men's ratings, hot on his trail is Jack Robinson, after rapidly closing the gap with back-to-back event wins. A feat not seen since Italo Ferreira's world title run in 2019. Point break specialists are sharpening their blades, ready for El Salvador's first CT event. The fight for the WSL Final 5 heats up at the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona.
We are at Punta Roca, the site for the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. As we look at some of the arrivals this morning at this cobblestone point break, Isabella Nichols getting out of the water from free surf in the morning. Courtney Conlog also warming up. This is stop number 7 on the World Surf League Championship Tour. All on the pathway to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Local hero, Brian Perez, the Pink Panther. We're going to see him today if we get underway with competition. And it is a warm tropical morning here in El Salvador. I'm Kaipo. This is my good friend Mitchell Salazar. We'll be talking you through some of the surf action this morning. Mitchell, buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Kaipo. Great conditions this morning so far, and I think there's a good chance that we're going to have competition underway today.
Well, we have so much going on, and the swell did hang in. We saw a bump up in surf yesterday afternoon with the incoming tide, and it actually got to be some classic Punta Roca.
Yeah, it did, and then we saw some excellent scores too. Stephanie Gilmore, one of the best of the day in the last heat too, so an 8.73 is not easy to come to, but I think we're going to see a lot of those excellent scores today.
I love it. Well, let's find out exactly what's happening today. With that, I'm going to throw it down to Shannon Hughes. She's with Jessie Miley Dyer.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Jessie, the conditions are looking pretty fun. What's the call for today?
Yeah, so today's the biggest day the biggest and cleanest day, that we're looking at for the rest of the window. So we've got a really big day ahead of us. We've got the men's elimination round, then we have the men's round of 16, and we're going to overlap both of those rounds together. Then we're going to do the women's quarters. So we're going to have another look after that and see if there's anything else we can fit in, and depending on conditions. But this is definitely the best day that we've been looking at for a while, and we're going to make the most of it.
Very exciting. And thoughts moving forward for the rest of the forecast, given that we're going to run such a big day today?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely looking at finishing tomorrow for sure. This swell is going to continue to taper off into the very back half of the forecast. So, for today and tomorrow, this is what we think is the window where we're going to be able to finish. So, yeah, we're definitely aiming at tomorrow.
Awesome. Some good sets on the horizon today. Back to you guys.
Well, there you go. And I'm excited for a big day of surfing as we take a look at our partners at Surfline with the Surfline forecast. And Mitchell, we can see that low producing some of the south-southwest swell that we are greeted with this morning.
Yeah, and that's kind of the swell direction that you need here for Punta Roca to do its thing. And we've seen that offshore developing storm the last few days. We did have a full moon a couple of days ago too, so as you see this morning, 7 a.m., 5 to 8, it's going to be a little smaller throughout that mid-morning, but this afternoon going to start back up again, and the swell period is great for here. 14 seconds. We're losing a lot of that wind swell that we saw yesterday, and how about tomorrow too? 4 to 7, a little decrease, but it's going to be great conditions all morning long.
That's exactly why we're looking to really push competition today and have finals day tomorrow. As you can see, the extended forecast not as favorable as we're expecting a low to develop and a front coming through here to El Salvador. So we're going to get a lot of surfing done today. Buckle up and get ready for the show because it is going to be a great one. We're going to be starting off with our men's elimination round, so a lot of consequence in this round.
Well, and what a way to start off day number 2 too as well. Ethan Ewing, Brian Perez, that's an awesome heat. The local hero could possibly eliminate world number 5 at the moment, Kaipo, and what a win it would be for him and for Latin America too. I mean, the country of El Salvador definitely needs a push in surfing, and that's why Surf City and Corona, they're looking to partner up and make more events of these in the future.
Let's talk a little bit about today's format in this elimination round. We're going to be running 44-minute heats. The first 22 minutes of the heat, you are in the non-priority part of the heat where we have 4 surfers in the water. That means the surfers in the non-priority heat will have to yield to the priority heat. Priority heat happens in the back half of the back 22 minutes of your heat, and that is when priority comes into play, and the priority heat has just priority within each other. So we've done this format a number of times. We know we can get a lot of competition done. What happens here, however, in the first heat of an overlapping format is that these 2 surfers will have basically be the priority heat the entire 44 minutes.
Yeah, they will, and at least for the first 22, they're going to be out there by themselves. And number 5 against the wild card, the trials winner, Perez. What a way to start off this morning, and it's a clash of styles too, Kaipo. You see Ewing coming from Stradbroke Island, accustomed to surfing beach breaks a lot in his youth, but he's grown up surfing a lot of point breaks there on the Gold Coast as well.
Yeah, great surfer, former world junior champion the way of Ethan Ewing. He's right on the line, number 5 on the live rankings as we came into El Salvador. He's had a great year so far, a semifinal finish at Sunset, and then a semifinal finish at Bells as well as Margaret River, and that's how he's accumulated those points to be right on the line, looking to qualify for that Rip Curl WSL Finals that we'll be having in September. He is against a guy that has an emotional pick over here, 22-year-old, right from up the street, Brian Perez, the Pink Panther.
Yeah, La Pantera Rosa, as he's called down here. But Brian's got a great story. He grew up taking care of the cars here in the parking lot of Punta Roca. His dad owns the Coconut Shack right here as well at the point. And, you know, for him to have the ability to not only win the trials, but to compete yesterday against world number 1 Felipe Toledo, and obviously winning this heat, he would have to be reseeded against Felipe in the round of 16 as well. So he's relishing that opportunity. And when I asked him during the press conference what was the best thing about being in the CT event, he said, you know what, I'm just happy that I have an opportunity to compare myself against the world's elite.
Yeah, so Brian Perez, a couple of things. One, he's on the world stage right now. This is a big stage for him. 2, I doubt that he's ever surfed a man-on-man overlapping heat format as well. So there's a lot of this happening for Brian. So he's really going to have to be about his wits at the moment and really pay attention. But you know what? Sometimes it's best just to take all those things away, take them out of your head, Mitchell, and just worry about catching the 2 best waves.
Well, you got to be present in the moment too. You can't be thinking about what you could have done yesterday, what you can do later today. You got to look at what you're going to do right now in these 44 minutes that he has in front of him.
Let's hear from the Pink Panther as he talks about his home break.
This is a high point break. It's we have a couple sessions. We have like a deep session, the inside, and the super low session. So have a few spots to sit, or you can catch the wave. And it's all rock, no sand. It's all rock, but it's such a perfect wave. Like super long. You can do air, stern, barrels, and other stuff. So it's a high performing wave.
Well, he may be new to this format, but he knows this wave like the back of his hand, Mitch.
Better than anybody else, and I think there's only 2 people that I would really entrust with guiding me here at this spot. It would be Brian Perez and the person that came before him, that preceded him, Jimmy Rotherham. Jimmy's dad, actually, Bob, was the person that named this spot Punta Roca. Before it was just known as La Punta or Punta Chilama. Because of him, it's named Punta Roca now.
Wow.
Rocky Point.
Rocky Point. And a lot of pride already on the beach, on the cobblestones, setting up the flag, and the hometown hero still on the inside of Ethan Ewing, establishing a little bit of maybe maybe there's like a little alpha right here where it's like, look,
Yes.
it's my spot. I'm going to stay on the inside of you. When the first set comes through, you know, you're going to have to show some etiquette right here. We'll see what happens.
Well, you got to earn my respect, too. That's basically what he's saying. It's like, if you want inside positioning, you really got to fight for it right now. But he's working with a great crew, too. Marcelo Castellanos from Puro Surf is his coach. Manuel Selman is his caddy in the water. He's an Olympian. And he's been having not only the right mindset for competition this week, Kaipo, he's been excited every single day. He's been showing up in the dark, ready to surf every single morning. And what a huge opportunity to potentially eliminate the world number 5 right now.
Yeah, a lot on the line for Ethan Ewing as he wants to maintain that position in that final 5 throughout the back half of this year and make an appearance at lower trussels for that Rip Curl WSL Finals. We have some sets coming through here, and it looks like Brian Perez repositioning himself. Maybe he pulled Ethan Ewing a little too deep up the point, but it is going to be Ewing that is going to establish his position for the first wave. Here he goes, glides through a bottom turn. Little carve off the top. Snap for variety. Fades that bottom turn, aggressive third turn. Throwing a ton of spray. Great technique. And a fin throw finish for Ethan Ewing, so that is a great start.
It's a great beginning, no doubt, and just the way he was able to manufacture a score out of a wave that seemed like it really wasn't going to offer up a lot of steep sections. He had 2 turns in there that impressed me quite a lot, and as of right now, this is going to be a great score to start things off, Kaipo.
Well, immediate pressure applied to the local wild card, Brian Perez, with a well-ridden wave by Ethan Ewing. Perez looking to answer back, decides not to go on that one and maintain priority out the back. Still tons of time on the clock, 38 minutes.
Yeah, and knowing that there's potential to surf twice today, too, if you're advancing in each round, Perez needs to really make sure that he's selecting less waves, using less energy, but being more efficient when he's catching those waves, Kaipo. And if you've seen him on social media, you know that his air game is lethal. But looking at Ethan's wave here, the opener, great carve to start things off. I love this turn right here, right in the pocket, just to set things up for that turn. Just the jam right there where he's able to push that board and that back pad straight up into the lip. And what a finish, too. But the confidence that this kid has at just 23 years of age, being in the WSL Final 5 at the moment. And I think if people aren't careful, he's going to end up being a world champion soon.
Well, he's already a world junior champ, so he wants to have a little partner, the big trophy next to that world junior champ cup. But you can see just the technique. He's always had great technique in his surfing, Mitchell, but now with a little bit more mass on his body, a little bit more muscle, he's able to apply power with that exceptional technique.
It says 5'10" in his profile.
I think he's, yeah.
Right? He looks taller to me.
Yeah, he's for sure at least 5'11". But he has really bulked up, and you know he's been not plagued with injuries, but injuries have held him back in the past as his ascension into pro surfing. He's healthy now. At Pipe in 2018, he was doing really well and rolled his ankle and did a high ankle sprain. We thought it might have been a fracture and stuff. He had to pull out of competition there, and it took him a long time. Those high ankle sprains take a long time to come back from, especially when they're severe with ligaments and so forth. And it's another injury that is really common in modern surfing.
Yeah, and he had one heat at Pipeline, too. I remember at Backdoor specifically, where he almost eliminated John from competition, too. And that was the year that John actually ended up winning his 2nd world championship. So this kid's the real deal. He's got what it takes.
How's that? A 6.5. That's a nice start for Ethan Ewing. Let's check in with world number 2. Jack Robinson is with Shannon Hughes.
I got Jack Robinson straight out of the water. Jack, you got a few fun waves this morning. What are the conditions like out there?
Yeah, I think it's going to get good. Even though this wind's kind of come up a bit right now, I think it's a little cleaner than yesterday. If it stays like this, there's going to be some huge sections. So, yeah, hopefully some crazy airs.
Did you get some good waves out there?
Had a couple. I was kind of going for it a bit much. Breaking boards and falling on the rocks. So, yeah, there's a couple good sets, though. It's definitely going to get better, I think, with the tide. Yeah.
The board that you broke, was it go-to for competition today?
Yeah, I was probably going to ride it, but then it felt a bit light. So, yeah, I got a bunch of boards that feel the same. So it's probably good. Less options in my head.
Stoked. Well, thanks so much for the chat. We'll see you out there later.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, Jack Robinson in the zone, keeping it simple. Here we go. The Pink Panther, Brian Perez, on his opening rides. Vertical snap off the top. And pokes it on the bottom, so unfortunately unable to execute a finish. Ethan Ewing, ride number 2. Nice carve for Ewing to start off. Beautiful wave and nice variety with that fin throw. Whitewater section has to float over that. Some jumbled water to negotiate. Gets the finish. Wanted more open face, but he's going to back up that opening 6.5 handedly and apply even more pressure to the local wild card.
And this is where I think that Ethan Ewing stands out a lot more than other people too, Kaipo. His competitive strategy and savviness, I guess you could say. He's just so intelligent for his young age, and look at this wave right here. Not an easy one to ride, just a straight carve on the first turn right there, up into the lip. And this last section was very difficult to manage just coming out of, and he did well. And as you said, he's already gonna have 2 scores in the first 10 minutes of the heat. He's an intelligent competitor, excuse me.
First wave for Brian Perez, a 2-point ride, so likely not to factor into his top 2 when we finish this heat. Waiting for second score for Ethan Ewing as we pull back, and you can see the entire compound that we've had here. And big salute to the El Salvador government for all the contributions that they've been putting together to make Surf City really a destination that if you're a surfer, you want to check out at some point in your life.
Yeah, and not only Punta Roca is available to surf too. Great waves like La Bocana, El Sunsal, El Sonte, where we surf the area over at Puro Surf, and there's a couple of beach breaks around here too, Kaipo, that a lot of people don't know about, but there's some quality waves just in this area of Surf City. And if you go closer to Nicaragua, Las Flores, Punta Mango, and then if you go up north towards Guatemala, those are where the real beach breaks are, heavy.
Yeah, well, the government has set aside 21 kilometers in this area, and it's an official tourist zone of national interest. So a lot of government money getting put into here for infrastructure, as well as water and sanitation and access to all of these beautiful waves. You've talked about some of them already, Mitchell. There's just a plethora of really fun surf just within a short zone here.
Yep, I would say within 20 miles, you're probably getting at least 100, maybe a little over that as far as surf spots go, which is a lot given you know how small El Salvador is and their population size too, just under 6.5 million. I think we're gonna have a couple of CT surfers in the future from here.
If you're a surfer, this place is like, if you were a hungry man and a surfer, this would be like a buffet because there's so many different choices, and it really is all you can eat when it comes down to surfing. And we can take a look at exactly what's happening over here. We got a little bit of the consulting. That's just the forerunners of the Brazilian storm getting ready. Talking story. Let's take a look at how we got here and where we are. Surf City, El Salvador. And Mitchell, let's take a look from high up above and zoom down into the country.
Yeah, well, Central America, then you come down to El Salvador. Just a beautiful location, great coffee. I know you enjoyed your coffee every morning so far, Kaipo. This little city where we're at, though, is La Libertad, and Punta Roca, La Punta, or Punta Chilamo, whatever you want to call it, is where the location of this event is at right now. The best wind for this spot, wind north-northeast, straight offshore. The swell from the south-southwest. Predominantly having a little bit more south in the water is better for this spot, just because you don't get that front angle anymore. It goes straight up the point. And as you're seeing there, the main takeoff zone.
And look at this. You can see up ahead of it the Chilama River and the river mouth really creating and depositing all of these boulders and cobblestones to make this classic point break. Mama Roca, however, that one rock out there at low tide could be a little bit of an obstacle.
Even at mid or high tide every now and then too. It depends on the swell direction, but this has been a spot that I've seen a lot of great surfers have trouble with, and that's why what we're seeing from Ethan Ewing so far in this first heat, starting off with the 6.5, is very impressive.
We've been on some drives together, Mitchell, and you know, I'm saying, is that the river? Oh, is that the river? Is that the river? There's so many rivers, which creates so many breaks here. Ethan Ewing, ride number 3, and a couple of Meaty slashes, finds a barrel. That was a rare occasion and kicks out. His previous waves are 4.17. Looks like he may improve upon that second score.
There's a good chance, and I think the only way Brian's making it out of this heat is if he actually gets a couple of great scores on the board. I would think to beat Ethan Ewing, you're going to need at least a pair of 7s, but good thing for him, overlapping heats, they're longer. He still has 30 minutes to do so. But going back to Ethan's wave, I love this too. Great carve, and then that jam right there where he just slides the fins at the end. And how cool was that Andy Irons resemblance too, straight up into the barrel after the carve? That was great.
Yeah, as we take a look at it from above, there's been a lot of comparisons on the body positioning and the technique between Ethan Ewing and the late great Andy Irons, but that combination of a couple of carves and finding that barrel, that was AI-ish.
Yeah, and this kid not only surfs stellar, he's intelligent. He's a second-generation great surfer too. His father, Bill, awesome surfer. I don't know if you've seen him out in the water, maybe not on this trip, but before, but he comes from a great surfing family. His mother was actually a professional surfer before. She won Bells Beach and had the opportunity to maybe qualify for the championship tour if she wanted to back in the day. Older brother Curtis, I know he's probably watching from Stradbroke, but it's a great surfing family, the Ewings.
Well, Ethan making them proud so far with some great surfing and good strategy as well. Great wave selection. Got on the top of that priority rotation. Really, it's sometimes heats, that initial exchange can define a heat. And Ethan Ewing by far got the better of that initial exchange. As we take a look at Jadson, Andre, Jaddy Baby is going to be coming up in the next heat. He's going to be versus Callum Robson. So that's going to be an old guard versus new guard matchup.
Look at how large those fins are too. The amount of rake that those things have, they almost look like twin fins in the thruster setup.
Yeah, there's some unique foils that Jadson Andre is riding on those AU fins.
Have you tried them yet?
I have not.
Be interested to see, you know, how not only they're going to work today, but also how responsive they are in a wave that has so much push like this, because it's usually harder to stabilize yourself when you're going that fast at a wave like this that is always pushing you down the line, Kuiper.
Yeah, you want drive for sure. And Ethan Ewing drove to a 5.5 on wave number 3 to increase the distance between him and Brian Perez in this opening heat. Perez just with a 2 on the board has been playing the patient game, Mitchell, sitting out there with priority for over 10 minutes, about 10 minutes.
So you asked me yesterday why they named Brian Perez the Pink Panther.
Pantera Rojo.
Pantera
Rosa.
Rosa. It's because somebody asked him, hey, what kind of nickname do you have? He went on Instagram, he changed his handle, and he just put the Pink Panther 4T. He's like, why the Pink Panther? I don't know, I like La Pantera Rosa, that's what he said, and he stuck with it, and that's why he has pink rails on every one of his boards now.
Well, the Pink Panther was a pretty cool cartoon character, so you could have a worse nickname. I think it's a pretty good one.
It's a great nickname. You want to have something that sticks out, you know, and that definitely does.
He's on the move right now, taking a look at this wave. Let's see if he's going to pull the trigger and use his priority. Stroke it into this one. Perez. Looking down the line, sets up the bottom turn, slashes off the top. Long wall in front of him, throws the tail for a layback, catches the rail, however, goes incomplete, and that was an unfortunate circumstance, and he's going to back himself into the corner as the clock ticks down, Mitchell. That's going to be, you know, similar to his opening ride as far as scores.
Yeah, and I think the smart thing now, Kuiper, would be to move down a little bit, at least get something in the 4s on the board, and then start looking for something big, because you at least want to give yourself a chance of being in this heat. And this wasn't a bad wave. I thought the wave selection was smart. Just get something on the board. Great first turn right there, engaging the fins with the lip, and then the second one went a bit too strong for how that section was. There were a couple of lips on that one, and I don't think he read it as well as he thought he had. But either way, use priority. Now I think the smart thing would be to move away from Ethan and get a score on the board.
He's definitely going to have to create some distance as Ethan Ewing has heat control with a big lead and priority. Callum Robson doing this tricky rock dance. This is the most terrifying part of this wave for me, Mitchell.
Well,
getting out.
Strider's actually wearing booties today because he didn't want to have more cuts on his feet.
Why would you not? You got, hey, look at, nothing comes free. There's no free lunch. So if you want an epic point break, you got to work your way out there slowly but surely on the slimy slippery, and sometimes barnacle encrusted rocks.
And the tide's still quite high right now. It's dropping. We have a high tide at around 9:30, low tide, excuse me, at around 9:30.
Well, let's take a break here. We'll be back with more action from Punta Roca. Stick around. We're just getting the day started.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, it should probably be like, oh.
Back at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Day number 2 of competition, and we're just getting started. Thank you for joining us. Kaipo, along with Mitchell Salazar, talking you through all the action this morning. Here's a replay for Brian Perez. This happened during the break.
Yeah, this is going to be his best wave, Kaipo. Great lay back there to start. A much choppier wave, as you can see the first wave of the set right there. But some good combos right here from the local boy Perez. Nice surfing on the rail, and I just love his composure on this wave after a couple of falls too. So not only smart surfing, but at least his confidence is back up. His self-esteem is back where he needs it to be, especially going up against somebody who's currently number 5 in the world. Get a response here from Perez.
And we got the number at 4.33, so he's right back in the game, right what you said he needed to do. Mitchell is to get back there. Now he's really reeled Ethan Ewing in and given himself a chance. He's got 22 minutes and 24 seconds counting down, and we are just 20 seconds away right now from the start of our next heat. Again, this morning, if you're just joining us, we're doing the overlapping heat format. So 44 minutes total in the water, 22 minutes in a non-priority position, 22 minutes in a priority heat. So the non-priority heat is going to start right now. Sound of the horn, and that starts our next heat. Heat number 2 is in the water, and the clock is ticking for Callum Robson and Jadson Andre. Really a contrast here, Mitchell, in that we have the young Callum Robson, just 22 years old, out of Evans Head, Australia, versus the veteran on tour, 10 years on the championship tour, 32-year-old Jadson Andre.
Yeah, it's crazy that Jadson's still that young too, when you think about how many years he spent on tour. But another great heat. A goofy against the regular footer in heat number 2, but I think it's really important to explain, Kaipo, that there is priority among each heat, and the first heat that's out there has priority over the other. But the only way you're able to use that priority, though, is if you actually establish it. You need to go all the way to the primary takeoff zone, establish priority, and then you can actually block somebody or use that opportunity to your advantage. You can't be jumping on somebody's wave when you're halfway on the inside and thinking that you're going to get scored. That's going to be a priority interference if you do.
Let's take a look at our World Surf League rule book to give you an explanation, a visual explanation as well, of the overlapping heats. Talk us through this, Mitch.
Yeah, so 2 heats happen at the exact same time. Once the first heat starts, each subsequent heat starts halfway through the prior heat. So as we saw here, it'll be 22 minutes. That first heat has unconditional priority over the following, and priority rules within each one of those heats remains in play.
And the beauty of this format that we've been utilizing for the past couple of years is that we get through a lot of competition in a shorter amount of time, and actually the surfers benefit because they actually have longer heat times as well. We started this overlapping heats at places like Pipeline, and we've applied this format now to breaks other venues on the championship tour.
Yeah, and I think it's smart that you use them anywhere you can, really. You're just taking advantage of the best waves.
Jadson Andre too deep on that one. He's going to eject. No harm, no foul, just the start of his heat, but within his heat, he will hand over priority to Callum Robson, just as you were talking about.
Yeah, and this is where things get interesting because first time these 4 surfers, besides, or actually 3 besides Brian, have actually competed at the spot too. So how are you going to position yourself when you're in the second heat with lower priority? And then for Ethan and Brian, now it's a game of cat and mouse too. Do you follow them up the point? Do you go all the way down? I think this is where Brian can have a little bit of fun and explore his options with the last 20 minutes to go.
In the priority heat, Ethan Ewing and Brian Perez. Ewing with the lead over Perez, and up on the point. Here we have Tom Whitaker having a talk in a pre-heat council with Griffin Colopinto. He'll be coming up later today.
I see you rocking those glasses, Kaipo.
I love Oakleys.
No, but I'm talking like the Richie Collins kind of style.
Oh, yeah. I love the Oakley Prism technology is incredible. I'm telling you right now, Mitch, that Prism technology just takes away all the distortion, all the glare, and I do love my Oakley Sunnies. They're a key part of my travel package.
Stoked. I got some yesterday too. Thanks, Tommy Whitaker.
So Griffin Colopinto, we're going to see him in heat number 5 this morning. We're going to be moving through heats really quick, so he'll be coming up real soon. He's going to be up against Carlos Munoz. How's that matchup?
That's a great heat. That's another great heat. And look at this, Kaipo. You saw the other angle where all 4 surfers were in the shot. 2 were all the way on the bottom. That was the second heat in the water. And Brian Perez is all the way up the top with second priority under Ethan Ewing. And I think that's not only smart to do, try to force him to make a mistake all the way up the point and then move yourself down once he's done that.
Well, coming up in heat 3, we have Josh Burke. Let's hear a little bit what's going through his mind pre-heat. He's with Shannon Hughes.
Josh, out next against Italo Ferreira. What's going through your mind?
Honestly, I just want to surf and enjoy myself and live in the present. The waves are pretty good. I mean, good for airs, so I'm hyped to go and do some airs again. And obviously I'm against a world champ, so I know, I mean, I'm in the overlapping heats too, my first overlapping heat, so hopefully at the start I get a couple sections and go for it, and then have 2 scores to sit and wait when we have a priority.
Awesome, and overall your experience competing in your very first CT?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I feel like I belong here, and hopefully I can get here permanently because I love it, and you know, I don't want to stay on the Challenger Series.
Well, you've been ripping, so well done, and best of luck out there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
All right. Well, so Josh Burke, I mean, in the context of mindsets, he's got everything to gain, and as a wild card, not much really to lose, as contrasted by Italo Ferreira's mind coming into this heat. Ferreira, number 6 on the rankings right now, and he needs to get up a spot. He wants to be in that final 5 by the end of Tahiti, so a little bit more pressure perhaps on paper for Italo Ferreira, but we know that Italo, he can block that stuff out and just put on amazing progressive performances like we've seen him.
Team Panther.
Perez, nice vertical snap to begin.
That's more like
Throws
it.
the air, stomps it a little too high, is unable to pull it back down.
I like it though. He's going for things, and that's the only way he's going to beat this kid in Ethan Ewing right now in the water, Kaipo. He needs to go for those big sections, the big airs, and he's got a fantastic air game too.
Callum Robson in the non-priority heat, just up and out for a little while, so priority shifts back to Jadson Andre, and he's going to use it immediately, finding some open face for a couple of snaps way up on the point, so he can't get any further down the line. The score is going to be leaned on with those first 2 turns. First turn, opening turn, was pretty dynamic, so Jadson Andre will have a slight lead and advantage in the non-priority heat. Here's the replay of Brian Perez.
Yeah, it was a great start. Strong first turn right there, and I like this approach, the elongated bottom turn into the air reverse, and this air wind is straight up into the rights too, so might as well go for things here. And with this angle, you're going to see a little bit better why he wasn't able to land this air right here. When he was coming down, that wave just had too many ribs going up the face, and unfortunately it just lifted him up and kept him straight up on the lip.
See Ethan Ewing and Brian Perez, that is the priority heat. So they're going to be in like the choice real estate when we think about positioning on this long point. The non-priority heat, Mitchell, will have to play around the choice real estate that these two have, because they're in the optimum takeoff zone. So non-priority heats, they got a couple of choices, right? They could be deeper up on the point to try to get one up there, or they could be further down on the point. It looks like that's the case with Jadson Andre and Callum Robson, to see what the priority heat does not want.
Calum's sitting way down, and I don't mind that.
I like that.
Yeah, no, I think it's smart, and especially working with Richard Dog Marsh now too. I was actually speaking to the dog yesterday, and he said this place is hard to figure out, and I told him it also changes so much with the tides too. We do have a dropping tide right now.
Yeah, and you know what? I think on the lower tide, Mitchell, is that wide play is actually a pretty good play, because it gets pretty sectiony, and that wide peak, when it does come through, does give you some opportunity. Let's take a look. We're setting up for our water correspondent right now, getting out of the water, doing the rock dance. And there's Strider Wazalewski. He came better prepared today. He's got the booties.
Booties are good, my friend. Booties are good, but the rocks are still slippery, so I'm like a little freaked out. So I don't want to break a fin out or something like that going out there. But this is not the easiest rock dance, but I've definitely got like about 10 cuts on my feet already. So I'm just gonna go for it and just keep going and deal with it. But the booties are, whoa.
Well, I don't want to distract you, Strider, but I want you to keep on talking through the every surfer has to do this before their heat.
Every surfer has to do this, but they don't want to wear booties, right? Because they're not, that feeling of wearing booties out on your board is not what you want to feel. You want to be connected more to your board, or at least that's the way that these athletes feel. And getting over these rocks and through these waves and trying to get actually into the lineup without cutting your feet is almost impossible. You're going to have a couple nicks on the way out for sure, because there's little barnacles and the rocks have actually, they're pretty sharp, and then there's the slippery ones and your feet slide in between them. It's like a full, I don't know, nothing's easy.
I dare you to take a step right now, Strider.
I'm going.
A big one.
I'm going. You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Adam, that's our guy. See? He's not only a great surfer and a great water correspondent, he's part-time stuntman. Thank you, Strider, and I can't wait to get you in the water.
Out the back, guys are ripping.
Quick one for Callum Robson, and cutting to up the point with a couple of nice snaps for Brian Perez. This is more like it. Little inside section, throws a nifty little air reverse to finish off that ride. Perez looking for a 7.67 to take the lead off of Ethan Ewing, but he can really chip away at that need with any kind of score, 5 points or more.
Yeah, and this could potentially be his best wave right here, Kaipo. A 4.33 at the moment was his best, but just chipping away, as you're saying, a 7.67 would have to be the best wave of the morning so far. Besides Ethan Ewing 6.5, I don't think we've seen a wave with the kind of quality that's offered up a scoring potential for the 7. But either way, if I were Ewing, got to be moving a little bit closer right now. So he actually dropped in on Calum, having higher priority with him than him, excuse me. And then Brian starts off with a layback right there. Nice turn right in the pocket, straight up into the layup. That carve, beautiful as well. I think the only thing about this wave, in my opinion, that could be detrimental, Kaipo, could be the size of the wave.
Yeah.
So they've been really consistent with rewarding those bigger sections with higher scores.
Here goes Ewing. Long bottom turn, smooth carve off the top. Kicks out of that wave and doesn't seem much more potential. So that will not factor into his top 2. He will continue with the lead. One way for Brian Perez, however, Mitch, to look at it is there's a 7.67 if he wants to do it in one wave, but he can take the lead with a pair of 6s.
He could.
And so sometimes, you have enough time on the clock that you can chop up your need into bite-sized pieces rather than, trying to stuff the whole burger down your mouth. You cut it in half.
You trying to make me laugh this early in the morning already?
Yeah, we're having fun. Surfing's fun. And, So here we go, 10 minutes, 30 seconds. We're still waiting for that score for Brian Perez to see if that's going to change the situation. early indication, however, from you, Mitchell, that you said, you know, maybe the size of the wave would suppress that score a little bit, and that is exactly what happened. The situation has not changed for Perez. A 3.93, so he remains trailing Ethan Ewing, and his need remains the same as a 7.67.
Yeah, and they're really forcing you to go on a set wave and really execute those high-risk maneuvers on big sections, too. There were a couple of judges that actually went better than their previous score in the 4.33. I could definitely see that, but either way, he was still going to need a score after this, Kaipo. So with just under 10 minutes to go, it's really do or die right here. Live and die out the back is my saying, really. Go on a set wave, try to maybe bang it out on one wave, on one score. But the only difficult thing right now is that Ethan Ewing is close by to him.
Yeah, Ewing, again, with heat control, priority, and the big lead over Brian. We got a lot of stuff going on over here this morning. It's been a busy morning so far, and we're just getting the day started. So thank you for joining us. Day 2 of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. And again, just to refresh, this is stop number 7, Mitchell, of 10 stops, and all on the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. You know, there's a lot of action happening right now in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I think Joe Turpel's there. Joe.
Yeah, Kaipo, so special being down here first thing in the morning in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Just seeing everyone preparing in their own individual ways, but it's really cool when you've got Brian Perez, the Pink Panther, in the water, and you want to find where his family is. Well, his family, they're actually working on this event. We've got Gordinho, his brother, who's a classic. He's got a great backhand power hack as well. Goofy footer that surfs out here at Punta Roca all the time. He's flying the drone out here. So all those drone images you're seeing, Gordinho's behind that, and his other brother as well on the camera as well, Kevin. So they're watching closely each and every ride and very invested in Brian's success. You can tell their family is just filled with love and support for each other. A really special moment for the entire family.
Yeah, and we got the whole town behind Brian Perez right now, Joe, with just 8 minutes remaining. What's the vibe, do you think, for it that you're seeing from the family? Nervousness?
Yeah, you know what? They're staying calm. It doesn't seem like there's too much stress. They're not really hyperventilating at all. I think they have a lot of belief in what he can do. The waves are big or small out here. He knows every bit of this point break. So I think they're still backing him to throw something big down before this heat comes to a close. And it just goes to show with wild cards being into big events. A lot of times I think the big wild card stories tend to be in the big barreling waves of knocking out the best in the world. I think of an athlete like Sean Holmes at J Bay, based on turns, rattling the cages of Kelly and Andy back in the day. Brian Perez has that kind of street cred where he can go turn for turn with the best in the world. See if he gets some more shots towards the end of this heat.
Thank you, Joe. Up and riding, Callum Robson in the non-priority heat, throwing the tail, getting vert on the second turn. The wave slows down a bit for Robson, but he's able to carve back into the white water, getting his account going here. Little snap, soft snap to finish. Calum currently in the lead over Jadson Andre in the non-priority heat with plenty of time on the clock there, 28 minutes and 55 seconds.
Yeah, and smart move right there by Calum. Just getting something on the inside of everybody else too, and just working away at those small scores first, and then once he's in the priority heat, he's going to be looking for those better set waves too. And just under 7 minutes to go, Perez with a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now, Kaipo, because Ewing's been keeping real close, and I think the important thing for him here is that he needs to rely on a wave to give him only 2 sections really. It has to be 2 big air maneuvers in order to get that 7.67 that he needs.
Yeah, and Ethan Ewing has been really spot on tactically this year in competition. Here's a look back at Callum Robson.
Well, strong first turn right there, sliding the fins, and I love the amount of drive he gets off of his rails. I can't believe this kid's not sponsored, Kaipo, currently number 10 in the world. You know, he's got a bright future, and the story that he has too, after only pursuing the qualifying series for 1 full year and making it in that first year, that's something that very, very few people do.
Jadson Andre. Nice snap off the top there for Andre, and that's all he's going to get. Kicks out. Series of waves continue to flow through here. Ethan Ewing not making a move at all, maintaining priority in that priority heat with the lead, but it looks like we've got some lines out the back, and it's going to be decision time.
Well, if it were me out there, I'd be trying to sell him on any wave I could. Paddle for everything, especially because if you're still in positioning, you're not going to lose your second priority anyway. So the most important thing here is just being on one of those sets where Ethan's not only in, he won't be in position, but more importantly, you're giving yourself a chance.
Airtime for the Pink Panther. Just a little ollie there.
And you see Ewing immediately moving over, like he's following him. He's stalking him now.
And that would be one play that Brian Perez could do, is just create some distance, create a little bit of distance between himself and Ethan Ewing. If one of those wide, low tide sections comes through, that could be some opportunity.
And we saw a 9.0 for just one maneuver yesterday from Yago Lora too, and Brian's got a fantastic air game. Corrupt flips, anything he wants.
Here's our heat recap for the opening heat of the day, and Ethan Ewing starting off with a strong performance. This was a 6.5 right off the buzzer.
Yeah, and maybe the best 6.5 that he's ever surfed in his life. Some beautiful surfing, great use of his rails, and how about the composure to do this on his first wave too.
And he was able to back it up nicely, Mitchell. This is a 5.5 for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, 12 points on his first 3 waves. Some very smart and strategic surfing, as you were mentioning, but he knew who he was up against. The Pink Panther, local boy with Brian Perez, who had a decent comeback, a 4.33 on this wave, Kaipo, but just hasn't found the quality of waves that really would allow him for his best surfing.
Yeah, heat management for Brian Perez and priority management as well. Seems that it was something that was hurting him a little bit as far as accumulating numbers in this heat. He's still looking after a 7.67. There is the entire heat. The unabridged version highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of the surfers, but you can see Brian Perez being the busier of the 2 in this heat.
Yeah, a lot more waves caught. I mean, 5 for Ewing, 6 for Perez, but if you look at those small scores from Perez, those are really just up and downs too. So a lot more efficient has been Ewing. I mean, he could even be counting his 4.17 and he'd still be leading over Perez too. So some smart surfing, but I think more than anything, this is where you see the biggest difference between somebody who's at the top right now and somebody who's a wild card of an event.
Well, yeah, Ethan Ewing is playing a game that he's been playing for a few years now, and this is brand new to Brian Perez, to your point. So, I mean, I'm just looking at Ethan Ewing, and it's early on in this competition, but he is looking really strong. I think this particular venue is going to be in his strong suit as well. He tactically and mentally has been playing really good heats this entire year. Like I said, 3 semifinal finishes so far this year, has yet to crack a final. But, you know, when we look at his performances at Bells, he was unable to crack that into that final, and that was purely because it shut off for him. He had no opportunity. He couldn't even get to his feet because it was just such a lully heat. I think he's due for a finals appearance.
I think so too, and I think the best event he surfed this entire career has been at Margaret River too, and some great surfing, a lot of excellent scores, almost every single heat. But as you were saying, I think he's playing chess and others are playing checkers right now.
I love the analogy. Here we go. Maybe one last chance here. Corner presenting itself to Jaddy Babies. And Jadson is just caught on his heels through this one. But you know what? This is the wide peak we were talking about. It's going to open up and slow down further down the point where he's able to bang off a couple of backhand turns. Jadson Andre needs a 4.57 to take the lead in a non-priority heat. Got some work done.
Well, it should be his best wave too, so maybe even if he doesn't get the 4.57, this is going to help out. And then they're going to go into priority in the next 90 seconds. But, you know, got to give it up to Brian Perez. At least he's tried, you know, Kaipo his best. There have been few scoring opportunities for him to get that mid-7 that he requires. But either way, the amount of pressure that this kid has, the whole town of La Libertad was here yesterday supporting him in his first heat against Felipe. And, oh, he might have a shot now.
But one thing I do want to acknowledge and for Brian Perez is he has been an exceptional host here.
Yes, he has.
He has been so welcoming, so opening. He's been open to give you advice on surf spots, advice about this surf spot. If you need any help, he's just like right there as well as the rest of the crew here in El Salvador. So Brian Perez will always be a friend of mine, and I really hope to see him back on the championship tour. We know now that he has this Hurley sponsorship, we're going to see him on the qualifying series, and with a talent like that, he should be on the Challenger Series within a year.
I think there's a good chance that happens, especially now that with the way qualifying happens within your region, there's 10 spots for each region, or at least within North America where he's competing at. So yeah, I agree with you. I think we're probably going to see him in the Challenger Series next year.
Well, Brian Perez will be bowing out of competition right now as Ethan Ewing utilizes his priority right at the end of the heat just to make sure everything's buttoned up. Ethan Ewing with a 12.2 wave total, and he's going to move on into the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a new heat in the water, Italo Ferreira and Josh Burke.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably like 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Volcanoes have long shaped Central America's geography and coast. In El Salvador's river carry dense volcanic rocks from the mountains to the sea. Once in the ocean, these cobbles and boulders can withstand powerful swells and form awesome waves in response. Today, Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
Paso Pacifico aims to restore and connect the tropical dry forest and coastal ecosystems of Central America and southern Mexico.
Para mí es muy importante porque soy surfeador. Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
Venimos aquí para hacer una restauración de vegetación nativa.
The Chilama River is resilient. If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and its wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
You can get involved too. Let us know. Share your sustainability story on Instagram. Tag We Are One Ocean. Hashtag We Are One Ocean and tag WSL. We're in a new heat right now. Kaipo Guerrero along with Mitchell Salazar. And we got 2019 world champ Italo Ferreira out in the water in the non-priority heat up against the wild card from Barbados, Josh Burke.
I want to hear you try to roll your R's. Guerrero.
Guerrero. I'm just going to call myself Kaipo. I can go by one name. No, Guerrero. Guerrero.
What about Ferreira?
Ferreira. I like Italo Ferreira.
You're doing the Portuguese version.
Well, he's Brazilian, yeah. So Italo Ferreira, 28 years old, 2019 world champ, and by most people's standards, number 6 in the rankings, most surfers on the championship tour would be happy with that position. Italo Ferreira, however, probably not that happy with that position. You know, he's had a semifinal finish in Portugal and 2 quarterfinal finishes, one at Bells and one at Margaret River, but honestly, this man is used to winning championship tour events, or at least making the finals, and he's going to start getting things heated up in this back half of the year if he wants to show up at Trestles for that Rip Curl WSL Finals.
You know what the craziest thing about his year so far has been? He's only had 4 excellent scores so far in 6 events, which is just absurd when you're thinking about the amount of waves that this guy catches per heat. He gives himself a lot of opportunities to get those excellent scores, but I think what tends to happen, Kaipo, is that he's on such bad waves most of the time, they're not giving him those high scores.
Up and out for Jadson Andre, and to your point, Italo Ferreira has had 108 excellent scores in his career on the championship tour.
So, and only 4 so far this year. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, great. Oh, well, you know what? I feel he's going to heat up in the back half of the year. He's up against Josh Burke, the 25-year-old from Barbados, Super Bowl's local, has a big opportunity. Josh Burke has far less pressure on his shoulders in this heat. So we'll see how Josh performs against a world champion.
Yeah, but it's a huge opportunity for him. The first Bayesian surfer, as far as the men's go, to compete in the Championship Tour event. So get on Josh, and he's got a great chance to compete here at our right-hand point break that has a little bit of a resemblance to Super Bowl as well. It stands up quite well up the point and barrels every now and then too.
Well, Ethan Ewing, he took a win. He's in round 16, but we're going to stick with live action right here as Italo Ferreira opens up with a couple of bangs on the backhand. The wave runs away, but I like the square turns that we're seeing from Italo Ferreira.
He's so quick too. It seems like it's just 1, 2, 3 in like a couple of feet, but I really like his style at this wave.
Let's hear it from Ethan Ewing.
Got the job done bright and early out here. First heat of the morning, Ethan. How are you feeling coming away with a win?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. The waves are tricky, but yeah, I managed to get a few at the start, and then it kind of got maybe a little bit harder in the end, and yeah, luckily I had 2 good scores.
And I saw you have a quick chat with your dad coming out of the water. Any adjustments you'll make heading out for the round of 16?
I might change my board. It kind of depends on, I'll keep watching and see how the waves are. But I'm just trying to have fun, and yeah, I've got good boards, so yeah.
Your surfing looks great. Talk to me about being in the lineup though with the local, the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, and really using that priority card on him at the end.
Yeah, I knew when the guys above me on the rankings all made their heats that I was going to come up against Brian, and I've been watching all his videos, and he's like one of my favorite surfers now, and yeah, he's a really dangerous competitor, so I knew it was going to be hard, and then yeah, I just tried to use my priority wisely, and yeah, but yeah, I hope Brian tries to go in the QS, because yeah, he's really talented.
I think we'll see him there for sure. Anything you'd like to say to anyone tuning in?
Yeah, just hello to everyone back home. Hope you guys are all well, and see you soon.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Ethan Ewing, and my takeaway from that is it's really interesting on how surfers these days with endless surf media study tape, if you would, of their competitors. So they're watching the videos of the guys they're coming up against, and that's a whole new era. We're going to take a look back at what happened right before that interview. This is a 5-point ride for Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, and how's the variation on these 3 turns too? The slide of the fins and straight up into the lip, and the tough section coming down on him at the end. 5 points for the 3 turns. Great start for him.
Josh Burke goes to the air, has to throw it away. Jadson Andre uses his priority over Burke. Weaving down the line, caught on his heels there. Still looking for some open face. Finally finds it. Looking further down the line, maybe a ramp. There he goes, but off the back of the wave. You can see Jadson, that entire wave just searching for that section.
He was playing catch up the whole time, and I don't know if you noticed, but halfway through the ride, his body language just went too. He wasn't very stoked with the ride.
Ferreira, carve on the backhand. Just patiently waiting for this inside. You know he's looking for a ramp. There he goes. Lands it, but gets bucked off in the last second.
He's very close to the rocks right there, too. He's close to shore, and he's got to watch out, not only with his boards and his fins, but also with your physique, Kaipo. All of a sudden, you're landing the wrong way. You could be hitting one of those rocks yourself.
Hey, I don't want to take a cobblestone to the head ever.
Look at that. I mean, he was just inches away from hitting one of those things.
Well, as we heard the breakdown with Brian Perez, no sand, all cobblestone and boulders, this entire lineup.
Yeah, you get just a small amount from the river mouth, but that's really it, and it doesn't cover up anything, so.
Local media all over Brian Perez.
No, la verdad que yo cuando iba entrando había bastantes ticos con la bandera y todo, qué buena vibra, la verdad que increíble.
Hearing him there with the interviews with the media, the local media, they asked him what it felt to have the amount of Costa Ricans there supporting you too. He said it was great.
Josh Burke with a beautiful roundhouse, back to backhand rebound, comboed it up. Quick trip to the lip, and the explosion is survivable, but he's going to have to run right up on the cobblestones for that one. Callum Robson The power surfer from Evans Head throws the tail awkwardly, but gets that board back under his foot. That was extremely high risk and very impressive.
Yes, it was. That section was not easy to do that maneuver, and you talk about a high performance maneuver on a difficult wave. That was one of those, and great on Calum to just manufacture a score out of a wave that really hasn't offered up a lot either. Because look at the scores between Calum and Jadson. Nothing better than the mid-3 Kaipo at the moment.
It's going to be a battle out there. Let's hear more about Callum Robson. I think Strider wants in on the conversation.
I do. I just wanted to note on how strong Calum is. I mean, if you follow him on social media and you really get to look into his routine, he is just powering into the gym. He's got, you know, his legs are just giant. So he's, you know, you watched him do that last maneuver, and that was all just strength and to be able to get his feet and stick himself to that board and push through all that water. So it was really solid work right there from Calum. Another note on Bayesian. He came out into this heat, Josh Burke, and he looked out in the water and he was so excited and his biggest smile on his face, and he was so optimistic about how fun it looked. And I feel like that's drawing from hometown like vibe. He's got a lot of that little onshore chip that happens in Barbados, and he's just kind of, you know, feeling into that vibe of being at home and comfortable. So, and he's got a great opportunity to surf against somebody like Italo.
Hey, Strider, I got a question for you regarding the conditions. We've seen a big decrease in the amount of wind swell on the water, but it still seems like we're lacking a lot of those sets that have been producing the big numbers. What are you seeing in terms of that?
Yeah, well, I think what's happened is, you know, we do have that southern hemi swell at 15 seconds, but it's on the decline. We're on the backside of the surge of that swell. Also, the tide is dropping out. So as you can see, these guys are catching everything that moves because those big sets are less and less. So Italo, everybody catching as many waves as they can, everything that they see for those opportunities, because as this heat plays out, we'll have less and less opportunity as the tide drains out and it gets harder for those sets to come through.
Thanks, Strider, for the reporting. We're coming back to live action with Jadson Andre. A number of waves getting ridden right now, just like Strider was talking about. Surfers don't want to give up any kind of opportunity. Jadson with a couple of big hooks off the top. And so some nice work done by Jadson Andre. Josh Burke right behind him. A lot of waves getting ridden here. Burke goes to the air, and it's a big one, but is unable to put the landing gear down for the completion. Previous wave of Josh Burke checked in a 3-point ride. His last turn deemed incomplete, Mitchell.
I thought so too. I don't think he rode out cleanly enough, but I love his approach, Kaipo. And going up against the former world champion, as you were saying, this is really the only way you're going to defeat a guy like Italo.
As we take a look at the wide view, and you can see the lineup and the length of the paddle back out to the peak and the multiple peaks because of this broken up swell that Punta Roca is providing for the surfers. So in a way, this is actually a good thing when you're talking about overlapping heats, because you do have some separation. Let's get through some replays starting here with Italo Ferreira. And in this replay, he comes very, very close to Mama Roca right there.
I've hugged that rock before. It's not friendly, Kaipo. And she has a lot of barnacles on her too, so it hurts quite a bit when you're touching that one. And then Jadson on the back end here does quite well to get a couple of turns up into the lip line too. That'll score well. And Judge is working overtime here, but I personally love this approach from Josh. Just going for things, especially knowing that Italo doesn't really have a decent score on the board besides the 5. I think if he lands one of these, we're going to see something in the upper goods.
Yeah, you can break away in the heat with a giant air like that. Back to live action here, and Jadson Andre rhythmically approaching this wave. Nice tempo through the inside here for Andre, just working it over. Workman-like performance on that wave from Jadson Andre. He's trailing Callum Robson, seeking a 3.88, but the judges are playing catch-up right now because it's been a flurry of rides.
Yeah, and Jadson still has 2 waves that are owed to him. Italo has his last one, and then Calum's score comes in at a 4.07, so that improves his positioning at the moment. But I think Jaddy's gonna look to take the lead here with his last 2 waves, and here's Calum with the response.
Callum Robson, long drop, woo! Big, powerful snap, throwing a ton of spray. Puts it on rail and glides through a roundhouse to rebound. Steps himself up on the bottom, gets back up in the lip again. A little caught up, can he finish? and gets one more through there. Looking for more open face. Whitewater climb to finish, showing control. Callum Robson.
I thought that was a great wave. Not only the read, but I think the excellent performance that he had on each one of his turns, just surfing the way the wave dictated at Kaipo.
Josh Burke looking for a ramp down the line. Throws the air and incomplete there. 7 minutes remaining in the priority heat. Callum Robson just put on a great workman-like performance on that last wave, so I expect Callum Robson to extend his lead over Jadson Andre. Your thoughts, Mitchell?
I think so too. And here comes another workman too. Kolohe brother Andino. He's been surfing great during the free surfs. It's his first time down here too, so he only got here a couple of days before the event started, and he's been looking good. This wave actually resembles Church's quite a bit down in San Clemente, and to me, this is not only the best wave of the heat, but I think one of the best waves we've seen all morning long. Great combo right here, beautiful read. And I love these bottom turns that he's able to draw out. Just goes back up into the pocket right next to the whitewater. And to finish this wave off with these last two turns too, as you were saying, very workmanlike, but his base is so strong that he's able to pull those turns out of his pocket too.
And just impressive on how solid Callum Robson is on his board over and over again. Really hard to rattle this young Australian.
Well, there's a reason why he made the final at Bell's already in his rookie year. I mean, there's few people that have been able to accomplish that, and with 6 minutes to go, I think he's probably going to retake the lead on his last ride. But Jaddy dropped a couple of scores, a 4.13 out of his first on that last exchange, Kaipo, and I think he's going to be searching for a score here.
Here he goes, get a little caught on the heels again for Jadson Andre, and that's all it takes is a little clip on the heels on their backhand when you have a sectionally right point break like this to take you out of that momentum and that down the line drive.
And this is a wave too where you need to be at an angle already when you're taking off too. As you saw there, he just went straight the whole time. It's almost like rock paddles, Kaipo, where you never go straight. You always need to have an angle when you're paddling into the wave, and this wave just has so much push down the line. That's why you see the regular footers already keep their eyesight down the line.
Josh a little too far up the point on that one. Callum Robson further down the point with some open face. Bangs the lip again. That rock solid approach once again in effect, and oncoming section that he just meets with ferocity. Callum Robson taking it apart. Jadson Andre caught up on his heels there. He goes down. Previous wave from Callum Robson, a 5.5. He retakes the lead off of Jadson Andre in the priority heat. We're waiting for one more number for Callum Robson, and it should be a...
I think it's going to be his best, honestly. The two sections, bigger wave, larger set, and boy, the way he was able to perform on those two big sections that he had in front of him. Under pressure too, Kaipo, because he just retook the lead. A great way not only to surf that wave, but to approach it before he even stood up too.
Let's take a look here at Callum's performance.
Yeah, so a steep section, Bowley, straight up into the lip, and look at the amount of size that this wave gains down the line too. Just awesome execution up into the lip line. I love this angle because it really shows you the depth of his bottom turns too. Elongated, and just an awesome way to finish that turn off right there.
Well,
the explosiveness at the end too.
Positioning, as we see, is very important in the water on this point break. And for more on that, we're going to throw to Strider Wazalewski as Jadson Andre actually takes off right now. We're going to keep with Jadson. And this could be a comeback wave. 5.45 is his current need. I think it's going to be a little bit more extended for Jadson Andre. So we'll just keep an eye on a couple of these turns in the inside here to finish off the wave. The wave gives him a little bonus section, which is he's playing well. Kicks right on the inside cobblestones. I'm feeling that Jadson Andre is going to need about a 6-point ride once all the numbers are in. But that was a well-surfed wave for Andre. And Josh Burke gives it up to Italo Ferreira down the line. Ferreira carving through these sections. Ferreira up in the lip, stabs it immediately. So Italo looking to replace his 3.23. Josh Burke throws it to the air, whips it around, and is unable to put it down in the non-priority heat.
How's your voice already, Kaipo? They're like not letting you rest at all.
I love so many waves getting ridden right now. We're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds in this heat, and some important scores just getting into the board right now. A 6.5 for Callum Robson, giving him a strong lead over Jadson Andre. We're waiting for a score for Jadson Andre. He needs a 7.87, and we're still waiting for that number. Remember, Mitchell, that wave gave him that inside double up bonus section.
Yeah, but he's caught 12 waves in comparison to Callum's 7, so a lot of the waves that Jadson's caught have been just in and outs real quick. Those are unnecessary waves to take out here at this lineup right now.
All right, Strider.
Yeah, Kipes. Just watching these guys and the way they're positioning themselves on the point. The tide was higher. They were way up the top, and Italo, started way up in the very top of the point, and then he's identified that he needs, as the tides drop, it's all moving down to the competitors area, and that when I say moving down, I say like probably 200 yards down. So that's a huge playing field out here, and there's so many different options of places to catch waves. But these guys have, in the heat, having to identify the movement of the tide and the waves and the positioning of takeoff. And these guys have come all the way down here, and that's where all those big points are coming from. Callum Robson finding his best wave literally right in front of where I'm sitting. So that even further down, almost in front of the area. A lot of options out here, a lot of opportunity as you're paddling back out, and that's how Callum got his wave, just paddling back out.
Callum Robson is 6.5 for that last ride and puts him in a strong lead over Jadson Andre, as we're down to just 35 seconds on the clock in the priority heat.
So Jadson basically needs a 7 to make it out of this one right now, and here's Burke.
Josh Burke, non-priority heat, couple of carves to start off with. Has to contend with some messy water there. And again, mistimes a top turn and unable to complete that ride.
So I think his approach is smart, but he's also caught a lot of waves where he used a lot of energy so far in this heat. 8 with this last wave, Kaipo, and those are a lot of waves in the first 20 minutes.
Callum Robson, he's coming in, and he's going to have to prepare himself for the round of 16 later today as he's advanced over Jadson Andre. We'll be back with more surfing action here from El Salvador when we return. Kolohe Andino and Maddie Mcgillivray in the water.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Check this out from Billy Kemper, a Ride of the Year nomination from a wave he rode at his local break. It happens to be called Jaws. One of the most barreled surfers ever at one of the most haunting, beautiful waves in the world. It'll be up for a big award, Ride of the Year, for the Red Bull Big Wave Awards. You can find out all the information on worldsurfleague.com. Billy Kemper's established himself as already one of the big wave greats of all time. Total domination on that venue. Looking forward to seeing how the awards play out, Ro.
Yeah, definitely. And Billy Kemper, obviously coming off of that injury that he sustained in Morocco, to do stuff like that. The guy is, he's a beast when it comes to big waves, and his mental attitude to get back out there.
Things are going very quickly with this overlapping format. New heat just starting now. Kolohe Andino taking on Maddie Mcgillivray. Kolohe and Maddie, kind of both of your hometowns in a lot of ways. South Africa representation there, and also San Clemente, California, as we continue on with the priority heat. Italo just got this wave.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching Italo just build throughout this matchup. Pretty contained surfing from Italo. We're so used to see him just finding those sections, going for big airs, but it's fun to watch him get on that rail game. A couple mid-range 5s on his scoreline so far.
And also getting involved here, Josh Burke, Rosie.
Yeah, Josh Burke has been so impressive. This last-minute call-up to replace Kelly Slater. Been loving the surfing that he's been doing and the energy that he's been bringing to the lineup.
Oh, really inspiring surfer. He's been in the water since he's been about 3 years of age. Tail high reverse attempt and definitely going for it. And then in the non-priority heat, Maddie Mcgillivray.
Yeah, Maddie getting that rail work done. Fun to see him do a couple airs in his opening round heat. There he goes for one on the inside. Does that clean reverse. So great wave from Maddie Mcgillivray. Cool to see him lean on that rail and then also get that air reverse on the end section.
Callum Robson getting the win over Jadson Andre in the previous heat. 12-point total. As we'll be hearing from him in just a moment. One of the all-star rookie standouts this season. Already making the podium at Bells Beach against Felipe Toledo. What a cool story of a guy that's, you know, taken parts of his career where he's actually working and then getting back into his dream of being a pro surfer. I think it's set now for the rest of the season, and he should truly be focusing on the WSL Final 5.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the talent that someone can possess. I mean, when he, like you said, focuses in on surfing and says, I want this to be my career, he makes it on the championship tour. Like, he pretty much came out of nowhere, I feel like. This unknown guy making it in the final at Bells Beach, made the cut for this season. So really cool and refreshing to see this new face. And like I said, I think he played footy in Australia. Kind of that went to the wayside when he found this new passion for surfing.
More waves here, setting this one up with some speed. Josh Burke has been just trying to go for big punts against Italo Ferreira, counting a 3.5 and a 3.0. Famous for surfing a lot of waves like soup bowls, born into a champion surfing family, and getting the call up as one of the best surfers in the region. And you don't have a lot of planning you could do. All of a sudden, you just got to make sure you can get here in time. He was happy that there's a few lay days to settle in, and he still has 17 minutes to try to create an upset, which seems like that's the opportunity for these wild cards. They get to battle against a world champion like Italo. If they do get a win, all of a sudden their profile blows up. They get a lot more opportunities for the rest of the season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just such a good learning opportunity, and just an opportunity for him to kind of grow his profile within the surfing realm. And you think about Josh, and coming from Barbados, he'd be pretty you know, accustomed to similar conditions like this. I know in Barbados that wind kind of comes up, you have those chunky little bowl sections and chip ins, so he's been looking right at home in this wave.
As we check out the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask for Italo Ferreira, a world champion in 2019, finished 3rd in the world in his title defense last season. 7 career wins. The first one, maybe the most famous in a lot of ways, when he beat Mick Fanning at Bells Beach. He went up the stairs, took a shower. They had those like kind of mobile showers. Almost thought the whole contest scaffolding was falling down, but he was just cheering, kind of punching the side of the wall, screaming that he had done it. It was one of the coolest celebrations we've ever seen, and for a big win on the CT.
I got such a fright jaw. I was right there. And that little porta potty like shower was rocking, and he was just banging on it like you said. It was so fun to feel that adrenaline coming from him.
Josh Burke just got this wave, big section, and just flew through it off the top. Big fin throw, stomped it that time, and you could see what he's working with. A lot of cool changes on that wave. Really explosive with chucking his board out the back. Looks like he'll be keeping that wave.
Yeah, that second turn to me was just so impressive. The way he was, you know, functional through that floater maneuver where he almost increased his speed load as he was going through that section.
Nice approach for this heat for Josh Burke. Representing Barbados, needing a 5.74. His last score of 5.10. And Italo still out in front, holding down priority. Let's hear from Callum Robson with Shannon.
Calum, well done on a great win out there. Conditions look a little challenging. Took a lot of time to find your 2 counting scores. What's it like out there?
Yeah, like you said, it's pretty hard out there. It's like it's slow. It goes through phases of being like really consistent and then being really slow. So it's about just trying to adapt, I guess, to that changing ocean. And yeah, no, I was stoked to make it through that heat.
And stoked on the overlapping format just to have more time out there to find the right waves?
Yeah, well, I don't know. The overlapping format, it's pretty hard out there with 4 people to get waves and find space because it's kind of like the low tide makes it on one spot. But I guess that's just playing the game and trying to find space in the lineup. But yeah, no, it was good to have a bit of time out there, especially considering there hasn't been a whole lot of waves to free surf on. So yeah, it's been good.
And sitting in the top 10 coming into El Salvador, how are you feeling about things?
Yeah, I just keeping things simple. I just like stripping it back. Had a bit of a bad result at G-Land, so just trying to find a bit of rhythm again and yeah, go from there.
You've already bettered it. Well done. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Cheers.
Callum Robson moving through into the round of 16, and it'll be a busy day for the world's best as we have plans to complete a lot of the heats today, from the men's elimination round right into the round of 16. Quarters on standby for both women and men as well, trying to max out this day with the swell we have in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, Joey. We've kind of got to surf what's in front of us. Surfline saying that today and tomorrow is looking like the pick of it swell-wise, so definitely going to run with what we have. Like you said, a lot of surfing to be done, and Calum just referenced that lower tide that's going to go to a negative tide and then come up about 7.5 feet in the afternoon.
Maddie Mcgillivray getting things started vertically, punching out the fins into a reverse for a really fun combination. And how's that rock showing itself as that wave shut down? So those big reverses above the lip, they have a bit more consequence than it may seem, with some big boulders waiting for it if you don't stomp it perfect. Let's take another look.
Yeah, Matt McGillivray really making something out of nothing here. This bouldy section presents itself. He takes that deep bottom turn to meet it, and then that wave right there, like you said, that boil of the rock right there as he ducks under.
Rosie, what's the best wave in the world?
The best wave in the world?
Yeah, your favorite.
Put me on the spot. Definitely, you know, to me, Jeffreys Bay.
I had a feeling.
Yeah, it just comes to mind like almost automatically. I just think that it has that prestige and that nostalgia for me. So, yeah, favorite wave, Jeffreys Bay.
And how cool is it to have Jordy Smith with some backup with Maddie Mcgillivray, a young superstar from the region representing on tour?
Yeah, I think it's so special. I mean, you see the camaraderie that you see with the Brazilians and the Australians and the Hawaiians and the Americans. It's just Australians, but it's also so great to have, you know, a small contingency of South Africans to have each other's backs.
It's a special feeling when the tour stops in J Bay, just the smell of the ocean and seeing the aloe plants in the distance and beautiful lines coming around the corner. It's definitely one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world, and really cool that Punta Roca gets those comparisons when this place is firing.
Yeah, it is fun. I mean, I've been here, you know, now a handful of times, and I just love coming back here. Definitely can draw comparisons to the right-hand point breaks that we have in South Africa. But yeah, it's just really fun. The water's super warm. It almost has like a Mozambique kind of feel to it. Ooh. The right-hand point breaks over there. So there's a lot of comparisons that you can draw from, and I think Maddie's going to do that in this lineup. It's so good to familiarize yourself by comparing somewhere to home.
Favorite South African surfing heroes in your life? Where does that begin or end? Is it too hard to name them all?
Oh, no. For me, I mean, Wendy Botha, she was from my same town. She won a handful of world titles. She was always like my idol growing up. And then we had Greg Emsley, who was on the championship tour for a long time. Jordy Smith, obviously someone that stands out to me. And can't go past Martin Pot. I absolutely adore Potts. And Sean Thompson.
Oh, so many legends coming from that South Africa region. Amazing waves in the Durban region, where the Challenger Series is going to wind up just north of Durban in Ballito for the next stop of the Challenger Series. A place where Kolohe Andino has had great success in the past when he was really focused on big results and qualifying, which was a long time ago now. Kolohe qualified, he was still 17, turned 18 right at the start of that rookie season on tour, and had really big goals for himself. As we see a nice clean frontside air reverse into a snap through the inside section. Mcgillivray 6.67 on his best wave, a 5.33 low score, and he's just going for errors. He's having a good time out there.
Yeah, he's made a lot of opportunities for himself as he's, you know, going into that non-priority heat. He's kind of found out some good waves and, you know, really putting Kolohe in a difficult position. He's going to have to answer back soon as we watch him. It's fun to see Maddie's approach. I know that he's switched up the equipment. He's on the Channel Island boards, and sometimes that new feeling under your feet can reinvigorate your surfing, and I feel like that's what's happening for Matt at the moment.
Strider, really cool to see Mcgillivray just repeat airs at the moment. He's got those on lock.
Well, I think he's just identified what the judges want. I mean, he's got enough scores to be winning this other heat against Italo already, and you know, he's in his own heat against Kolohe, and he's already putting Kolohe against the ropes. He's had great success. He was doing it, you know, while we were at G-Land. He was just picking the right ways where he's putting his board into the lip line at a certain spot to where he's actually attacking the throwing lip, and that's exactly what the judges are asking for. They want to see that heavy section attacked, and he's doing exactly the formula. Let's see what Italo's got out the back here as he floats over that. He's going to come around the corner. Bang into the corner, nice snap right there on the backhand. Fundamental surfing out of Italo. We think we're going to see a lot more high-flying surfing, but Italo's just been going fundamentals. I love it.
Thank you, Strider. As we see the set point through, sticking with action and getting lipped in the face and going down. Some of these waves just doesn't allow you to get into some open face. As we'll roll in now with Kolohe and Dino. Kolohe waiting patiently in this heat. And he's got to kick straight out, but he still has 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Kolohe's been down here for a couple of days. Mitch was actually mentioning in the previous heat, our commentator, that it's the first time that Kolohe's been to this location. Let's see this reposition from Kolohe.
And Dino now driving through the lip, throwing the tail into reverse. Resetting his feet quickly and just good for one move. Kind of waiting for a long time. Now that he made a move, maybe he'll start kind of moving quickly to catch up to the rhythm of Mcgillivray in this non-priority heat. Let's take another look at Italo's wave.
Yeah, I love it. Strider touched on the point. The fundamentals from Italo. He's so much fun to watch. Two different types of maneuvers there on his backhand. Swings it into that pocket. A lot of spray. Low center of gravity for him. He's so fun to watch. He's so explosive. It almost gives you energy when you're watching Felipe because you can feel it coming through his surfing. There just pops through for the reverse for Kolohe. That wave not giving him anything more to work with. You can tell there's a little bit of disinterest in his body language as he kicks out there. I think we're going to see Kolohe kind of bare his teeth come the back end of this heat.
It's interesting yesterday when he had that bump in his heat on the open face. It was pretty hard to land big moves, and his warm-up sessions, he's been perfect. Almost thinking like you'd put him as a favorite to win. He was in that kind of rhythm with the pace of this wave at Punta Roca. And then the conditions just were a little bit awkward during that heat where he was going for big airs, doing his turns, but he was getting stuck and falling. For me, it was the first time I saw him fall in the last few days. Italo up and out. That's just a testament to pro surfing, adapting to each and every day. There's always going to be a winner in every heat, and you got to figure out how to beat the system sometimes when the ocean can feel like it's against you.
Yeah, that's so true, Joe. And that's, like you said, one of the hardest things in surfing, especially when you're feeling so good. Your boards are good. Everyone, you know, your whole support crew is there for you. And I'd love to see Kolohe just find that rhythm. He deserves to kind of find a little bit of fire going through this event.
Kolohe and Dino, a superstar when he was really young, was really stoked he got to travel to big CT events with his early sponsor as a kid. He'd be at J-Bay, he'd get to go to Tahiti, he was on surf trips. There was even a time where he was doing the Southwest Open Season Conference for NSSA in Southern California, and the following year he's like, you know, I might do the Hawaii season, and he was able to fly over and compete in Hawaii when he was still an amateur. It was really cool to see how they were thinking through the planning of developing a world-class athlete. So well-traveled, so young, and got to compete with different people in different regions.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch Kolohe kind of grow up on tour. I mean, for me, I think I did see him in South Africa when he was not even a teenager yet, just this tiny grom. You were just blown away by the natural talent that he had. Not to see him, you know, married. He has a beautiful daughter. He's, you know, become one of the kind of the people on tour that is taking people under his wing. Got Griffin on tour with him now from San Clemente, so it's really cool to see that evolution.
Kolohe Andino, big tail high reverse. Can land those in his sleep. He's just trying to land a few of those and hope that he can combo it up with something solid. Always tough to get a score when the section's not big, but you can see how talented he is, technically above the lip.
Yeah, that quickness in his surfing too. I mean, to combo up those maneuvers so quickly. There was a flat section that was thrown in between there. There was a little bit of foam on the face. This is a better look at this wave, but straight into this opening maneuver there. Gets to the foam section, throws the air reverse. So having that ability to make something out of nothing, that's a great example of it there from Kolohe. This really wasn't the best choice in wave, but his maneuvers were just really crisp, especially that last one.
Solid composure for Andino on the combination. Strider Wasilewski, how's the wind looking?
I think we've been blessed a little bit. We had the kind of cheese breeze, so to speak, coming in. It was kind of a southeast up the face and just choppy and not looking good earlier. And we had that same thing yesterday. It didn't let up, but now it's let up. It's cleaned up. The wave faces are looking a lot smoother and a lot more contestable. And I think we're being blessed right now as we see Italo banging away into that lip line, which is nice and clean because the wind's not bad.
Solid Strider. Italo still with some room. Carving right in front of Mama Roca, and he'll just redirect on the end section. But nice, clean decision-making from Italo, and it's paying off for his lead over Josh Burke. And now we've got the snap to slide for Burke. Chunky section, attacks it inside bowl. He blows the fins. Ends up incomplete. Mcgillivray in the non-priority heat with Kolohe lays down a beautiful frontside hook. Fades into the section to belt the lip again. And the South African still feeling his rhythm from the start of this matchup. Bonus section he's created for himself way down the line at Punta Roca. And jams a finish. Solid effort from Maddie Mcgillivray. Looking to improve on a 5.33.
Yeah, I mean, that was so impressive. I think I get the feeling Maddie's in that mindset. When he takes off on a wave, he commits 100%, Joe. There isn't an inkling in him that he's disinterested in the wave at all. Beautiful flow through that wave, and Reed just to stay in the pocket. Interested to see if it's going to improve his situation.
Maddie Mcgillivray was keeping it cool at G-Land, staying at the same camp as him, Joyo's camp. A lot of people were doing things, mixing it up, kind of being social, and he just kind of did his own thing throughout that contest. As we look at Italo's performance here.
Yeah, just beautiful backhand hacks from Italo. That water drawing off the cobblestones, you can see there's a lot of boils on the inside. Even, you know, the mid-range rocks here, like Josh Burke right there having to negotiate around that little bit of coping. With this really low tide, there's so much to kind of factor in this lineup.
And just seeing the non-stop action, this is how Mcgillivray started things off. Big frontside hook.
But yeah, that frontside hook to me was one of my favorites in the heat so far. Like I said, just his positioning on this wave, reads it like Braille. It does get a little flat and tricky through this inside section. For me, the best maneuver on this wave was that first opening, just laying that hand back into the wall of the wave, really opening up the shoulders. This move right here, just so fluid through that rail, holding that rail line for a long time. Has to kind of dodge around a couple people there. Second turn also strong for me. A lot of downtime over here with all that foam on the face. A little rebate on the inside. This wave just kept on giving. Beautiful finish too. I mean, finishing clean on his feet. You see the rocks right there.
And I love how he was able to still save that section out the back when you identified Italo duck diving in the previous heat, or in the heat that has priority. He had to fade, but he still set up a beautiful vertical out of that, so it didn't disrupt his connection to that ride. Maddie's going to keep that score, 6.2. Andino now needs an 8.37 in this heat. Kolohe had the snap to air reverse, 4.5, his best so far in the non-priority matchup. As we're down to 5 seconds, Josh Burke left chasing an 8.10 against the 2019 world champ. Few seconds on the clock, And this will be Andino with an alley-oop attempt as we've run out of time for Josh Burke. Italo Ferreira moves on to surf again today in the round of 16. When we come back, Griffin Colopinto takes on Costa Rica's Carlos Munoz.
I want to take this whole new mindset of like being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e
I played a bunch of other sports, but then once I turned 8, everything clicked and I got like one good wave and it pretty much changed everything.
And now a first ever Triple Crown champion from the state of California.
The U.S. Open of Surfing champion.
Perfect 10 off first of the season.
The male pro Portugal champ,
Griffin Colopinto.
I'd say I'd give 90% of myself to picking up a surfboard. All the lessons I've learned through surfing and trying to improve the sport.
Last score now coming in for Colopinto. Not enough. And our surfer in that top 5 position out.
It's a sad story. In life, you're gonna lose a lot, and in surfing contests, you lose a lot, and it's just how you handle it and how you bounce back from it. And that's probably like one of my biggest blessings is having that as a fast track to just figure myself out as a person. Yeah, I'd say this is my best season so far for sure. I feel like my momentum's gaining and I'm learning how to be more consistent and what makes me be more consistent. So yeah, it's all about taking it one heat at a time, one comp at a time. To me, to make the final 5 at Trussell's would be probably like the closest thing to achieving a world title, especially at lowers. My whole family and friends are there, so I think I just want to be able to represent San Clemente for everyone and get the community together and bring that good energy down there and hype it up.
It's been such a joy watching Griffin grow up on tour. Really special how much he shares with us. You know, the ups and the downs, the highlights, the pure grom in him when he gets a barrel or a 10-point ride and a win like he did in Portugal. But he also let us into his headspace when he posted a journal entry that he wrote after his win at Super Tubos. He said he thinks about being on the Challenger Series before the mid-season cut happened and what people would think of me. He said the bottom line is that I determine my happiness, not what other people think. It's just really cool how he actually writes this down so he can feel it, live it, and own it. And he's a weapon on tour. He looks like he is destined to be at lower Trussell's in the WSL Final 5. Colopinto just getting started here in the non-priority heat against Carlos Munoz.
Yeah, great to see Carlos back, and he's, you know, just exudes happiness himself. He's got his family here with him, his coach Jimmy Hogan. There's so many people in his corner supporting him, so a little film crew following him. So I think he's just really stoked to be pulling on that competitive jersey after so long out of the scene.
Remember a long time ago at Lower Trussell's when it actually went to a fan vote for a wild card? Remember that? It was...
Oh my gosh. He got the like national soccer team to like get support.
It was amazing. It was just so cool seeing an entire country band together, and it was their announcements on the news. Like you said, sports teams, you know, big rock stars saying, vote for Carlos right now and put him in the main event. And you just saw how much support he had from a very young age to represent himself, Costa Rica, Latin America. It's been a long wait since his injury at Pipeline. Yesterday, it was probably a tough welcome to the tour. He had a lot of falls. Let's see him really open up in this heat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always so interesting to see how someone can, sustain an injury, but then also you got to keep up to speed with the surfers on tour. I mean, everything's moving at such a quick pace, and the surfing's evolving and getting better. So to get just dropped in that mix after so long off, it's fun to see how someone adapts.
Frontside slice, still connected to this wave is Maddie Mcgillivray. 2 great carves. Now he's chasing something down the line. Big float. Right into a snap again. Right into a throw tail reverse. Showing off that point break ability. Growing up at J Bay, applying it to Punta Roca. Quick jam on the forehand for Carlos Munoz. There's the redirect carve in front of Mama Roca, and he's on the board.
Yeah, he's on the board getting that quick start. I'm sure that was in his head just to get that first wave under his feet and start to almost, like Maddie Mcgillivray's done against Kolohe, just get the pressure building. Here we go, Kolohe on the answer back.
Kolohe driving it, just kicking out. Just been trying to find a solid wall that opens up and lines up all the way through, something that Maddie hasn't really had a tough time finding. 6.67, 6.2 for Mcgillivray with one more number to drop. And Andino has a chunky section to pull into. Nice hollow pit for the Californian. But he'll end up stumbling on the wrap. Strider Wasilewski, what do you have for us?
Well, I had a wave on the head, came up, saw Kolohe just getting piped down. Beautiful. I just wanted to touch on positioning. The reverse current sucking up the point, so these guys getting sucked way up around the top, a couple hundred yards off the positioning of, say, Italo in that last heat. So it's an interesting thing how much space is being given to McGill. Just paddling out, taking those chip shots on the way back out down the point compared to where those guys are sitting. Carlos and Griffin are probably, I don't know, 300, 400 yards away from me right now, whereas they could be only 100 or 200 yards away on the inside here where the better waves seem to be. But, this reverse current kind of playing havoc right now.
Thank you, Waz, as we catch up to the form of Mcgillivray towards the back end of this wave. Nice decision making, Rosie.
Yeah, just great maneuver choice. Maddie is just looking so at home. It feels like, he's just feasting out in this lineup. You talk about a rhythm going in someone's favor. Matt has definitely had that, where on the other side, it's the second tail for Kolohe, where it's been all famine. He hasn't been able to connect with the wave. He hasn't had that same kind of easy flow with Punta Roca at the moment.
Kolohe chasing an 8.37. Well, we just lost Josh Burke from the draw. He lost to Italo Ferreira with Shannon.
That's right, the former world champion walking through with the win. Talk to me about being on the hunt out there and finding one of the better scores this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty hard out there. It's a lot of waves, and you try to find a good one, and sometimes you got just a little ones, and it's hard to get a score. But yeah, when you get a good one, you can for sure get a good score. So but I'm happy with that surf, and let's keep it going. Yeah.
And talk to me about your mindset coming into this morning. Today was actually the first time you've surfed the elimination round this year. Was there anything different about the way you approached that heat specifically?
Oh yeah, my first heat was not that good, and I was kind of reset everything, and yeah, that's what I did in that heat, and yeah, just keep the flow and keep surfing and nothing too much. Yeah.
Well done. Would you like to say something to your fans tuning in back home?
Só quero agradecer a galera que tá na torcida. Obrigado a minha namorada, o Nuno, a doutora Lu, pela ajuda aí psicológica. É isso. Tô confiante aqui e vamos nessa. Backside tá bom.
Thanks so much.
He's got a great backhand attack, doesn't he?
Where did he find the time to pierce his nose? In between the vents. And let it heal.
Oh my gosh.
Were you wondering the same thing?
He's got a lot of time for fashion. I didn't notice his nose in that interview. He's turned into quite the fashion expert, especially after the world title.
Are you going to get
great jackets,
pierce your nose?
Haircuts? I don't know if that's a good look for me. It's classic. What a great character, Italo. Yeah, really enjoying his role as a world champ, an Olympic gold medalist, a superstar in Bahia Formosa. Kind of just goes to the beat of his own drum, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I love watching Italo surf. I love catching up with him on the off days of the contest too. He's so gracious with his time.
Wrap to punt for Mcgillivray. A meaty frontside air attempt with a hard landing in the flats. but he's got a cool, smooth approach. Right now at Punta Roca. His last wave, 5.87, didn't factor in. And looks like he's all right from that big attempt above the lip.
I want to ask you a question, Joe, because when you think of Maddie Mcgillivray, do you think about an air game?
I don't.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why I'm really loving this right now. I think of a great point break surfer, but I'm loving the variety he's given us right now. Here comes the rotator for Andino, and he's going down on the rotation. And I think to stick to your point there, I'm leaning towards Kolohe to take that role as the air guy in this heat, but it's been Mcgillivray landing all his punts. Carlos Munoz throws down the snap quickly. Patient off the bottom. Great vertical off the top. And tries to transition off the float. Another awkward fall for Carlos. Munoz is in the heat with Colopinto, and Griffin hasn't even caught a wave yet.
Definitely seeing a new level of patience from Griffin, though. I've noticed in a few heats that he really has simplified things where he's like, I just need 2 waves. Where in a lineup like this, it is almost to a benefit to start catching waves early, to surf into rhythm, I feel like. Let's see if he has a go here.
Colopinto, first wave of the morning.
Whoa.
And he disappears.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
Further down the line, his mentor, Kolohe Andino, just up and out.
Man, he's just that one beat behind at the moment. And like you're saying, when you're drawing comparisons or when you're looking at this heat on paper, you're thinking about Kolohe with that progressive approach. He's definitely got the quickness in those aerial maneuvers. He does have a great rail game, but Maddie Mcgillivray is giving us a look at all of it at the moment.
Well, now Kolohe's starting to move a bit. He kind of sat at the start of the heat. Mcgillivray had the instant rhythm and roll, and he's still keeping scores from that part of the matchup. Kolohe's now caught 10 waves. A lot of them just he's looking at it to see if it's a keeper. Kolohe obviously famous for surfing lowers all the time, but he surfs a lot of tricky waves in San Clemente. This is Griffin. Hard off the bottom, explosive hack off the lip. Big bowl again, throws it vertically. Big section approaching, climbs it. Can he stay on his feet? He's laying low, and what an effort to try to pull off the third move. Swinging into another big forehand hook is Mcgillivray. Late on the end section, he's down.
Man, that wave of Griffin's was just such a standout moment for me as we see Kolohe.
Big alley-oop. Kolohe comes down with that one. Searching so hard for a big section, finally gets it to put himself in this heat.
Yeah, that was a way better answer from Kolohe, almost much like, you know, Yago Dora yesterday, getting the 9 with that air. That's the kind of surfing that we've come to expect from Kolohe, that one maneuver option where he can go massive above the lip, and getting a little glimpse of it there.
There's a little bit of everything in the water right now, Punta Roca. There's long waves where Mcgillivray is getting so many different types of turns in, but there's also single maneuver sections. And when they're hollow and closing out like that, the judges will reward you for one massive move. So a whole lot to digest here. Back to the alley-oop.
Yeah, beautiful loft there. He also covered a lot of ground, lands it. So, you know, that gets him back in the heat. This from Griffin Colopinto, beautiful slash right there in the lip. Just such great power displayed. Second maneuver, he goes up to meet this lip and tries so hard to ride out of this as all that water converges. Just doesn't quite stick the landing on that last move. Really loving this first look in this heat for Griffin. 2 beautiful turn combos there. This third one, I mean, had he been that split second earlier to get up into that lip, I think that would have been a different story for him. He would have ridden out of that maneuver, but I think it's going to be a pretty substantial score.
Nice wave selection for Colopinto. Didn't take him too long to find a really dredging right-hander. 2 big turns will be complete. The third incomplete as the judges make a decision there. Now let's chat with the local hero, Brian Perez, with Mitchell.
here with Brian Perez, who competed in the first heat of the morning against Ethan Ewing. I'm going to ask him the questions in English, then in Spanish, and then I'll translate his responses afterwards. Brian, first of all, congratulations on competing at home in your first CT event. What was it like sharing the water with world number 5 today in the first heat of the morning too? Brian, felicidades. Un evento muy grande para ti, el primer set tuyo. ¿Cómo se sintió compartir el agua con el número 5 del mundo?
La verdad que sí, primeramente agradecido por esta gran oportunidad que también la WSL me está dando, el gobierno, a toda la gente que hace posible este evento y nada, la verdad que es una vibra increíble, la verdad, estar con un surfista de los mejores del mundo. Para mí súper bien, aprendiendo cada día de ellos y un surfer increíble, la verdad cada hit están muy reñidos y también verlo en estas olas es increíble porque también mira cómo ellos la surfean a como nosotros la surfeamos.
It's amazing to see not only the great vibes that a lot of local people are having here in El Salvador, but competing against the world's best and seeing their abilities and now knowing that he's got the same abilities too. He's looking good for the future. And now the second question, the most important one. What do you think surfing, and especially your competition here at this event, is going to do for surfing not only in El Salvador, Central America, and Latin America as a whole? ¿Qué piensas que tu desempeño va a proveer para el futuro de Centroamérica, El Salvador y Latinoamérica como surfing?
Sí, la verdad que el surfing está creciendo aquí en El Salvador y en Centroamérica y Latinoamérica. El surf está creciendo muchísimo, especialmente en El Salvador. Ahorita hay muchos niños que vienen con todo, se mira la motivación de los jóvenes, así que, y también no solo aquí en Centroamérica, Latinoamérica, entonces el surf está creciendo bastante y lo bueno que es un deporte muy lindo que nos une a todos cuando estamos surfeando en el agua y que es lo más bonito que estamos disfrutando de las olas y estamos disfrutando cada momento que Dios nos regala.
Well, he not only says that surfing's developing a lot here in Central America and El Salvador, but there's a lot of young crop of kids coming through this region, and he's going to see a lot of them in the future on the championship tour and at least on the qualifying series, hopefully. Brian, ¿algo que quieras decir en español para la gente salvadoreña?
Sí, la verdad que quiero agradecerle de todo corazón, gracias por el gran apoyo que me estaban brindando, las vibras que se sentían acá eran increíbles. Estoy súper agradecido con toda la gente también del gobierno, toda la gente de la WSL. Gracias por esta gran oportunidad y vamos con todo para la siguiente y súper alegre. Muchas gracias.
Wants to thank everybody from the local government, everybody from the World Surf League, and everybody putting on this event here at Surf City. Felicidades, Brian. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo.
Gracias a todos.
Gracias, compas. That was beautiful. What a legend. Brian Perez. It's been just a joy getting to know him, his family, his brothers that are working at this event as well, doing some camera work, some drone footage. He's welcomed everybody with open arms to this region here in Surf City and Punta Roca with a smile on his face. That was definitely a special part of this event. Can't wait to see him throughout this series. He'll definitely be here watching every single heat unfold. As we're looking at 4:19 on the clock. Maddie Mcgillivray still leading over Colopinto chasing Carlos Munoz at the moment, but he's waiting for a score that'll probably almost definitely change things around.
Yeah, as we see Griffin getting busy on the second ride. Swoop, speed to burn, Joey. This guy is just looking so in form. He's definitely sharpened his act, moving through these events. Won that maiden event in Portugal, running half that energy. Kaloe out the back. He put his name back in the ring against Maddie Mcgillivray, locking in that 6 point. What did he get?
4-7, yeah.
4-7, yeah. So he's back in the mix now, only requiring 6-4-1, Joe. So he's got to be feeling pretty good that he's found a little bit of something of substance.
Well, he got right in the mix with a single maneuver alley-oop. McGillivray's best 6-6-7, the alley-oop 6-4-7. So basically on the same mark. Chloe's last, though, that we just watched, a 4.73. He needs another 6.41 to catch up with the South African, and now without priority. As numbers are drifting in for Colopinto, he gets the lead off Munoz with his last score of a 5-point ride.
Yeah, interesting. I was surprised that his high mark is the 5.67. I thought maybe on that bigger wave he would have got a little bit of an increase in the score. Obviously not riding out of that last maneuver really hindered that scoring potential.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, if it was just a two-turn combo and that wave shut down, that score might have looked prettier. But since he did fall and leave points out there, you wonder sometimes how many points are actually deducted when you don't complete that ride, where there's a little bit guessing at the end of a big decision like that.
Yeah, that is something to ponder just for him when he comes out of the water, just having a look at that and digesting that number.
So 2:15 to go. Mcgillivray had more pressure on himself than ever before in his career back at Margaret River to surf for his spot past the midseason cut. And the big comment he made when he officially qualified for the entire year, he's like, I get to go home to compete at J-Bay. And when he showed up at G-Land, it wasn't just relaxation and enjoying the ride. He was incredibly focused. His goals have changed significantly. And I really enjoyed getting to know him even more in the Apple TV Plus Make or Break series.
Yeah, it was so much fun just to get that look. I learned so much about Maddie from Make or Break, and also to see him go, you know, finishing in the semifinals and then go back to G-Land and he finished in the quarters. That's a great result.
Great result. Had a big heat where he got past world number 5, Ethan Ewing. And he's got even more confidence heading into Punta Roca. And you can see it in every maneuver. Snap to start and the fade for the South African. Nice bowling section, attacks it perfectly with some spray. There's the throw tail reverse. He's had a similar approach on a lot of these waves, starting off with carves, into a snap, into the throw tail. There's a system to his variety he's laying down out on this point break.
Yeah, we're kind of having a look and seeing, you know, similar kind of patterns and sequences in his surfing, but it is just so cool to see. I feel like Maddie has grown so much from his rookie season. Coming into this season, I think he was that injury replacement. Now he's like found his spot on tour and he gets to keep it with that mid-year cut. Looks like he's going to call it a heat as we're under a minute remaining.
What an all-star performance. 6.67. He got that on wave number 3. Throwing away a couple of 5 range scores. So incredibly effective controlling this heat against Kolohe.
I still think he's going to want to keep an eye on Kolohe with the 20 seconds remaining. I mean, you never want to leave someone out the back with time on the clock. Kolohe checking his watch.
And just starting to run out of time here. And Dino doing a good job finding the alley-oop section, but he wasn't able to fight back for another chance to move on into the round of 16. Maddie Mcgillivray will move on to the next round with a solid performance here at Punta Roca. Action continues here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. When we come back, Jordy Smith and Nat Young hit the lineup.
So pretty. Go, Gabby. Burn him. Excitement levels just lost track. Bursted. The next heat winner we have Rica Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
Big day for pro surfing here in El Salvador as we go through a nice steady pace of one of the best rail lines in the business. Jordy Smith going through the motions through the last part of this wave as he takes on Nat Young here in the elimination round, heat number 6. Colopinto and Carlos Munoz are the priority heat now. As we look at Jordy versus Nat, similar places on the rankings. Jordy number 13 in the world, Nat Young number 16. As we continue on with action, Griffin Colopinto a little bit behind to start. Just stalling, almost distracted if something else is coming, and he decides to get out of there. A lot of surprises down the line on this wave, though, so if he's stalling on the tail, you're almost expecting him to throw down something huge above the lip. A guy that really doesn't have any weaknesses. He's amazing at backdoor and pipeline, not just at the event, but in free surfs. I guess you'd say his talent is incredible in free surfs, and you're always thinking he's going to win and the CT at pipe. But he ends up going down relatively early for what he's capable of. But you think of waves in Tahiti, where he'd be a standout for sure, an absolute charger. Great in the air, great carves. Griffin brings the entire package to the tour.
Yeah, and just one of the nicest people, just has such a good energy about him and a good mindset about the tour as a whole. He's really just so focused but enjoying traveling the world. He always invites his friends into the situation and loves sharing, you know, the big moments.
Yeah, he's a guy that's not always hanging out with pro surfers. You know, a lot of his childhood friends, you'll still see them shadowing him at the big events around the world. And it's really cool to see all the videos that they're creating with his younger brother as well, Crosby, who we're all hoping to see on tour very soon.
Oh, he's unbelievable. Crosby and Griffin, I mean, they've done so much for the community in San Clemente. Like you said, they've been putting on surf movies for the Groms. They had a little premiere of their movie DNA. They collected surfboards for surfers not street children to send them back to South Africa. So yeah, they're very involved with their community and the communities that they go to around the world.
Well, we just had a new heat get started. Jordy Smith versus Nat Young. Kaipo Guerrero finds himself with a great seat in the Red Bull athlete zone. How about this matchup, Kipes?
I love the matchup. I think going into this, these guys you've talked about before, they're even 1-1 apiece in the head-to-head matchups. Interestingly enough, that every single time they have matched up, it's been some big numbers on both sides, so we're expecting that again. This is going to be a new place, though, for them. I believe their other matchups were at Pipeline and over there in Portugal, so we'll see how the right-hand point break comes into play between these two.
Great call, Kaipo. Yeah, the Portugal win for Nat Young actually brought him all the way to the final against Kai Otten, and that was that great rookie year that he had where he finished inside the top 10. A lot of things have changed for Nat Kaipo now as he's matured a lot, learned a lot. He's definitely more dangerous than he was in that rookie season.
Yeah, I mean, he's matured, right? He's now a father and come a lot longer in his pro career. I think he's more settled in. This year, you know, Nat actually is performing really well under pressure. And having that veteran kind of mindset, I think, is faring well for Nat Young. He got some action right now with Jordy Smith.
Good man, Kaipo. Big float to start for the big man. Smith, blowtail reverse. He gets it. Right into a bottom turn and throws down a snap. Inside track opening up for the roundhouse. And Mr. Smith just floats through the white water. He'll climb that section with some style. And he'll step off. 3.67 on the opener for Jordy. That'll be a better score for that commitment out the back.
Yeah, that was incredible just to see the way that he was linking those maneuvers together. I have a feeling, like we were talking about Maddie Mcgillivray in the last heat, there's a lot of waves back home in South Africa that they can draw similarities to. And Jordy's looking really at home on this wave so far. We'll see the answer back from Nat, and like we were saying, I mean, these guys' matchups, they've been incredibly close, high-scoring affairs, so I'm hoping to see more of that action here on the replay. Floats it, comes around with a lot of speed, delays that bottom turn right into that hook, committed. Just such a beautiful thing to see that explosive approach from such a big guy and staying in that pocket. So cool to see Jordy's fresh perspective on Punta Roca. That little float was kind of a little weird.
Jordy's got a great sense of humor as well. I love when he starts just feeling the energy of an event. Remember when he won Brazil that year, all the different types of claims that he brought to pro surfing. Here's Nat Young, the goofy foot from Santa Cruz. Big vertical fan. How's the timing? Drills it again, almost a slip, but he controls it. And then attacking the finish, looking incredibly strong. Back when the CT went to Steamer Lane, a few years back, 2012, I believe it was. Nat was a wild card there. And it was a pretty uncomfortable event for a lot of pro surfers where they had a hard time figuring out the right at Steamers. And for Nat being a local boy, he made it look so easy. Tricky right-handers he doesn't have a problem with, bro.
Oh, definitely. First look at him yesterday, you could tell that he just had this wave on lock. And I love the way that he's looking over his shoulder. This backhand is so quick in transition. Yeah, he's looking pretty lethal in the lineup at the moment, and good comparison between the two surfers. I mean, you obviously have Jordy Smith. He's a big guy. He's on his forehand versus Nat Young. He's got that quick whip in the pocket.
So a great battle, Goofy versus regular. Nat Young's won the Coldwater Classic. Jordy Smith has as well, both with a lot of talent on rights that can change on demand as you go down the line. So great at adapting there. Let's catch up with Maddie Mcgillivray with Shannon.
Here with Maddie Mcgillivray. Matt, congratulations on a heat win. Talk to me about conditions out there, but also holding control over Chloe Andino for the entire heat.
The conditions are still fun. It was pulsing in the morning when we showed up for the free surf, and it's calmed down since. There's still sets coming through, but it takes a long time for them to come, so you have to be on the medium ones and the smaller ones, especially in the non-priority heat. My goal was to keep busy and to try to build a house and just like build my scores up. So I had something to start the priority heat with. And thankfully I was in rhythm for my non-priority heats and got a few up top, further up the point. And yeah, everything just kind of worked out. There are a couple sets like halfway through the heat and at the end of the heat a couple sets, so I wasn't sure where Kolohe was because I knew if he was on one of those I would be in trouble. But thankfully everything played out fine for me.
And paddling out there, were you planning to go to the air?
I was. The wind's perfect for it, and this wave also is ideal for airs. It's soft, it's not too powerful, but it's still got a clean lip, and then with the air wind right now, it's a good way to get scores.
Well, it's great to see you with another heat win, and coming off the last two events, some great results. It seems to us like you're really settling into your place here on the championship tour. Are you feeling as settled as you seem to the rest of us?
I'm feeling a lot more confident, just having spent the time, like since last year, just learning from all the heat losses and slowly just finding my feet and learning the lessons I needed to learn. And now, in the back end of the year, yeah, I'm just excited to be doing my best surfing, hopefully, like at really good locations. And my goal is always just to keep learning throughout the course of my career. As long as I'm learning and getting better, I'm happy. And yeah, I feel like I'm in a good place right now.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for sharing, and best of luck in the next round.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, guys.
Shot brew. Maddie Mcgillivray doing a great job. Last couple of events for him have been just stellar keepers. He's still looking strong here in El Salvador. He just was kind of dial-a-bomb in that last heat. He was on the ones that stretched out, gave him multiple sections to work with, showed us a lot of variety and more of the airs that we want to see from him.
Yeah, it's so fun to see that variety that he's got in his back pocket. I'm super interested in the scores that Nat and Jordy both dropped there. Joey, when you see the comparisons and what the judges are looking at.
Interesting. They ended up on the exact same number. 617 for Jordy, where he did that blowtail reverse and then continued. Nat Young backhand hacks, same score to 617. There's 5 judges on the panel. They dropped the high and the low. So each individual judge had a different opinion on how that exchange went, but just how they averaged out, it ended up being exactly the same.
What are the chances on an exchange from the surfers, you know, backhand versus regular, to get the exact same number? It's pretty interesting to see that number dropping for both of them.
So for Jordy, for example, Judge 5 gave him a 6.5, gave Nat Young a 6. So for Judge number 5, he's like, I like Jordy's just a half a point better. But then the opposite situation happened. Say Judge, you know, number 2, 6.5 for Nat Young to a 5.5 for Jordy Smith. That's a point difference there.
Yeah. And that's why surfing's a subjective sport. That's why we have the 5 judges. The high and the low gets dropped to get that average.
Back to Nat's version of a 617.
Yeah, beautiful first maneuver to line him up on that open face. Winds around. Just a lot of backhand maneuvers, a lot of power. Like you said, he almost kind of misstepped on that turn. A lot of spray, but kept it tight in the pocket. Quick transition through turns. Here, Jordy gets that first beat on the float. This maneuver right here, so quick in transition. Good to see him regather his composure after that move. just winds through a couple cutback maneuvers and then kind of went a little weird on this little rebounding float right there. But, you know, all the bulk of his maneuvers out the back, it was pretty much that two-turn combo that we saw from him. Nat Young, a series of backhand maneuvers got him to that number.
I appreciate the variety from Jordy as he goes straight above the lip. Solid frontside punt into a big wrap. How's this inside track? Smith digs in with another open face hook into a snap right off the lip. Doesn't get much sweeter than that.
Yeah, great surfing as we see Carlos out the back.
Carlos tags the lip quickly. Controls the down carve. Right into a snap off the lip. And then lights up that oncoming section right in front of Smith into a double up. Bonus section for the Costa Rican, and he'll put that one to bed. Only been surfing for a couple of weeks before accepting this wild card opportunity. As we know, John went through that tough injury announcement after G-Land. Carlos back in the game, and he's definitely getting the most cheers out of anybody in the water right now.
Yeah, that's got to be fun to look back at a passionate crowd, stoked to see you back competing. And Carlos, that first maneuver just places it in that lip line, does this down carve to set him up to stay tight in that pocket with that draining tide. You want to stay pretty critical on this wave. You don't want to get too far in front of it. You know, you can end up going kind of backwards with such a strong pull of the tide. Good series of maneuvers there for Carlos. I think he's going to get back in the mix with that one. And here, Jordy's option, that first straight air was super fun to watch him unveil that first maneuver. Goes into that carve. Look how this wave just stands up and bowls and just really offers him more sections to work with. The fins get a little bit stuck and disengaged there, but he finishes super strong and he likes it.
A very meaningful claim. Jordy wasn't joking around with that claim at all. That felt good. It looked good. I mean, that's what you want to see from Jordy Smith at Punta Roca. To commit to a cool, straight frontside air right out of the gates was incredible. For me, even on the last exchange, tied at 617s, I would have been one of the judges leaning towards Jordy just for that aggressive risk on that opening combination.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Definitely when you're thinking about the combination of major maneuvers from him and that risk-reward factor, there was something about that first ride for me, and I want to see the number come in for this second ride because, again, it showed us a lot of different variations.
Really important comeback for Carlos Munoz to the championship tour. He's hoping for at least a 6.84 to take the lead off Griffin. By the sounds we heard from the booth, Strider, I think everyone felt like he did enough on that last wave.
Yeah, Carlos is paddling by me right now. Beautiful smile on his face, and the beach was going crazy for him after his wave. So I was just thinking, as an opponent of Carlos is out here, you could feel that vibe coming out from the grandstands, and the flags are being waved. So as a you know, coming up against that, it's got to wear on you a little bit mentally. You know, I know Griffin is a super positive surfer and in the moment, but I mean, just sitting out here hearing all these cheers from the beach for Carlos, it lifts you, you know, from inside. Just you can feel it jolting. So I think you know, it's going to put Griffin up against the fence a bit too.
Thank you, Strider. 5.07 for last of Carlos. So still needing a 5.61 to take the lead, but getting a bit closer now. That's his best score of the heat so far. And he's down to 5 minutes and 50 seconds. It definitely is that additional factor, kind of like remembering Jordy Smith winning his first event at J-Bay. Everyone cheering his name, and the vuvuzelas there because the World Cup has just finished, and it was just so electric. And you know, Jordy was definitely feeling a part of that turn for turn with the crowd, mind surfing with him down that point. Last score for Jordy Smith, an 8.27, an excellent number as he's on the roll again. Smith enjoying his time at Punta Roca will just kick up and out. But what a fun wave to watch. Big straight air into some aggressive maneuvers.
Yeah, that was a great wave. I mean, we haven't seen too many excellent scores out here at Punta Roca just yet. We've seen a lot of 7s, but to get into that upper echelon, the 8.27 from Jordy, is really fun to get that conversation going about the excellent scores that we can see throughout the day.
Some fun little sections when they do approach, and if you've got a great air game, you take advantage of it. I feel like Nat Young is just going to stick to that reliability factor of that backhand hack that he has. It's so sturdy, it transitions well, He's one of those surfers that doesn't ever appear to have downtime, and he's able to go rail to rail. Famously making the final at Bells against Adriano de Souza as a rookie on tour. He almost was the first to be a goofy foot to bring a bell back since Akalupo. You know, since then we've seen Wilco and Italo, but Nat was incredibly close. You reflect back on that moment in the final, a big CT final with a lot of history. He had priority. He was waiting for a score. He said he just started envisioning a set coming. He just had his eyes closed for a moment and just pictured a wall coming that he needed. When he opened his eyes, it was the biggest set of the day, much too big than what he imagined. But it was great to know that his visualization worked, but maybe worked too well. It closed out the entire Bells Bowl.
Yeah, that manifesting something towards you is so. I think we've all done it as surfers. Like, okay, I'm gonna sit here, and this is what I'm gonna get. I deserve this. I deserve this wave. But yeah, it's so fun to see Nat back on tour, back where he belongs. He's had such, you know, an up and down career. He's been through so much. He's had a lot of character building years, so really cool to see him back on the championship tour. He's made this mid-year cut. He can go for that final 5. He's got a lot on the line here as he takes off on this wave.
Nice easy roll in for Nat Young. Snap to slide off that first section, and he doesn't have priority in this heat. He's got to get out of there. This is Colopinto getting the rest of it. Nice clean wrap to kick this one off for Griff, digging in a bit harder on the forehand hook. There's the fade. Inside bowl's looking fun for Colopinto. Snaps it off the lip. There's a big rock. He'll use it as a wedge. Springing into action for the float, and Colopinto puts that thing to sleep.
Oh, lift your feet. Please don't touch any of those barnacles on the inside there. Wow, what a wave from Griffin.
Special performance from Colopinto, and great awareness, knowing that he had the priority heat. Nat had to stop his wave short, and he capitalized. The 5.0's gone, and Carlos is going to need a lot more with 2:25 to go. Nat Young winding up. There's the snap. He's got some speed. Awkward connection on the float, but hanging in there. Driving hard for a nice, clean tail ditch. There's a rock approaching, and he will step off. So Nat's been managing those little surprises in the wave at Punta Roca well. Still got the 617 when he almost slid off. Even through that float section there, he's so strong-footed with his stance. He can make it through anything.
Yeah, it's that low center of gravity that he has. As we see Nat just having to give way to Griffin Colopinto, and Griffin just digging his teeth into this wave. You can tell that the energy, he's been sitting out in the lineup waiting for this wave, probably manifesting this little nugget of his own. Beautiful connection there, and like you said, there was so much to contend with here with that double up section as the rock approaches, and then this end section, the way that he was able to negotiate all of that, just so impressive. Nat Young now taking off. Let's have a look. That first turn was great. Like you said, this floater was a little bit awkward. He doesn't quite meet that section the way he would have wanted to, but definitely kind of rectifies the situation with this last maneuver where he ditches those fins. Beautiful flow through that maneuver. One of my favorites that I've seen from Nat in this heat so far, that last move.
Really hard to do, blowing the tail out like he did on that last section, as Colopinto's already making the effort to come up the rocks with 45 seconds on the clock. Last of Griff coming into the screen at an 8.17. Massive score in the excellent range, leaving Carlos with the lineup and priority to chase an 8.77 to move on.
Yeah, that's sometimes so disheartening to hear when you're out there and you hear your competitors dropped an excellent score and there's so little time on the clock. Let's see if Carlos can find an opportunity to go into that excellent range. We've seen 2 excellent waves in this heat so far, so it's out there.
Always great vibes from Carlos Munoz. Always says pura vida when he sees you. Always welcoming you with an embrace no matter where he is around the world. So stoked to see him back in the jersey and starting to get back to 100%. Griffin Colopinto gets the win to move on into the round of 16 with amazing form on his final wave, an 8.17. Jordy Smith and Nat Young will now be the priority heat. And about to get started is Miguel Pupo taking on Jake Marshall in heat number 7 of the elimination round. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Shannon Hughes and Laura Eniver for the call right after this.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles.
That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Welcome back to the action here for the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We woke up to some better conditions than what we had on offer yesterday. We've launched into a huge day of competition. The men's elimination round currently running. We'll be going straight into the men's round of 16, followed by the women's quarters this afternoon. It's going to be a great day of competition here, and we've been rolling through some heat. Shannon Hughes in the booth, joined by Laura Eniver, and it's been fun to be able to see the action in person, Laura.
Yes, what a morning it's been. It's just the waves have just delivered this morning so much better than yesterday. We had a huge storm last night roll through, so much rain, but we've woken up this morning to some amazing conditions, and even with that little bit of wind that pushed through, the the walls and the faces of the waves are super clean, and yeah, some exciting heats we've got here.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. The tide's pretty low at the moment, so a couple of the guys, most of the guys coming out of the water have just been sharing the fact that conditions are a little bit tricky, but we are expecting it to continue to improve, which is what we saw yesterday with that high tide push through the day.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon was absolutely pumping, and even in the free surf in the afternoon, it was, just so many waves rolling through. So we'll see the conditions just keep improving throughout the day, and yeah, it's going to be a goodie.
So stoked for it. Well, Jordy Smith and Nat Young are already in the lineup, but freshly joining in, Miguel Pupo and Jake Marshall. Miguel ranked number 8 in the world right now, up against Jake Marshall in number 20. One of our veterans against a rookie. They're in the non-priority heat for the moment, so they've got about 22 minutes to catch waves under priority. Probably not going to be getting into the better sets, but getting to get a feel of the lineup, while Jordy Smith and Nat Young have the full pick of the lineup now with that priority heat underway.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen in a couple of the past heats people getting some good scores under priority. There's the sets that shift wider, and also we've seen some people go way up the point. Even in that last heat, we saw Nat Young. He actually had to give way to Griffin, and that was the bomb that Griffin got there, that 8-point ride. So, there's so much opportunity out there, and for both the heats.
It's been really fun to be able to see it all coming through. At the moment, with that priority heat, Jordy Smith is sitting up in the lead. He got a 6.17 for a second wave and then found himself an excellent score of an 8.27. He's got a big requirement now on the Californian and Nat Young. Nat's got that equal 6.17 on the scoreboard. Those came through scores around the same time, but hasn't been able to really put anything on that would keep him in that conversation to be advancing through. He's now chasing that 8.27 equal score to Jordy, which would then tie them up in the lineup. As we take a look at live action with Jordy Smith using priority on this one, and he'll just have to kick out as that wave shuts down in front of him.
This has been such an exciting heat. I think, Nat and Jordy, both of them would have been my picks just from seeing them in the free surfs as we see him taking off wider here.
So he's just kind of positioned himself down the line with that first takeoff, now unleashes the tail on the second, and he'll go out the back.
Yeah, both.
And down in the Red Bull athlete zone right now, we've got Kaipo, Guerrero. We've got a couple of brothers on tour this year, Kaipo, Miguel, and Sammy. It's been exciting to see them in the mix.
It really is. They were talking to each other right before this heat. right here. And interestingly enough, that they're going to be together in the water at the same time, heat 7 and 8, as we conclude this elimination round in this overlapping format. So that's going to be some interesting stuff when the brothers are going to be out there at the same one. Maybe, you know, they had some words together, but just brothers in pro surfing. There's been such great brothers. You got to think of Bruce and Andy Irons. I forgot to mention yesterday Shea and Corey Lopez, Nick and Tom Carroll, Mike and Derek Ho, Neko and Teko Padarats. Shannon, do you have a favorite brothers combination on pro surfing?
I think my current favorite is just the Pupo brothers. I love that they're both finding that rhythm. I can't believe that they both found that success as well, making it past the midseason cut, that Miguel's currently in the best career of his life while his little brother gets to experience that rookie feeling, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, what about the greatest siblings in pro surfing? When we look at the Wright family, Owen, Mikey, and Tyler Wright are all on tour at the same time, so that's some really interesting stuff. So the family tree of surfing continues to flourish.
It sure is. Thanks so much, Kaipo, for that insight. And Laura, I've got to say, just talking about the family tree, I feel like the whole WSL tour now just is a family. There in the background behind Kaipo, we could see Nat's partner, Tia, and his little girl, Rocky Rose, just rolling around the athlete zone.
Yeah, she's an absolute doll, and you know, this is one of the first events that Tia and Rocky Rose have been able to come to this year, and Nat was just saying in G-Land he was so excited to have them here. And you know, obviously you know, not everyone's spending so much time away from their families this year. Miguel, I think, has been away from his wife and 3 daughters for over 2 months now, so you know, I was just speaking to him in the athlete zone, and he's so excited to have them come to Rio and Saquarema, and you know, that'll be an amazing, you know, amazing thing to be reunited with the family after such a long stint away.
Oh, it'll be so exciting for them to be reunited, to get to spend some time. I know Felipe Toledo got 1 night at home in between G-Land and coming here, which would have felt so refreshing, but almost more painful as well, having to say goodbye again that quickly.
Maybe got some washing done though.
Yeah, that's always an important one, especially coming from the jungle and into another tropical location.
And then also a shout out to all the families watching at home. I'm sure Lyndall and Geordie's son Ziggy are watching somewhere in the world, whatever time it is. But you know, everyone, the support crew is just so big and wide, you know, around the world with all the families. It is a family affair.
And speaking of brothers, Colopinto brothers have been on quite a tear around the world, free surfing and competition surfing. We've got Griffin Colopinto ready to go with Mitch Salzar.
Thank you, Shannon. Here with Griff. Griff, you were able to identify an 8.17 out there, one of the highest waves of the event so far. What were you able to see that everybody else didn't on that wave?
Well, the waves, especially with the low tide right now, it's like running off super fast, and that wave that was coming kind of just had like a really nice taper to it and looked super slow. Didn't look like it had much wall actually, and then I think as it hits the sandbar, it kind of like makes its own little bully section. So I saw that, and Carlos needed a 5.6 and he was gonna go, so I had to go.
You've won in Latin America before, a pro junior event in Los Cabos a few years ago. Actually, that win was with a last-minute buzzer beater too. What would it mean for you to not only win here in Central America and El Salvador, but your second CT event of this year too?
Well, it'd be massive. I've had really good memories down here. My first ever reef break I surfed was in Costa Rica at the Escondido wave. So yeah, something about this area just like brings back those like little kid memories, and yeah, it just, the smell and the air, everything about it, it's really nice, and it'd be insane. I got my dad here, and to win with him or something would be awesome. But yeah, it's one heat at a time, and I saw Jack Robbo do it at the last 2 events. He just seemed so in the zone and so present and just didn't care who he had in his heat, and that was super inspiring to me, so I kind of want to take a little piece of Jackie boy.
Well, we'll see you later today too, Griff. Rest up.
All right, thank you.
Shannon?
Thanks so much, Mitch. And yeah, it is really cool to hear that inspiration that Griff can pull from what Jack's been capable of in the last 2 events. And you can see kind of similar mindsets coming through from the 2 of them. Griffin typically being a little bit more goofy, Jack maybe a little more serious, but that whole mindset to really just get into their own world and their own zone seems to be really connecting the 2 of them.
For sure, and I mean, we've seen Griffin this year really tap into that meditation, and he talks about it quite a bit. He'll find his little spot somewhere in the athlete zone, put his headphones on, and he'll, you know, he's not shy to just show that he is meditating, and he wants to just get in and tap in to that headspace that can allow him to surf and free up and do his best surfing. So I love that. I mean, yeah, Jack, you know, a 3rd and 2 firsts in the last few events. It's kind of rare to see someone, you know, especially lately, have a win and then back it up with a win or, you know, a really big result. So it's been very inspirational seeing what Jack Robinson's been up to.
Yeah, it's been pretty incredible, and it is a rare thing to be able to see surfers go back-to-back, not only just being able to make it through that many heats consistently, given changing of venues, changing of conditions all the time, keeping that focus alive, but then to actually walk away with the win is pretty incredible to do back-to-back. As we see Miguel Pupo just have a little look at that one. So he's got a couple small scores on the board, looking for something that really allows him to actually go to his first turn. Where for Jake Marshall in the non-priority heat, he's been patient this whole time, hasn't even paddled into a wave.
Yeah, I think Jake's probably just looking for something that's kind of going to come wider and be sort of bigger and, you know, something that can give him some big sections to work with. You know, Jake obviously knows this wave so well. He's got a house down here and he's here with his brother Nick and his dad, and he just said he's been cooking at home and it is like a second home to him down here in El Salvador. And you know, he's got a few secret spots around here that he won't really tell me about, but you know, said he just loves coming down here and yeah, just loves the waves, and I can see why. When I've had, you know, the chance to explore Surf City, it's just, there's so many fun waves down here.
Yeah, there's just so much opportunity as we see little brother Sammy Pupo doing the rock hop to get down to the shoreline. It's a little bit easier right at the start, but we can already see he's got some tape on the foot as we take a look now at live action. Big brother Miguel puts the fins out the back of that wave and he won't make that connection. And now out in front, Jordy Smith also just with that quick kick in and out. Seems like a lot of the surfers today, looking at those just kind of the full draw of scores rolling through, there's plenty of surfers today that have gotten themselves into that 10 to 12 range total for how many waves they've actually caught. But so many of those waves have been just those quick kickouts, like not even putting scores on the board.
Yeah, well, a bunch of the waves today, as Griffin was saying in his interview, they look like they have a short taper on them at the start, then they hit that inside sandbank, and it's kind of hit and miss, but some of them have these really long tapered walls and double up through the inside to, you know, have some steep scoring potential. So, you know, I think it's a good thing to just keep rolling the dice and just seeing what you're going to get as we see Jake on his first wave.
Jake on his first wave, looked for a little cover up there, was trying to hunt one down, couldn't quite get there. We saw Miguel Pupo also go for that first turn, got a little bit hung up as that wave, that funky double up section that didn't quite connect too clean. And we will have the first score on the board though for Jake Marshall and that priority situation unfolding. Down to 9 minutes on the clock for Jordy Smith and for Nat Young. Nat currently sitting with priority. And Miguel Pupo has been on an absolute tear this year. We've got Strider Wazalewski out the back in the lineup, getting to watch the best in the world. And what do you think of Miguel's surfing today, Strider?
Miguel's on fire. He just has a lot of confidence. You know, in his heat yesterday, I was actually like watching it, looking at the replays, thinking, wow, maybe he won that one in my mind, you know, because he was just so technical and his surfing in the lip was so on point, and his positioning and variation of surfing that he was doing was just unbelievable. And as he paddled the bias, you know, we had a great conversation about it. And he said he has so much confidence right now, and he feels good about his surfing that he doesn't take that as a, you know, as a loss. He just takes it as he said he was surfing unbelievably, and he said he feels really well, you know, like he's surfing really well. So he's just going to come back out here and try and do the same thing and replicate what he did yesterday.
I love it. Thanks so much, Strider. And it is an interesting one, thinking of just the change in the format. You know, walking away with a second place finish in that opening round, Laura, means you're into the elimination round. So even surfers that are surfing well and making it through in that top 2/3, it's a change up just kind of in strategy as well.
Yeah, it is for sure. I mean, everyone going into that first round yesterday, we've just seen that lift in, you know, performance and focus, because it is, you know, it is such a amazing result. If you can win that heat and skip that elimination round, you're getting so many more points, and you know, that's what everyone wanted to do, just skip this. But you know, Miguel, back to him, I was just chatting to him in the competitors area before, and he was in such a good place. He was so chatty and happy, and you know, I think he just knows that, you know, this year's been amazing. He's in 8th position and you know, a 3rd at Pipe, 5th at Bells, surfing so incredible, and you know, just also excited to get back to Brazil soon, and you know, the end of this sort of big stint for him. But yeah, he's in a very, very good headspace here with his dad as well, and yeah, very exciting.
So cool. It's so exciting to see someone like that who's had a long career, who's been competing on the CT for a number of years, finally start to feel that rhythm, where for Miguel Pupo, he had such a strong qualifying series campaign, especially in those big events. You know, it's different to take a win in a 1,000 or 5,000. When you're actually walking away with consistent final appearances and wins on the QS 10,000 level or now the Challenger Series level, It's really impressive, and that's what Miguel was doing in his roads to qualification. He's made 6 QS 10,000 finals in his career, and he's won 5 of them, which is incredibly impressive. One of those finals that he made it into was back in 2019 at the Abanca Galicia Classic Surf Pro, which was in Spain. It was an event where we partnered up with the Longboard Tour that year as well. We had 4 events, and it was really fun to be in the mix with the QS surfers and the Longboard Tour. Miguel won that event. He ended up re-qualifying himself for the CT that year, and Jake Marshall, it was one of their first head-to-head matchups. They actually haven't even matched up on the CT together yet until this heat. It was a huge year for him. He just narrowly missed out on qualification that year, and it took him a couple more years to find himself in that space. But it's great to see someone like Miguel who's found, I think, that rhythm and maybe that comfortable space within the QS. He's now finally starting to put that piece of the puzzle together here on the CT.
Yeah, it's so cool. He's just been a standout this year, and you know, he's made it clear he wants to make that final 5. That's why he you know, didn't go home, and some of the times after Margaret River there was a bit of a gap. Some people scooted home, but he just really wanted to, you know, just stay focused on his road to the final 5.
We've got Tia and little Rocky Rose there, daughter and partner of Nat Young. Just a little spoon action, and it's been fun to see them around the contest site this week, and so fun to see the families growing for so many competitors. And I think for Nat probably to have them finally on the road with him, as you said, it's, you know, one of the first events that they've been able to travel to together, would just give him such a fun feeling being here.
For sure. I mean, it is. It's just, you know, it's hard. The schedule this year, it's so incredible, but it is, you know, grueling to spend so much time away from family, and you know, but everyone wants to stay focused. They're in this, and this is the job. It's you know, it's tough, but you know, it's amazing at the same time, and to have these special moments with the family here, it's what it's all about.
I was thinking about it earlier today, and just the fact that it is a really intense back-to-back run of events right now, which is kind of cool. I think for some surfers, they'll tap into that energy of just keeping that ball rolling. But I've got to feel like for so many of the surfers, as well as the crew and the staff that travel around the world, they just cannot wait until the WSL finals finish, because now with the changes to the structure as well, it's allowed that opportunity to for everybody to just have a few months off and rest in preparation for next year, rather than finishing out the end of the season at Pipeline and then kicking off early the following year.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, I think it's been fun. You know, yeah, shout out to the whole WSL crew, everyone that makes this happen at every event. It's, you know, so much goes into it. And I mean, yeah, look where we are at G-Land. That was, you know, an event in the jungle, and here for the first time in El Salvador. It's been so cool, especially for me, coming from the competitor's side into the production side, and just seeing, you know, how incredible it is to, and what it takes to get the, you know, the wheels rolling everywhere.
It's been exciting to see Yago Dor back in the jersey as well, flying high yesterday. Walked away with the biggest score of the day, as we take a look at live action now with Jake Marshall, finding some rhythm down the line. Nice use of the rail, finding some speed as well, and just goes for that float over the section. Finds a second one as well. Goes really bowly on him. He puts it straight vertical, and he rides out clean.
Wow. Those are the waves I was talking about, those ones that you take off and just get that inside draining, running, you know, part of the wave. And Jake, that's exactly what he was looking for, as we see Miguel behind him.
Miguel with priority, paddling into that wave. He'll kick out. He still hasn't found anything above a 1, actually. That'll be his 5th wave that he caught. Jake Marshall now going to stick a decent-sized score on the board and have something to start building from. He's been super selective in comparison to Miguel within this heat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what, you know, Jake was looking at, and even just seeing where he was positioned down the point, they are a bit wider than Geordie and Nat. So that was, yeah, look at this wave rolling in. It had a little bit of a wonk to it at the start, but Jake just picking the eyes out of that first section, waiting for it to, you know, just he knew that this double up inside runner would, you know, come to life here. And a nice little float. Here's the money section, right in this awesome section, throwing the tail, and you know, committed drop there to finish.
Very committed finish. Scores to come through now for Jake Marshall of Encinitas, California. It's looking positive for him, and it'll put a requirement now on the board for Miguel Pupo. In our priority heat number 6, Geordie Smith is still sitting in the lead over Nat Young, as scores have just dropped through for first of Jake Marshall, or second, but really the first score on the board for the non-priority heat. It's a 5.83.
Yeah, nice start for Jake there, and to get that in the non-priority heat is a win right now.
Geordie Smith out in front. He found that 6.17, built then to an 8.27, which is no surprise for him to walk away with an excellent score here at a perfect right-hand point that mimics so much of Jeffreys Bay.
Oh, I've been so impressed with Geordie's performance here, and even just looking at, you know, through his social clips he's been dropping in the lead up to this event, he's been, you know, he's just so back. He's surfing so progressive. It's like he's, yeah, after that injury last year, he's just come back so strong, and you know, I'm excited to see him just, you know, going to the air, you know, blowing his fins and getting super progressive. It's a really cool new fresh side to Geordie to see again.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I thought it was a hard call for him probably to make, to go ahead and have surgery and to make sure that he could rehab well enough to come back into season this year, having to miss out on the Olympics opportunity because of it. But for that, it just seems to have worked out so well, and I think he probably just felt he made the decision, he was confident in it, and he had a whole game plan in mind. And now looking at his just everything coming together for him this year, it's really exciting, being that he's one of the oldest on tour. With Kelly out of the draw this week, he's the oldest surfer outside of Steph Gilmore, who's just about a month older than Geordie, in that mid-30s range. And he's doing really well. I mean, he's got Nat chasing a solid score right now of an 8.27 to advance. Gets a little bit hung up on that first section, has a bit of wobble on it, but man, silky smooth as he connects through a few turns, throws that tail high, and he'll fall out of that wave.
His boards just look like they're working so good, those Smith shapes that he's on. Yeah, just pumped to see Geordie back. And we haven't really seen him in waves, you know, little head high running rights in a while. So it's so cool to see this side of Geordie.
Yeah, it's just so exciting to see him connect in and to be able to find that flow with a wave that offers it. Down to 12 seconds on the clock for Geordie Smith and Nat Young. Scores trickling through now, but it looks like Nat will be out of the equation here in the elimination round. An early loss for him heading into the rest of the season. Geordie Smith with a great result, an 8.27 and a 6.17 walking through. Jake Marshall, Miguel Pupo, Connor O'Leary, and Samuel Pupo in the lineup right after this.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
We're working with WSL in El Salvador to restore the habitat along the Rio Chilama.
Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and this wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
My name is Samuel Pupo, I'm 21 years old, and I'm from Marzia, São Paulo. It's a dream come true for sure, especially with my brother on tour.
We're really happy, my dad's really proud, my mom too, so it's gonna be nice. I would say he's a way better version of me, you know, bigger and stronger.
Just my biggest goal would probably be have a shot at the world title in my first year. It's a big goal, but you know, you just gotta go for it.
And the Pupo brothers are officially in the lineup together, surfing in different heats though, as we've got the overlapping format running through. Shannon Hughes alongside Laura Inniver in the booth, and joining Jake Marshall and Miguel Pupo, we've got Connor O'Leary, world number 14, and Samuel Pupo, world number 16, matched up against each other. It's an opportunity to get some fun right-handers today at Punta Roca. And we've already got Sammy getting an early start and digging into that rail.
That must be so cool for them to be out there together, but obviously not competing together. Have they actually had any heats this year?
They did have a heat together. Now, I can't remember off the top of my head if it was Bells or Margaret River, but there was an actual head-to-head matchup between the two of them. It was the older brother who got the win, and Miguel. And I believe that was their first head-to-head matchup at this level of competition. But yeah, it would be a little bit of a different dynamic, maybe a little bit more fun for them knowing that they could both be advancing through into the next round.
Yeah, so cool. You know, Wagner watching in the competitors area must just be having a ball right now. Miguel said that he actually wasn't going to come to this event, but then he got too excited and he had to come over and fly over and meet the boys. So, you know, they're having an amazing time over here together.
So fun, and a little bit closer to home too for the Brazilian squad to be able to be here in El Salvador. Of course, Australia leg, G-Land, everything's just so far. Heading to South Africa after Rio, Tahiti, it's just all quite far from home. So to be in this kind of Central to South American zone, it's been really fun to see family members be able to come, especially from North America as well. But then also for so many locals here, Laura, for so many of the Costa Rican crew to fly through, and surfers that we know from other areas, from the Dominican Republic that are here, from other parts of this Central American pack, to be able to see the world's best performing on waves in their area.
Yeah, it's so cool. And the Costa Rican crew, they were very, very loud, making so much noise for Carlos Munoz. So cool to see. And also, yeah, the El Salvadorian crew for Brian Perez. So yeah, been really, really fun seeing all the spectators just, yeah, having a great time down here in El Salvador.
Great to see some swell arrive. We knew there was going to be some big storms rolling through. Last night, the rain was so heavy that it was almost difficult to fall asleep. We were all soaked running to get dinner last night, Laura.
Yeah.
But that did generate a little bit more of that swell. So we had it kind of building through yesterday as well, and it's been great that it's just been holding through, maybe a little bit slower, but still some solid size on offer today.
Yeah, no, it's super fun. There's, you know, it's so contestable. So many cool different peaks up along this point here at Punta Roca as well. So we're seeing the surfers pick the eyes out of it, and you know, it's actually been a bit sleepy at the moment. We're seeing some quite a lot of sets roll through in the last few heats, but hopefully we'll see those sets pump through. It's, you know, coming down to the low tide at the moment, and then as the tide comes in throughout the afternoon, we'll see probably more of those sets push through, and all of that energy just keep coming in.
Well, we can see a whole lot of rocks exposed right now, and our good friend Strider Wazalewski had to do the rock dance to get into the lineup because it's on low tide. Strider, talk to me about the tides right now.
Yeah, tides definitely dropped out. I think I was low tide at 9:30, 9:35, something like that. But we got, with that tide dropping out like that, you're going to have, you know, the water settling, so to speak. You got to have a lull in the action. As the tide recedes, it sucks out, and it kind of goes against the swell. And now that we've got low tide, we have about a 45-minute slack, so we basically no tide movement whatsoever. Then the swells kind of build back in, and then we'll get, with the push, we'll get a lot more swell coming in with that tide. So last night we saw some really great swell all the way through into dark, and it was rushing up under the scaffolding, and at the moment, you know, the water is receded all the way out. I think it's about an 8-foot tide. It's just massive with the full moon. So big tides, big weights, but we will see waves as the tide starts pushing back in, and we'll start to see more swell.
Thanks so much, Strider. It was pretty great when we were leaving here yesterday at the end of a big day of competition, just to see some really fun waves on offer for all the competitors to be able to get some free surfs in before dark.
Yeah, it was. Who was absolutely ripping? Steph got a really good wave after the event yesterday, and yeah, same with Griffin Colopinto. He was absolutely shredding. So yeah, there's been so many fun waves. Everyone's raving about the waves here, as we see Sammy Pupo
drives hard on that first turn. Board flips out underneath him. It's always a little bit of a cringe moment. You just hope that they don't land funny on a rail.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Some shindings.
Yeah.
They happened. Very easy.
Yeah,
fins and rails to the shins. Not good.
Always very painful. I took the rail of my board earlier this week, or earlier on this trip. We've been here for about 3 weeks now. Right into my hip. Put a huge gash in the side of my board. A little bit of gash in my hip as well. But the great thing is that we are in Surf City, El Salvador. There are so many surf shops littering this whole area. There's about a 21-kilometer strip that the government has dedicated specifically to surfing and renamed as Surf City. And there's great waves. There's also such a strong community of core surfers here. So we were able to just get the board in straight away to a local ding repair guy, fixed it up. Great affordable repair job, and fixed a couple other dings on the board as well, and had it straight back in the water as quick as possible.
So good. Yeah, the boards, you know, all these boards traveling as well. A lot of dings. There was a great ding station set up at the athlete area at G-Land as well, which was very necessary because the reef there was super sharp. But you know, unfortunately, Sammy he does have a pretty nasty gash on his foot, right on the ball of his foot. So Miguel was saying that you know, it's quite painful for him to surf at the moment. It's his back foot. But yeah, Brisa also getting a pretty gnarly gash. So it's just you know, unfortunate. The rocks are mostly smooth and slippery, but then the odd sharp rock.
There are some sharp ones out there. Well, in that last heat, we saw Jordy Smith find himself in the excellent range. Let's catch up with him and Mitch Salazar now.
Thank you, Shannon. The rocks are sharp here, but you know who surfed even sharper was Jordy Smith. Dropped one of the best scores of the event, an 8.27, and you were able to identify your 2 best waves in the first half of the heat. How were you able to do that?
Through luck, pretty much. It's really hard to choose them out there. You know, it kind of slopes up in that one section, and then it just, you know, unfortunately for Natty, it just stopped the second half. But you can't control things like that, you know. You just kind of roll the dice under priority. I'm sure any one of the other guys, Griffin and Carlos, probably would have taken my waves too if they were in the spot. But yeah, you've just got to kind of be in a lucky position and take them.
What about this wave, the Latin American Jeffries wave, what they call here Punta Roca? Do you feel at home?
No, I think someone has to be slapped every time they call this J-Bay. It's, I think the only similarity is probably the direction. It's a lot weaker. We obviously haven't had big waves out here, but or swell size, but I feel like J-Bay just has a lot more push and a lot more wall.
You're coming up again later today. What are you going to change?
She's not much. Just try and focus on catching the best waves I can and see how I go.
Keep it going, Jordy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Jordy, and calling it out, maybe not quite so similar to J-Bay. Would be great if we could see it just pumping with the right swell direction, a little more size to it, and really get that picturesque comparison.
I have been here before when it's been absolutely pumping, but I haven't been to J-Bay, so I can't make a comparison, but it was one of the best waves and longest waves that I've ever surfed. And yeah, so it's, you know, unfortunate that today, you know, the swell is broken up a little bit and we haven't had that right direction here at Punta Roca, but, you know, so contestable. And, you know, yeah, literally talking to all the athletes, they've just been having a ball down here as we see Jack Robinson doing some sort of rock dance.
He's getting ready to paddle out. He'll be coming up in the men's round of 16, which will tick straight through after the finish of heat number 8, or actually after the finish of heat number 7, so it'll continue in that overlapping format. And as the seedings have now started to play out and everyone's kind of advanced through, we know that he'll be paddling out with Jackson Baker.
Oh, that is a very good heat. The 2 Aussies, let's go. 2 blondies now.
The 2 blondies.
Well, Jack's always been blonde, but he's very blonde at the moment.
Extremely bleached blonde, almost to that orange tint in it. As we see another Aussie in Connor O'Leary going progressive, throwing in some variety for that opening maneuver. Now tagging it up into the lip on a smaller section as he comes through to the inside, but he's gonna just put on the power to finish off with on that inside section. He's already got a 5 on the scoreboard for his last wave. He could be adding something similar into the equation now. He's currently sitting in the lead in the second heat in the lineup in the non-priority heat number 8. Sammy Pupo's had 2 opportunities, but just a 2.07 as his high score. And it was Connor that found that 5 on his last wave that's put him up into the leading position. In our priority heat at the moment, Jake Marshall is sitting in the lead with a 5.83 as we take another look here at Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, love this from Connor. Progressive, throwing the tail, spinning it around. Love that. He's just been, you know, after that 3rd place at G-Land, on a roll. Smaller wave, didn't really give him much on the inside here, but must have just been fun and felt good to, you know, get progressive. And his boards are looking absolutely incredible.
Scores through just shy of that 5-point mark as a 4.33, and now puts the requirement into the 7s for Sammy Pupo, but he's got so much time, so many more waves to try and catch. Has been an interesting one, though, to see the score lines kind of unfolding for Jake and for Miggy, where Miggy's had 6 wave opportunities so far, and he has not found himself above a 1-point ride. He just hasn't actually even lucked into anything that's given him the open face.
Yeah, you know, he was rolling the dice a lot at the start of the heat, but just none of those waves really turning into much. As we see Jake up the point a bit.
Drove through that first turn, had a nice pocket to it, and then ducked out as we see Sammy Pupo also going progressive for that opening maneuver. Now driving back into that section, and it flattens out for him. Fun to see everyone putting that risk, I think, on the line for the openers. Maybe not going for those big airs, but if they can find the sections, I think they will. But I always enjoy seeing that little bit of variety being thrown in on the first maneuver.
Yeah, well, I think most of the boys are taking off and sort of realizing that the waves are looking quite short, so wanting to make the most of that first section. I think it has gone sleepy right now. We haven't seen a lot of those sets that we were seeing in the last few heats. So fingers crossed we can just get some more sets coming through. So yeah, we can have some more wave height and just those longer running waves.
Yeah, just as Strider was saying, with that tide sort of bottoming out over this, you know, hour mark, essentially. Things getting really slow. We'll start to see that push again. As a former competitor for yourself, Laura, would you take into consideration things like that, noting the time that your heat would be running with the time of either the peak of the tide or the dropping out of the tide, and recognizing that it could be a little slower for you?
Yeah, for sure. You're always taking into account the tide, you know, where the waves are, you know, even seeing Tommy Witts, he's got his book that he was using yesterday, and actually like noting down and dot pointing exactly where all the waves were coming, just to, you know, sort of count. But I think with this overlapping format, it's pretty straightforward. You'd sit wider and just try to get some of the wide sets under priority, and then move up the point to where those you know, those more wally standing up waves are that are going to run from the top of the point down. But yeah, you take into account everything out here, and yeah, tides, winds, everything, to just really try to, you know, map out your heats.
Down to 8 minutes on the clock for Jake Marshall and for Miguel Pupo. Miguel is sitting with priority. His requirement at the moment, a 6.50, which would be the best wave of their heat. Jake Marshall found that 5.83 in the non-priority side of his heat. He was pretty patient, though. He only took off on a couple of waves during that side of their heat, the first 22 minutes. He's now sitting pretty close to Miguel Pupo. I feel like with this much time on the clock, though, that's still kind of an open door. We could see a couple more little waves roll through, especially if the surfers maybe aren't looking for those huge scores. If it's not going to be those big sets, they're going to offer them something in the 7s or the 8s, but actually just those mid-range scores to be taking it through.
Yeah, look, Miguel hasn't even got like any score on the board right now, but only needs a 6.5 to jump in front of Jake. So, I mean, he's just going to be sitting there, you know, sort of praying that any sort of set will come through, just to give him something to work with. You know, Miguel's such a happy-go-lucky guy. It's always so fun to see both him and Sammy now, you know, rolling around the comp site. They've just got big smiles, such good vibes all the time. Yeah, the Pupo brothers are the best.
Yeah, you can sense the vibes a little bit farther down for Miguel Pupo at the moment, though. Just threw his hands up there a second ago, kind of asking, you know, like, what is even going on out here? I think he's definitely given it a good shot, chipped into a few different waves, but just hasn't had anything roll through.
This is, yeah, not the heat that he was expecting or hoping for right now. So we can actually see Sammy and Connor, they're paddling way up the point. They're going to try give it a go right up the top and see if they can get some of the, yeah, just anything really to get some scores.
Just to try and break away, see if there's a different section that's working. And chatting to Brian Perez this week around the contest site, he was saying that with conditions like this, the changing of the tides, there is just multiple sections that you can sit on. We've noticed that mostly through today. Yesterday a little bit, but it was still those surfers kind of pushing a little farther up the point. And it is, yeah, one of those breaks that kind of offers those little gems of opportunity, but you've got to have a keen eye for it and really be able to pull the trigger when it presents itself.
Yeah, and even like Geordie was saying in his interview, he was like, it's just luck at the moment as well. Some of those sets are coming through, and it's just with the way the swell is right now, the waves aren't really hitting consistently in the same spot. So, you know, you just have to do your best and try and move around and feel out the lineup. But yeah, you can see Miguel just throwing his hands in the air in frustration. Just, yeah, frustrating when you've got 6 minutes to go and no real score on the board.
Connor O'Leary with a nice snap on that opening section. And a paddle now for Sammy Pupo with priority in the non-priority heat. Driving down the line, finds that first snap on the lip, connects with that section, digs the rail deep on that second turn, and he'll be able to pull through it. Doesn't try anything else on offer. And back to that conversation between Jake Marshall and Miguel Pupo, knowing that Jake, he's the one that's got more experience here. He's got the family house in El Salvador. He spends so much time. He's kind of grown up with and surfed with Brian Perez for so many years that it is, I think, for him, that knowledge and probably that level of comfort out here, that he's surfed out here so many times. He's probably surfed conditions like this plenty. As we see Sammy now on the paddle back out, swinging into this one. Throws that tail for the first turn, swings it around for the second, keeping that speed and that really low composure as he comes through to the inside section. Continues to offer him a little bit more to work with. Up and riding out the back, Jake Marshall now looking to put a backup score on the board, because while he's got that 5.83, he's just chasing a 1.5 score bigger than that 1.57.
Yeah, for sure. And Sammy Pupo looking so fast and alive on that wave. I loved that, throwing so much spray, and yeah, can't wait to watch that replay. It just looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was just lightning fast surfing. Small sized wave, but even so, those smaller waves really just kind of hug those rocks and just run so quickly.
Yeah, look at this. I love this first turn. Big slash in the pocket. Wrapping it around. You know, this wave didn't really offer him much at all. It got really small at the end, but he just wanted to get moving and just you know, keep surfing and staying on his board. Finishing it off nice there on the rocks right there. You can see them all popping up and bubbling and gurgling.
Making, I think, the most of the conditions, making it really work in his favor. We've got scores to come through. And now Miguel Pupo with a good pocket in front of him. Gets that first real turn that he's been looking for this entire heat with just 4 minutes on the clock. Finally finds a 2-turn combination.
Yeah. You can still see the frustration in the body language there when he jumped off. Just obviously not what he expected, but he knew at this point in the heat with 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go, he had to put something up. So Jake Marshall can't, you know, just keep running wave. He gets, you know, even a mid-range score.
He could be backing it up easily. So we see Connor O'Leary now looking to build on his 5 and his 4.33. Gets that connection on his backhand, connects it up into the lip, and he'll kick through. That wave didn't seem to have quite as much steepness as he would have been hoping for.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with Connor's surfing this year. He's just, he's got incredible backhand, but also we got to see that forehand in G-Land that took him to his best result on the tour, which was, yeah, so cool to see.
So exciting. Down to 3 minutes on the clock and scores to come through. For Jake Marshall, equation stays the same. He hasn't been able to increase on that backup score of just the 1.57 to put more pressure on Miguel Pupo. Scores we're still waiting for. We haven't seen a single score drop in from the judging panel yet for our surfer in red. And for Miguel, he has just been on that absolute roll this year. He walked away with a semifinal finish at Pipeline. He got a 5th place finish at Bells and has him sitting at one of his best rankings of all time at number 8 in the world, which is exciting. This will be a bit of a heartbreak loss for him now, though.
Super exciting ranking, but yeah, it's just what's going to make this so much more heartbreaking if you can't, you know, get a score right now. But you know, Jake Marshall down in 20, he really wants to make the most of this, and nervous moments for him. He only has a 1.5 as his backup, so this is still wide open. Miguel, after that 2.97, only needs a 4.44 to take the lead with 2 minutes to go. So anything can happen right now.
Anything can happen. It really is wide open. If Jake can just use that priority to his advantage and actually put a backup score behind. He's going to go for it now. Uses priority on this one. Engages with that first turn. Finds a good steep section for the second. Foam climb here, and we'll see how this wave continues to stand up for him. Nice forehand wrap, and he'll put on that finish. It's not going to offer him too much of a critical section here, but he's going to continue to work with it, gain some power, and actually finds a solid little lip to connect with on the finish. He'll be increasing that heat total.
Yeah,
sure.
These guys are adapting to the changing conditions right now, but it just seems like the judges, you know, that these waves are looking so small compared to what we've been seeing all morning. So, you know, the scores aren't coming through, but they're doing the best with what's in front of them to try and make it through. As we see, Jake will, you know, better his score there, 3.4. So taking that requirement up to a 6.2 for Miggy right now.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a big jump at the moment because he was sitting. He chipped away the requirement slightly down to a 4.44, but now back into the 6s. It would be the highest wave total that we've seen within this whole strip of 44 minutes so far. Down to 60 seconds on the clock. Miguel Pupo is sitting with priority. We'll see if he's able to take out the rookie in Jake Marshall, but it's been Jake with that, just that knowledge of the break here, maybe feeling more at home in El Salvador as well, lucking into a couple of good waves, found that early 5.83 that gave him a solid scoring opportunity. But now with 40 seconds on the clock, a decent wave for Miggy Pupo, drives into the nice pocket to start off with, whips it around for the second. This is the wave he has been waiting for, and he's gonna finish off in starfish form on the end of it.
Wow.
All right, what are your thoughts? So he's chasing a 6.29. We'll get back to that in a moment because now little brother Sammy is driving through a couple of great looking turns here. Just knifing that rail into the water.
Well, that was the wave that Miggy was looking for. I mean, it's going to be so tight. 6.2, I feel like it could be right there. You know, he did everything he could on that wave. He slammed that first section, and you know, that was definitely the biggest sort of best wave we've seen in the last half an hour.
Yeah, definitely picked the best of the waves that have rolled through. Jake Marshall's high score is a 5.83, so it'll have to be better than that.
Yeah, the judges will be looking back at Jake Marshall's wave there and just sort of identifying if they think that Miggy's wave, I think it had a lot more bowl to it, and that first section was a lot more critical, as we can see it. Little airdrop here and straight up in the pocket. That's classic Miggy snap that we love to see. Another carve here and comes around bashes that end section, had to sort of pump down to make sure he got it, and hands in the air. I think, you know, he's stoked with it, but obviously, you know, nail-biting finish there for Miggy. He's just going to be sitting here waiting to hit these scores.
And I feel like also just knowing that he hadn't been able to put even that maybe 4-point score range down before, to know that he would be looking a little bit more positive. Scores coming through from the judges, it's going to be Miguel Pupo's best score, but it's just a 5.23, and he's unable to take the lead away from the Encinitas rookie in Jake Marshall. And a frustrating moment there for Miguel Pupo. I'd love that he got that opportunity on the end, but feeling super stoked for Jake Marshall into the round of 16, building that ranking as he goes. We've got more action coming up next. Jack Robinson and Jackson Baker joining the conversation right after this.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles with guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, it should probably be like,
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like all the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that, and then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Presented by Corona is brought to you by Surf City, official tourism partner of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. By Corona, this is living. And by Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go!
Let's go and get straight into some action here for the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Jack Robinson and Jackson Baker have just joined the lineup. Jack currently sitting number 2 in the rankings, less than 100 points dividing him and Felipe Toledo for that yellow leaders jersey. And Jackson Baker just narrowly made it past that midseason cut at Margaret River. It was so exciting to see him receive the news that he was going to be competing for the Quicksilver Pro G-Land and the rest of the tour this year. He's sitting at number 22 on the rankings, but he's been on fire. He put together a really strong heat for his first performance out here, and it'll be exciting to see what he gets up to in the lineup, Laura.
Yeah, he was surfing so good yesterday, finding the gems out there here at Punta Roca, and yeah, back to Margaret River when he made that cut. He had to do that anxious wait all day to just see if he, you know, had made that cut, and you know, definitely celebrated and lived it up in G-Land to yeah, celebrate that, you know, big milestone here. He's on tour now and for a whole another year and a half. So it's, year, but, you know, amazing stuff there. I've loved seeing Jackson, you know, just evolve this whole year. And he's down here in Punta Roca in El Sal with, traveling with Mitch Ross and Carissa Moore. They're a little gang, and Jack Robinson there, he's traveling with his wife Julia, and also Leandro and Iago. They're a little crew.
It's been great to see those little crews getting into the water, getting some fun waves around Surf City this week. We got a good score that's dropped in for last of Samuel Pupo. A 6-point ride has him sitting in the lead above Connor O'Leary. Connor does have priority. His high scores at the moment, the 5 and the 4.33 that he found pretty early on. And during the break, we saw some action. We'll take a look now for first of Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Jack, this little one getting a little bit of a wall down here and just kicking off nice and fast, going to the air here and pulls it off.
Solid. Nice little stare back to the judges as well. This is his second wave. We'll see what he got done on.
Wow, he really got started fast. 2 waves back to back. I think he's just watched these last couple of heats and just been like, you know, I want to get started fast, and looked like he was way up the point. Sammy Pupo, this was a super nice wave. This is his 6-point ride. Nice big slash, throwing so much spray there and a little wobble. So I'm thinking either that was his 6 or his 4-point ride there. But Sammy, so impressed with his surfing at the moment.
Super impressive. Now Jackson Baker with an opportunity. Great to see some sets rolling through because it was a bit quiet in that last heat. And now Jackson into that second carve, drives through it, Sets it up on the inside here and smashes the finish.
Wow.
This is going to be a great 40 minutes.
What a way to start that heat for Jackson Baker.
That was crazy. All right, Connor O'Leary now in the priority heat. He used his priority on this wave. Really funky, wobbly. Looked in control, but the wave wasn't going to give him much.
I'm not sure where Connor was in the lineup there, but that would have been, that would have hurt to see Jackson on such a bomb. You know, that's, you know, the beauty of these overlapping heats, but also can be frustrating when you see someone in the non-priority heat on one of the bombs of the morning.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to see where the scores go. So for our non-priority heat, Jackson Baker's found one of the waves of the day.
Yeah, this was amazing. So stylish, throwing so much spray on that first carve. This was a huge carve there. That board is looking so loose and amazing, and a huge finish there. And you know, yesterday he, you know, showing some excitement there. I loved this wave from Jackson. Yesterday he got a 6-point ride and fell on the last turn, and he was analysing it and, you know, sort of just, wow, loved that from him. And just sort of saying if he hadn't made the heat, he'd be kicking himself so hard, so he didn't want to do that again. And yeah, this is an incredible way to start the heat for Jacko.
Yeah, great work. Love that he found that finish as well. And it was, it's always a funny one when you see someone walk out of the water and they've won the heat, but they're actually disappointed in their performance and they've got things to work through. Jack Robinson now up and riding again, goes into the air. He lands that first reverse, and now he's pumping down the line, finds that float. Now looking for the next section. What will he bring to the table? Smashes that little pocket. And we're still waiting for his first two waves to come through. We'll now have a third. Wow. Jackson Baker still with the score to drop through from that nice bit of power surfing to kick off the morning.
This heat is on fire. This Jack Robinson and Jacko Baker heat. Both of the boys just looking very switched on.
This is really exciting. It's their first head-to-head matchup at any level. And they're definitely bringing the fireworks.
And two different types of surfing. You know, we'll see Jackson go to the rail and throw all that spray. And, you know, we know Jack Robinson has those big calves with, in his repertoire too, as we see Sammy. But we'll also see Jack go to the air, and that's going to be his weapon in this heat against Jacko.
Yeah, I caught up with Jack early this morning during that first heat. He'd just come out of the water from a free surf, and he was saying that he got a couple fun waves out there. He was enjoying the conditions this morning and was just going for airs on like every wave he took off onto the free surf. Broke the board that he was thinking he would paddle out on, but then in the end said that it was a little bit lighter than what he would have been liking. As we take a look now at Connor O'Leary, nice backhand attack to start. Connects for that second turn and puts on the finish. Can he ride out? He will disappear into the foam, just lost control. Jackson Baker now on a second wave. We're still waiting for his first to roll through, and that rail work is just always so much fun to watch. Slides that tail through on the second turn, and now starts to line it up for a strong finish. Cutting through that slightly dead section, and he'll capitalize on the end as well.
Wow, how's how things can just change so quickly in a lineup. You know, it was so sleepy that last heat, and now the judges, they can't even get a break right now. They've, you know, they put a lot of scores to put in right now, so they'll be working hard.
Well, the tide has turned, and I've got to feel like Miguel Pupo from that last heat is just kicking himself, knowing that 10 more minutes on the clock, he could have been into a couple good sets.
That's surfing. It's heartbreaking when the waves stop and you don't have the opportunity, and that's exactly what happened to Miguel there. And you know, even for Jake, he had that nice, that really great wave at the start of the heat, but took him so long to find any sort of backup.
Well, the semi-local for El Salvador and Jake Marshall took out the win in that last heat over Miguel Pupo. Let's catch up with him now.
Right here with Jake Marshall. Extremely low scoring affair between you and Miggy, but how aware were you of not only your low score, but what he needed to move up into the lead?
Yeah, that was definitely, I don't know, there was a lot of waves before our heat, and then I knew the low tide was coming up, but I didn't think it was going to get that slow. So getting that first wave without, when we didn't have priority in our heat, I think was pretty crucial. And then, yeah, throughout the heat, I was kind of just waiting for Miggy to answer back, and I was trying to find some little insiders, but just kind of the waves just didn't really show up. So at the end of the heat, I just wanted to make sure I held him off a wave, and I only needed a better 1, so I figured at least make him try to get like a 6 or maybe even a 7 if I could get like a 4. So I just wanted to put the odds in my favor towards the end, and I'm stoked it worked out.
How much do you rely on your competitive experience from previous events at a place that you've not only surfed before quite a bit, but you've been here multiple times as you own a house just up the road too?
Yeah, definitely. I like this wave a lot, and I've surfed it a ton, but unfortunately it's not how I usually end up surfing it, but it's still really fun, and yeah, I've surfed a lot of heats just throughout my career, I guess, so just trying to play it smart and get some good waves, and hopefully my next heat I can open up and surf a little bit more.
We'd love to see it, Jake. Good luck in the next round.
Sweet. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mitch, and great to hear from Jake Marshall as we take a look at live action. Samuel Pupo going to town, putting all of the speed, power, and flow together,
Wow.
claiming it on the finish. And the waves have arrived. It's official. Connor O'Leary now up and riding. Nice backhand attack, and he'll connect through for the finish as well. What a way to finish out their heat. They've still got 10 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes 45 seconds, so plenty of time for them to even get a couple of more good waves. And we've got scores starting to trickle through as well for Jackson Baker and Jack Robinson. Jackson Baker dropped in an 8.07 for that opening ride.
Wow, 8.07. I absolutely love that from Jacko. That'll be a great number to hear. But yeah, he knew it. He had the fist pump in there. He knew that he got 3 big turns and just solid surfing from Jacko.
So much work for the judges right now. I feel like that flurry of action, 4 surfers in the lineup. I mean, it's the reason that we like running overlapping heats, because when there are good waves like this, it's fun to see everyone get an opportunity and not to see great waves go unridden. But it's going to be a little bit of catch up for the judging panel, taking their time with things. First of Jack Robinson, that opening wave for him dropped through as a 6.83. So he's sitting in that second place position, but he does have 2 more scores to come through. And we'll take a look now at last of Sammy.
I love this from Sammy. He took it off, I think, Jack or yeah, one of the boys. And look, his foot just coming off the board there in this slash. I love that in the pocket, showing some difference and finishing it off. Little fist pump there for Sammy. That must have felt good. But Connor on a set behind him. This one finally giving him the steepness and the wall he wants, and just that really nice, clean, strong backside surfing that we love to see from Connor.
What a heat.
Yes.
So many scores to catch up on. We'll get a picture of kind of where things are actually sitting in just a moment. For right now, it's Samuel Pupo sitting in the lead over Connor O'Leary, but we will have more scores to come through for that last exchange for those two. And it's exciting now to see 2 of the Wombats in the lineup, Connor O'Leary and Jackson Baker. They've got this great
The
crew
Wombats.
that's been traveling together. There's obviously the Australian Olympic team that you're Kunjis. But Connor and Jackson, they've...
Oh, do they call themselves the Wombats?
They've called themselves the
my
Wombats.
Gosh, I love it. They're a bit, maybe they're slow.
So we've got 2 of the Wombats in the lineup right now.
Love
for,
it.
Team Australia. And in that last, actually earlier on today, we saw Carlos Munoz in the lineup. Let's catch up with him now.
Carlos, a good comeback for you, maybe not the result that you were looking for, but what was the sensation like of not only competing close to home in Costa Rica, here in Central America, and with the great support of all the Costa Rican fans here in El Salvador?
Pura vida. Good morning. Super happy to be in Salvador, you know, very close to home. Warm water, perfect rides. You can ask for more. I'm very happy to compete with the world best. For sure, Griffin is a surfer that rips, and you know, I tried to play my game on him, but it didn't work. So I'm happy just to be in one piece, and hopefully my surfing can start growing from now on. And yeah, I'm just thankful to everybody, also with Corona and you know the WSL for this opportunity. So.
Carlos, ahora una pregunta en español. Para empezar, un orgullo tenerte aquí en esta competencia. Obviamente te gusta competir cerca de casa, aquí en El Salvador. Has ganado, de hecho, un evento cerca de aquí en La Bocana también. La sensación de poder competir cerca de casa para ti, con toda la gente costarricense y los salvadoreños, ¿cómo fue?
Ah, sí, increíble. Aquí es Centroamérica, somos como hermanos, y agradecerle a todas las personas en línea que se conectaron, que mandaron un mensaje, la gente que vino desde Costa Rica. Se llenaron aviones para venir a apoyarme, les agradezco mucho. Y sí, de eso se trata, estamos en El Salvador está invirtiendo en el surfing y es algo que hay que apoyar, somos latinos y espero que también los otros gobiernos vean el ejemplo de El Salvador para seguir invirtiendo y hacer creciendo el surfing. Gracias a todos y pura vida.
Muchas gracias y pura vida a ti también, Carlos.
Thanks so much. Always great having Mitch on the team, especially when we're here in Central America, for him to be able to connect with the local language, and for Carlos Munoz, just to have that whole support crew. So many Costa Ricans that have been down here on the beach for him this week. I think it's been a really exciting experience for all of them. Connor O'Leary going so fast through his first 2 turns. He'll kick out as that section flattens. And Jack Robinson flies into the air, lands it. Is he going to come out of the foam? He's not going to make it, but man, it's clearly he's got one thing on his mind right now.
Yes, he does. That board obviously still going so good for him. Hopefully it wasn't a magic board that he snapped this morning, but you know, we're going to see Jack go to the air. He loves spending time up there.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things that he said in that interview with him this morning, was that, you know, it was his plan to take that one out, but once he started riding it, he was actually feeling like it was too light, so it wasn't actually what he wanted to be having under his feet today. So would have been maybe opting to ride something just a little bit more heavy for his heats, and snapping it, working out well for him maybe, as he's had a couple good waves so far this morning. Jackson Baker currently sitting in the lead with that 8.07. We've got a 1 on the scoreboard for him as well, but we are waiting for his third score to lock through. We haven't seen anything yet from the judging panel, so there's another score to come for Jacko. For Jack Robinson, it's a 6.83 that he opened with. Then his second best score was his third wave, which came through as a 6.40. He's also got a 4.67 there for his second scoring wave, as we see Kanoa and Tommy Witts there getting ready for his heat later on today. Now Jack Robinson is currently sitting in second, as Jackson Baker has dropped through a 5.33 for his third wave and has put him solidly in the lead over Jack Robinson.
Yeah, what a start to that heat. Under priority heat, and yeah, absolute fireworks. But this heat with Sammy Pupo and Connor is so tight. Connor in second now, only needing 6.5. So, you know, they're just going to be hoping and praying for a few more sets in these the final 5 minutes here. So, yeah, fingers crossed.
Scores through for the last couple waves for Connor and Sammy. For Sammy, it was a 6.53 as his last wave ridden, which walked through as his highest score so far. For Connor, it was his second to last wave, locked in at a 6 to improve on the 5 that he found really early on in his 44-minute heat. So he's sitting in that second place position, but he has been able to build on that score line, which is great to see. Just shy of that requirement at the moment by 0.53 to take the advancing
12 wave surf by Connor in this heat.
Extremely active.
He's going to deserve some snacks after.
He's definitely going to be straight out of there into the plunge pool, cool down.
Some pupusas.
Get some pupusas in his body and get ready for a big day of action. Maybe tomorrow if he can make it through here. Otherwise, just eat a few more pupusas than maybe if he was going to be competing again. Down to less than 4 minutes on the clock, and it's crazy the way the ocean just changes, Laura. I mean, the heat that we saw in the previous one, you know, 40 minutes ago, 20 minutes to 40 minutes ago was just so slow, so sleepy, waves ridden right on the rocks, and then suddenly Mother Nature shows up and gives us a whole lot of action that we can hardly keep up with.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's, you know, it's surfing. It's it can happen. Some heats you just see wave after wave, and then like Jake was saying, he kind of knew that low tide was hitting, so it could go slower. As we see Connor on a wave, this is an important ride for Connor.
Really important ride for him. Nice connection for those first couple of turns, throws a lot of spray and goes for the finish. You can really feel that energy coming through from Connor surfing. Smaller size wave, but drew off and had a really good pocket to it, Laura.
Yeah, it was a small wave, which is why I think the score could get held down. Just thinking back to Miguel's last wave when he needed the 6.2, and but you know, I think, you know, kind of got 3 or 4 turns in here. It was super steep. That was super clean and tight, that turn. That one through so much spray. Finishing off here, a nice carve into the 4th turn. Very, the flow was there, the power was there. I think the judges will love that. But yeah, 6.5. I wouldn't like to be a judge right now.
It would be an extremely difficult job with so many waves being ridden, quality of waves starting to improve as well. Jackson currently sitting up in the lead still with that 8 and that 5.33 over Jack Robinson in the non-priority heat. But it's now coming down to that questionable end for Connor O'Leary. Just 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock.
I mean, he's still got time to get another wave if he scoots out and, you know, if something happens to pop up wide. So even if he doesn't get the score, it will could lower his requirement and, you know, could just get something to better that 5-point ride as a backup.
Exactly. We're still waiting for scores for last of Connor O'Leary to come through to see if he can take the jump over Samuel Pupo. They both have an equal 6-point ride on their score line, so Connor's going to need at least a 6.53 to take the lead away from Sammy. And scores are starting to trickle through from the judges. It's going to be right on the dot, and it comes through just ahead at a 6.63. He's jumped into the advancing position with 1.5 minutes on the clock, but Sammy Pupo has priority over him.
Yes, he does. 1:20. That is going to sting for Sammy to hear that after controlling this heat for the whole 40 minutes.
Incredible performance from Connor on the finish there. Found a smaller wave, but really good shape to it. It offered him all those critical sections, and that 2-turn combo that he started with was just so seamless between maneuvers. Then put on the finish as well. Sammy Pupo now looking to find a score, but it's Jack Robinson up and riding in the non-priority heat. Goes vertical for that first turn and drives up right in front of the rock.
Wow. Yeah, these boys in the non-priority heat are way up the point right now. Just Sammy Pupo going down there. Connor O'Leary's just going to try to get right up close to him. Frustration there for Sammy.
Definitely going to be taking advantage of that priority for Connor, and the full frustration coming through for both of the Pupo brothers. Looking like they will be knocked out of the elimination round in back-to-back heats. And that's so tough for Sam. Like you said, he just controlled the heat the entire time.
Yeah, he really did. He was surfing so good. He just, you know, Connor's last wave there, it walled up and had those 4 nice sections, whereas Sammy's waves that he was getting, they kind of tapered off a little bit, and yeah, so upsetting there for Sammy.
So upsetting for Sammy, and well done to the Wombat and Connor O'Leary for fighting back all the way to the finish, getting the score he was chasing, worked very hard for it. He's into the round of 16. We've got more action coming right after this.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
We're working with WSL in El Salvador to restore the habitat along the Rio Chilama.
Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and this wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City, official tourism partner of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, by Corona, This is Living, and by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. We are in the round of 16 for the men, and we have a new heat in the water. 3-time world champ Gabe Medina up against fellow countryman Kyle Ibelli, who is enjoying a great year on the championship tour. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar, to talk you through the action. And Mitch, we've got past the low tide, so I think there's an upside right now.
Yeah, we have definitely passed that low tide. I think the incoming tide is going to be a lot better than we saw this morning, and I'm expecting some big scores, especially with the first 2 heats we have in the water right now.
Yeah, we got some action again. Man-on-man heats, but in that overlapping format throughout this round. And with this incoming tide, about a 7.5-foot tide change, we should see push here at Punta Roca. Jackson Baker in the priority heat and in the lead going down the line. Big float for Baker, comes around that section, hammers the lip twice for the finish, and snaps his fingers in approval, as he should.
That was scary too, because he had one section at the beginning where if you just mistime that, you're off pace for the entire wave, and here's the 3-time world champ now.
Gabe Medina, floating like a butterfly, but catches a rail right there after that long skipping section on the backhand float. No harm, no foul for Gabe Medina. That's just the beginning of the non-priority heat against Kyle Ibelli.
Did you see where Kyle was though? Paddling back out, like he had to avoid him right there. Don't want to get a priority interference like that.
Well, let's take a look at some of the deep stats in this matchup powered by Hydro Flask as we look at the history between Gabe Medina and Kyle Ebeli. 3 for Medina, 2 for Ebeli, and Medina live action here, working his way down the line with no opportunity on the end there, but you can already see, Mitchell, that Gabe Medina, his strategy in this heat is to stay busy.
They also faced each other, King of the Groms final 2009, when Gabe had 2 10s. Remember that?
Yeah. Gabe Medina on the replay. I'll let you talk about that.
Look at this. He comes out of the floater, and when he tries to do that turn, Kayo's literally right in the way. So an unfortunate just mistiming right there by both gentlemen. And then Jacko, this wave is going to score well. Already has the 8.07. How's his timing on these last 2 turns, too? Straight up into the lip, jams the fins, and he's stoked. It's the mustache that's doing him favors right now, Kaipo.
It's the power and it's the will to win. Jackson Baker all season long has not bowed down to big names. He's met the challenge every single time. And like I said before, like a workman-like approach to surfing. Nothing super sparkly, fancy, but he gets it done with just power and clean lines through a wave. So we're waiting for that score for Jackson Baker to set the heat. He already has the lead over Jack Robinson.
And this would be a huge win, not only for Jackson, but everybody else that's trying to make the WSL Final 5. Robinson, as you were mentioning before, only less than 100 points separate him and the current leader of the rankings, Felipe. So this would be a massive upset if Robinson goes down here. Fortunately for him, though, he not only has priority, but there's still 17 minutes to go.
Well, one thing we've seen with Jack Robinson, we saw it in Western Australia, we saw it in G-Land in both of his 2 back-to-back victories, is he's capable of those last-minute buzzer beaters, and he is capable of those clutch performances when it counts. So we'll see if Jack Robinson is going to need to do that again. He's got plenty of time on the clock. No time for him to panic at the moment. He's got priority, and his need now is a 8.34 because Jackson Baker just dropped a 7.1.
Yeah, you're talking about the current world number 2, and 8.34 is a walk in the park for him. So we just need to see a real good combo out of Jack Robinson. And one thing that I'm expecting to see from him too is be on one of the best waves in these next 16 minutes, because his 6.83 and the 6.4 weren't really on waves that you'd be thinking, okay, this is going to generate a large score. He's kind of manufactured those scores out of those.
Really pushing it with the aerial game right now in this heat. So all it's going to take is for Jack to really stomp one of those and combo it up with a couple of waves. But here we go. Baker again hammering the lip, skips through that section. One more time, throws a little fin there, and he kicks out, realizing that's not going to be one of his top 2, just staying busy under the priority of Jack Robinson. On the paddle here, Medina, just a quick tap to the lip and nothing doing for Gabe Medina.
I want to see you connect with your inner Latin American, though, Kaipo. Medina, Ebeli, Salazar, Guerrero.
Here's Ebeli. Whoa, big air for Kyle Ebeli.
Gotta start rolling your R's to Guerrero. You love it.
I do. We're having a good time, Mitch. You're my sobrino. Kyle Ebeli, 28 years old, from Guarujá, Brazil. Had a great start to the season, Mitch. Back-to-back semifinals. Semifinal that piped with a tremendous performance, and then to a whole different wave with a whole different skill set. We're looking at Pau Malu, Sunset Beach, semifinal there as well.
Ooh, that was a paddle.
That was a paddle for Jack Robinson. We'll see if Jackson Baker was anywhere near him and if that will affect his priority. We got a priority judge up in the tower. Former Masters world champ, actually.
Ian Buchanan?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that.
More stuff bringing you. Hey, let's hear from the last heat winner. Connor O'Leary is with Laura Enever.
Connor, you rolled the dice on over 15 waves in that heat, finally getting that score. The 6.6 at the end, netting a 6.5 must have felt good.
Yeah, like we just said, I got in a rut of, catching a lot of average waves, and there's a lot of waves out there, and you kind of see a little bowl and you're like, oh, maybe there's a potential, because the last few days there's been a lot of those ones that you don't really see or are good waves and they turn into good waves. So yeah, I just kind of got a bit rushed and caught a few too many bad waves, and the last one I just kind of Sammy wasn't going. I saw the little double up in front of me, and I was just like, I just got to kind of sit on the tail and just go up and down, and just surfed it as best I could, and yeah, stuck at the score.
Absolutely amazing. And, you know, we were just talking about Jackson Baker, your good friend out there. Hearing him in the non-priority heat getting 8-point ride, was that confusing? Or you're like, where is he getting these waves? And talk us through the strategy in those two heats.
Yeah, it's pretty, yeah, it was confusing because I didn't see it, and two, I just heard the score and was like, oh my gosh, like, I should have been on that wave. I'm in the priority heat, but this wave really suits Jacko, and he's been surfing so good the last few days. So, yeah, he's on point, and yeah, hopefully he keeps going and looking like he's surfing pretty good and looking like he's going to get through in this one. So it's good.
And coming off that third in G-Land, how good is it to be here on El Salvador? And you know, your backside is so deadly and on right-hand point break.
Yeah, I mean, living in Lennox now, it's a pretty similar setup. So to be able to kind of have that little bit of comfortability, because you know I surf a wave like this most days when I'm at home, is good. And yeah, but it's still tricky, and just a matter of just simplifying a lot of things for myself and staying calm.
Amazing. We'll see you into the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go, Mitchell. You're a goofy foot too. Did you hear the secret of great backside surfing? Sit on the tail and go up and down.
Well, who do you think taught Connor earlier, okay? He's been watching me out here every day.
I love it. Here we go.
How close was that heat total? 12.63 to 12.53.
Yeah, and you know, we're getting past that troubled time in the tide, so I'm expecting more waves to push. Swell's hanging strong. Back attention here to Jack Robinson. We just see him kicking out of that wave. He is trailing Jackson Baker in his matchup in the priority heat. Again, Robinson needs an 8.34, so up in the excellent range for Jack Robinson if he wants to continue his roll through the championship tour.
Yeah, but it's just like Connor O'Leary said it right there. He caught more than 15 waves. He was looking for those opportunities, and just like Jack Robinson, he's caught 10 so far, and if you see 5 of those scores below a 1-point ride, so he's just been searching for them. A lot of those scores haven't been really obtained, at least in the upper excellent, upper good. 6.83 his best so far, and I think the comparison that you're going to have to do against Jackson Baker, it would have to be more on the progressive side. I think Baker has a strength advantage in this heat, but you know, so far Robinson's been holding down to priority, so he's got a good chance with just under 11 minutes or just over 11 minutes to go.
I think the recipe for the score for Jack Robinson is a big air off the first section, followed up by multiple maneuvers, and if he can close out with something progressive on the end and kind of bookend a wave like that, he can get into the excellent range, and we know he's capable of that.
Well, it sounds kind of like a Cinderella ride right there. Like you're thinking something big out on the outside, a lot of turns in the middle, and then something big at the end. Obviously, everybody wants that Kaipa, but the wave has to show up for him to do that.
Well, he's got 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and he's still remaining in priority because he's staying up on top of the point right now, so he's holding his position. He feels comfortable with that position. What do you think about his position on the point?
Well, last year in Mex, actually, during the semifinals, he did one alley-oop that gained him a 7.33.
Yes, he did.
And that big section on the outside of Barra de la Cruz is quite similar to here at Punta Roca. The big difference, though, with this low tide, in Barra, you don't have rocks. Here you have them literally inches away, and especially with Mama Roca out there, it's quite dangerous. So I think the risk is there. I don't know if the section is going to pop up right where he needs it to be, though.
I'm thinking that he was able to do it in Mexico with that Cinderella ride as he themed it, and he's able to do it right here. We're going to see, but it really depends upon the waves coming through. Good thing is that we got the tide push happening just right now, and we got 9 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock. Turning our attention to the non-priority heat, Gabe Medina versus Kaiwi Belly, Mitchell. Gabe Medina opening up with a 6.5, so early advantage to Gabe Medina in that heat.
Did the same thing yesterday afternoon, Kaipo. Great start for his campaign, and here in not only an important heat for him, knowing that he at least has to make the semifinals in each one of the events to make the WSL Final 5. I think more than anything, it's just garnering consistency at a spot that he's barely even surfed while he's been here in El Salvador too.
But speaking about consistency for Gabe Medina, his overall heat winning percentage in his championship tour career, 67% of the time he wins heats. There's only one person who has a higher heat winning percentage than Gabe Medina. Guess who it is?
Kelly Slater.
71% for Slater. There you go.
His has dropped as of late too.
Medina hooks it under the lip for the opener, a la Simon Anderson on that little under the lip snap, but didn't see any future in that wave, so he kicks out.
Look at you, bringing in the old with the new. Simon Anderson, comparing him to Gabe. I like it.
I got a broad range. Here we go. Ooh. Jack Robinson, nice start there. And some variety. Carve to snap, more down the line. Little float section in there. I don't think that's going to be the 8.34, but it will help his cause in this overall matchup.
Well, the real question is it going to better the 6.83 and make the requirement lesser? Because if it only betters the 6.4,
it will not.
It really doesn't do anything for him. So I think that was a good use of positioning by Jackson to kind of try to force him and take that wave. And as of right now, I agree with you. I don't think Robinson gets the 8.34 in this ride.
Just wants to chip away at it, Jack Robinson, and he's been so good with keeping within his mental space throughout this year on the championship tour, as we see some interesting headwear there.
You should get that hat. You should get that hat and just wear it on the flight to Brazil.
What?
It's a fish.
Oh. Okay. Here we go. Kyle Ibelli with some clean rail work. Ibelli working his way down the line. Snaps there, skipping that section and bangs that oncoming section with a layback, showing a lot of control. Kyle Ibelli stands up proud knowing that he performed well on that wave. Jackson Baker, our heat leader in the priority heat, bangs the lip, has to throw it away there. It's not going to change the situation for Baker, but he will continue to lead Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson just scoring a 6.08 on his last ride, so he did not reduce the requirement. So Robinson's still looking for 8.34 in the matchup. The only thing that's changed, Mitchell, is the time on the clock. Now Jack Robinson down to only 7 minutes.
Well, the good thing for Robinson is that at least he recovered priority. Luckily, Jackson fell on his last turn on that wave. Doesn't seem like he's going to improve the 7.1. And, you know, I saw Jordy Smith and Nat Young compete way on the inside in comparison to a lot of people that are on the outside. They are in the priority heat, though, so they might be having suspended priority if they moved in that much. But either way, I think a lot of the big sections that Jack Robinson is looking for could be on the inside section with how low the tide is right now. The one thing I will say, the 9.0 of Yagodora yesterday was all the way up the point.
Right. It was up there by Mama Roca.
Yep. Right next to it, actually. He actually had to skip over that rock. Your memory's so good, Kaipo.
Jack Robinson is staying really busy, though, however, Mitchell. 11 waves ridden so far in this heat.
A lot. And look at how many of them have scored above a 4. Just 5 waves out of those 11.
Let's see what Medina has. Looking down the line, launches, and something pretty standard for Medina, but has to do a layback recovery there with the air reverse. Looking for more on the inside section here. Gets back to the open face for a couple more snaps. Gabe Medina just able to clean up a difficult wave with his performance. And he's still got a little bit more coming into very shallow water, but you know Medina always wants to finish off, and that he did.
Yeah, and there's a reason why this guy is going to go down as one of the best surfers of all time. Just the ability to not only recover after that kind of little stumble after the air reverse, but also to surf that wave afterwards, which what I would think be a decent score regardless of just the air or the surfing after the air. So he's going to get another good number that's probably going to rival the 6.5 in a score line. But remember, we're still waiting on Ibelli's last score too, which is going to be his best.
Yeah, 2 waves owed to us by the judges to set the situation. Talking about the priority heat with Jack Robinson. If Jack Robinson is defeated by Jackson Baker in this heat, Mitchell, very likely that Felipe Toledo will be taking that yellow leader's jersey on to Brazil. But here comes Jack. Big snap, powerful snap to begin. So that's the way to start off with an exclamation mark. Carves through there, showing some rail work. Throws the air, has to grip it through, gets to the air section, skips that section, and another carve for Jack Robinson. Robinson looking for more on the inside, and he's going to get a little bit more on the inside reward section. Let's see what Robinson has here. One more snap for Jack. Looks to the judges and says, what do I need to do? Give me that 8.34.
Turn down for what, Kaipo? Turn down for what?
Julia, his wife, excited and says also, give him the 8.34.
And I think he gets it, honestly, on this wave. If you compare it to Jordy Smith's 8.27 earlier, I think it's very comparable. There could be a changed situation.
Baker floats that section, has to kick out. All the attention is going to turn to Jack Robinson's last ride. Again, the 8.34 is the requirement for Robinson. Surf that wave, in my opinion, up into the excellent range, and we'll see what the judges think, of course, I don't put the numbers down, but we get to enjoy it one more time on the replay, Mitch.
Well, and how's the aggressiveness and the risk on the first turn, too? A great layback, then the setup carve right here, and how straight into the air reverse, too. And he manufactured that section, really. There wasn't a lip line there to really project down the line. He had to do that air more in the pocket, was able to go down the line as well and just fit in another turn to finish this wave off. So this is where I think that outside section really mattered in the long scheme of the score. And then this is Gabe's last. Seems like it's going to be close to his 6.5, maybe even a little bit better. The standard air reverse, as you were saying, for him. But just a great way to recover and surf this wave afterwards. His core strength is just incredible. And that ability to navigate those bumps and those backwashes every now and then with this low tide too. Just absurd the way this kid surfs, especially after not surfing in 5 events, coming back, getting a semifinal finish, and now doing well here at Punta Roca.
Here's Coyote Belly charging down the line, loads up, and goes for the corrupt.
So you know who made that air famous? Josh Kerr invented it, obviously.
Well, it's named after Josh Kerr.
Yeah, but it was really Eric Geiselman who was kind of doing that more consistently, though.
Well, it's not called the Guy's flip. It's called the corrupt flip. 8.83 drops for Jack Robinson. He takes the lead once again. Once again, the clutch performance by the young Australian out of Western Australia has continued on this year. Jack Robinson, a true warrior. When he puts that jersey on, he makes things happen.
Well, don't count Jacko out yet. Has priority, needing a 7.6. Has dropped an excellent score in this heat already. Has a 7.1, and the way he surfed this heat, I don't really think, you know, there's a real loser. Look at the heat totals, 15.66 to 15.17. He's also been surfing great.
Felipe Toledo keeping an eye on this heat, as there is yellow jersey consequences in the air right now, down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Jack Robinson just coming through when he needed to. 12th wave ridden and an 8.83 for the score.
How's his endurance too? 12 waves in 30 minutes. Those are a lot of waves, especially at this high quality too.
He wants more. Here he goes. And just throws that one away. Kawi Belly takes a look at it in a non-priority heat, decides not to go.
He almost ran over Gabe right there too. They're all so close to each other. Oh yeah, I would love to see Jacko get a chance right here, Kaipo. He has priority, 60 seconds to go.
Turn our attention to Coyote Belly. Floats, ooh, and a dangerous dismount.
Looking out the back, I think here's Jacko. Might have a shot right here on one of these waves.
We'll see what Punta Roca produces at the moment. Jackson Baker a little bit out of position for that wave.
I think that was the one, really.
Jack Robinson will take the corner gladly, and he'll throw a big layback. Some froth to deal with here. Robinson moving down the line, loads up, throws the air again.
You're kidding.
Strong grip on the rail, pulls it down, goes complete.
Well, that 7.6 is going to disappear now, the requirement at least. Jacko needs to be on a wave, and
he just did the Wolverine on the way in, just slashed it, saying, you know what? That's it, and that's the belief that Jack Robinson has shown all year long, having a moment with himself, being grateful, focused. Jack Robinson has done it again, coming back from a big deficit and moving on into the next round. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more action here from Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
So pretty. Go, Daddy. Burn him, burn him.
Excitement levels just lost track.
Bursted. The next heat winner we have Rica Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's turn the clock back to 2019 and Gabe Medina and Kyle Ibelli with a bit of a conflict here at Super Tubos in Portugal, and that may have cost Gabe Medina a world title in 2019. Charlie can't believe it. Nobody can believe it. And then Gabe Medina continued on to Pipeline, where it was very important to get past Kyle Ibelli. Dramatic matchups between these two, Mitchell. Great backhand tube riding, but Gabe Medina also coupled up brilliant surfing with some tricky strategy towards them. He hears the instruction and he says, no go, Kyle Ibelli. I'll take the interference because I know the math and I'm still going to advance.
Well, they changed the rules now.
They changed the rule because of that. Yeah, can you elaborate on that?
So
Mitchell?
basically, if you block somebody from getting the scoring opportunity when you're in lower priority, it's called unsportsmanlike conduct. You're immediately going to get disqualified from the event. And luckily for Gabe, that rule wasn't in effect at that point of the year.
Yeah, and you know, and so like, as scenarios like that play out, actually, our WSL rule book does evolve, because when that pops up on the radar, we all have meetings within the judges and the competitors, and the rule book will evolve so that we don't have that situation happen again, because we want the best surfing to win every heat.
Yeah.
And in that situation, they did the math, they figured it out, but you know what? At that time,
it was legal.
It was not just legal, it was brilliant.
Don't encourage that kind of
No, but it was,
attitudes,
hey,
Kyle.
look at, if you want to win the game, you got to play the game. Here we go. Kyle Ibelli wants back right now, and he's got a great start on this wave. Big off the top, smashes that section, and Ibelli finishing off, looking to improve upon his 2.5. He's going to do that. Gabe Medina, smooth off the top, long drawn out bottom turns, hooking one more time. Just in the flow zone, Gabe Medina, little tapered wall on the inside to deal with here, but he will rhythmically bang away at the lip on the backhand. And that was a nice finish for Gabe Medina.
Funky Cold.
Funky Cold Medina is in action. We got to acknowledge a new heat in the water, the non-priority heat. 39 minutes and 55 seconds counting down for Kanoa Igarashi and Jake Marshall.
So we've seen Jake already compete this morning. Said that it was very difficult out there, and this is a person that knows this lineup quite well. Having a house just up the road in El Cocal, another great right-hand point break, but you know, competing against one of the world's best right now, somebody that's looking for a spot in the WSL Final 5 in Kanoa Igarashi, is going to be a difficult heat for Jake.
Yeah, Igarashi currently number 4 on the Championship Tour rankings, a Olympic silver medalist. Second place to Baron Mamiya at Sunset earlier this year, and a great start at Pipe with quarterfinals at Pipe. Went on to Portugal with quarterfinals and quarterfinal at G-Land for Kanoa Igarashi. So very consistent year for the surfer representing Japan.
First Japanese surfer to qualify for the Championship Tour. First Japanese surfer to win a CT event too. So he's done great things not only for Japan, but I think the region of Asia overall as far as the sport of surfing is concerned. And I think he's got a lot more to give too, Kaipo.
Let's take a look at a replay here. This is Kyle Ibelli.
Yeah, so his best had been a 5.5, and it was a very similar combo to this. I love that wrap. His body movement and the motions through these turns too are great. He needs a 6.6 at the moment. Don't see him getting that. And Gabe on the backhand looking to improve on a 5.6 here, Kaipo. Kind of mistimes that first section. How was that bottom turn though? Grabbing the rail.
That had a little bit of Aki in it right there with the long drawn out backhand bottom turn, grabbing the rail. And then, you know what? This is the competitor in Gabe Medina, right, Mitch? He's going to make sure that he finishes this thing off, gets a couple more hits in.
You know who I feel like he resembles a lot to? Kalani Robb. When he drives off the bottom, you know how strong Kalani was, and a lot of those backhand turns real quick in the pocket too.
That's a compliment to Kalani Robb. All right, well, let's check in with Jack Robinson, because that was an incredibly clutch performance. He's with Laura.
Wow, Jack Robinson, are you okay? 17.76 total score in the last 3 minutes of the heat. Jacko had your back up against the wall, but how did you do it?
Yeah, I started catching a few waves and felt great, and almost landed one really big air at the start, and then I think he had a few good sets, and then yeah, just have faith in the waves coming, and yeah, just keep working hard to get the score. I was fired up already, like halfway through that heat, and then to the last 8 minutes, I was like, this is not how it's going to end. I'm going for the end, and then yeah, it was a good battle. It was good to have a heat with Jack. I knew it probably wasn't going to be the easiest either, because he's just a solid surfer. So yeah, it's good.
Amazing, and we haven't seen you on small right-handers all year, but going to the air and doing some incredible surfing. You've got that in your bag of tricks, but how good is it to actually throw it out and get some huge scores here?
Yeah, it's good to use it. I'm stoked. Yeah, you kind of got to be ready for anything here, like just every type of wave. Like you can do so many different types of turns. So it's a bit harder today. Like it's not the perfectest point break, so you kind of got to hit the sections when they come, and it might only be 2 big turns, but. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm happy to be here in El Salvador, and yeah, it's been good. Yeah, yeah, been a lot on my mind too. Actually, I'm thinking about just in WA. It's been happening way too much. Dartsy and G-Land when I gave the shout out, and then also Perry Hatchett, good friends with his son, and just want to send peace and love for him, at this time. So yeah, it's horrible right now. Yeah.
Sending so much love. Good luck in the next round, Jack.
Kanoe Igarashi up and riding through this section here. This is going to be first wave for Kanoe Igarashi. Flat section to deal with. Is able to close it out on the oncoming section. Jake Marshall right behind him. Marshall easing his way through a couple of rail turns. And throws the punt for the finish and cannot wrap up the present in the end.
What a comeback. I mean, that kid really just has the will to survive and the will to win, and the way he was able to manufacture a couple of 8s in the last few minutes of that heat against Jackson Baker. What a way to come back and really demonstrate that he's capable of winning those close calls and eventually getting those wins, Kaipo.
Here we go. Kyle Belly with a long, drawn-out top turn. And again, bangs that oncoming section, but the jumbled water gets the best of Kyle Belly.
You okay, Kaipo?
Here we go. 2.3, not going to be one of the top 2 of Kyle Belly. So Gabe Medina continues to distance himself in his matchup in the priority heat.
He's probably going to better his situation on his last wave too. Looking to better a 5.93, and I think the only way Kyle's going to make it out of this heat is getting something at least in the 7s. I think Medina's wave is going to come in quite well, probably even up into the excellent. And not to dismiss, Jack Robinson's greatness so far this year, but I also think that a lot of people have been successful due to the absence of Gabriel Medina so far this year. And guess what? We could potentially have that matchup in the next round in the quarters. Jack Robinson won his heat. At the moment, Gabe's winning his heat.
And that will be a big hurdle for Jack Robinson to leap over if Gabe Medina is able to come out of this on top of Kyle Belly. Either way, he's going to be coming against a talented surfer.
Score comes through.
7.83 for Gabe Medina. And he distanced himself even more from Kyle Belly.
So Kayo's needing an 8.6 now, just on one wave. It's almost like a mini combo that he would require to break. And at the moment, 11 minutes to go, Kanoe's going to drop a decent score, and Jake had the opportunity to capitalize on something on his first wave too. But how about the surfing from Gabe so far? The one goofy that I think has really stood out in each of his heats that he surfed, and so far dropping at least a high 7 in both of those heats too. And now he has an opportunity after 10 waves being caught to maybe get something up into the excellent and say that he's here to win this event too.
Gabe Medina, 3-time world champ. He's surfed 101 events. He's got 16 championship tour victories, 17 10-point rides, and we already went through the fact that he's had 108 in the excellent range and 315 above 8 scores in his career.
Excellent
By
scores.
the numbers, he is an absolute phenomena. And if you think about the real impact of Gabe Medina in the context of surfing, is he helped bring surfing really to the main stage in the world. I mean, he's a celebrity in Brazil, and he's elevated really, you know, the status of being a professional surfer because of not just his performance, his personality, his charisma, and his success.
Yeah, he's a true professional of the sport, as you're mentioning. And you're right. I think surfing hadn't been as mainstream as other sports in Brazil. He was one of the people that brought it to the spectacle that it is nowadays. I mean, you can't even walk out into the streets in Brazil if you're Gabriel Medina. You get mauled by people, and it's a blessing and a curse at the same time because he's not able to live the same life that a lot of other people can, Kaipo. He goes out, people know who he is. He has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. You know, he didn't do as well in the Olympic Games as he wanted to last year in its debut. Somebody else got the glory, and as of right now, I think that motivated him not only to win the World Championship at the end of last year, but to get another one this year.
Well, it's down to 9 minutes for Gabe Medina versus Kaiwi Belly. Kaiwi Belly with priority. He's out there in the white jersey. The lineup's going a little bit quiet in the priority heat. And the crowd, though, has been very vocal through every one of these exchanges, Mitch.
They have. And it's been packed both days of competition so far. A lot of Costa Ricans were here. And I asked Carlos earlier what it meant to him to compete so close to home and have the opportunity to not only represent Costa Rica, but also all of Latin America. He said that there were 2 flights from San Jose, Costa Rica. They were full just to people that are coming here to see the event, Kaipo.
Wow, that is impactful. And so the concept of surf sitting obviously working there, Mitchell. And why wouldn't it be? It's warm water, great waves, and a lot of potential, open to a lot of different swell angles as well. So very consistent here in El Salvador.
8 minutes, look at this, Kaiwi
Belly with an opportunity, rolls into this one, long drawn out bottom turn, carves off the toppy belly, moving down the line, floats through that section, and you could see the fins come loose on a little bit of a rock and roll on that floater, but comes off on his toes.
You can see the wind pick up a little more too.
Here we go with Medina, delayed bottom turn, vert, wrap off the tops, notices that Kaiwi Belly's paddling back out, and the gamesmanship will now begin as Gabe Medina and Kaiwi Belly will have a little paddle battle for priority in the priority heat. Down the point, Kanoa Igarashi throws the tail, spins it around, no problem for Igarashi, combos it up with a finish on that oncoming section. Quick feet.
Just another day at Northside for Kanoa. Everybody watching from Huntington Beach too. Well, he's got some great surfers to compare himself to over there in Huntington.
There's Dad Tom. He's been here supporting Kanoa Igarashi, as well as Mom Misa.
Yeah, and brother Keanu here
and brother Keanu, the board caddy. Yeah.
I joked with Keanu the other day that they might have awarded him a wild card at this event already.
Well, he's a great surfer in his own right. Here we go, Kaiwi Belly. Whacks it and goes down again.
So an interesting situation right here where Gabe's catching a lot of waves with priority, and he's kind of giving Caio a lot of opportunities to get that 8.6 that he needs. But I'm interested to see the approach that Caio has. It seemed like he's kind of taking the conservative route still. I don't think that's affordable anymore because good chance that Gabe could better the 6.5 in these last 6 minutes. And then if you see what Caio's been able to do on both his 5.5 and his 5.73, it's been decent surfing, but it hasn't excelled the way that Gabe's surfing has in this heat. Maybe it's not the wave selection. I think it's just the way he's approaching these kind of waves that he has on offer.
Well, we saw rolling into this piece the drama that has been involved between Gabe Medina and Kaiwi Belly. I mean, hey, look it. When you get on land, it's all you leave it in the water, but you know there's some motivation between these two when they're competing against each other.
I respectfully disagree. I think sometimes you try to leave it in the water. Sometimes you can't. And I think in their situation, I know they're still decent friends, but there's still a little thoughts in the back of your mind, Kaipo, where you want to beat them.
Medina goes high, spins it around, lands on the roof, and is going to continue down the line. A couple of hits there for Gabe Medina, just glued to his board. And he's saying to the judges, pay me off with a score, because that was an incredible backhand air reverse, the height on it, and the fact that he just went and continued on his momentum down the line without any hesitation, any pause at all in his forward progress.
Show me the money. That's what Gabe's saying right there. He wants the score, and he's going to get another great number right here. Wow, how's that one section where he's just eyeing it the whole time, Kaipo? Frothy landing too, makes it even more difficult. But this guy is just incredible. He truly is a phenomenon.
Well, an entertaining surfer and someone who is able to play the game really well. Some big numbers so far for Gabe Medina. I'm going to take another look at this, and this was really, really cool. Right in Kyle's face. Boom!
How's the rotation with the landing too? He nearly did a 540 there, not to quote Chris Cote, but it really is spectacular when you see somebody like this on the backhand do a full rotation like this. Look at the way the nose penetrated the water when he was coming down, and he goes straight up into the two maneuvers afterwards. That means that his feet had to be in the perfect position coming out of the air. That's just incredible timing and incredible display of what beautiful aerial surfing, comboing it up with turns is.
He is going to definitely increase his score line at 8.17, checks in for Gabriel Medina, and now Kyle Ibelli is in a combination position where Kyle Ibelli needs 2 waves of a score of 16 points or more, and Gabe Medina has just upped his stat there. So now he has 109 excellent heat scores.
Look at his smile. He kind of looked back after listening to the score, and he thought it was going to be a higher score. I could see it, but, you know, there's people up there that are judging you, that are expecting more from you, and they didn't deem it that high. So, you know, he's got to use this motivation in the next few heats, and I'm telling you, his matchup against Jack Robinson is going to be the heat to watch this event.
I concur. I mean, the way it plays out, when we get into the quarterfinals, of course, the winners of this round of 16 move into the quarterfinals, and that's when we go to straight brackets. We've been seeding all the rounds up until now, but once we go through here, it's just straight all the way to the finish line matchups.
And it's not that Kaio surfed bad at this heat. I mean, his total's decent, 11.23, but he's just going up against an informed surfer in Gabe.
But Igarashi launches one, but the landing was a little tough there for Igarashi, but I like the intent. Just got a little off center, but had a lot of height in that air reverse. Down to 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Gabe Medina pretty much has Kyle Ibelli up in the corner. He's locked him in the room. Hasn't thrown away the key quite yet, but definitely turning the knob and keeping him in his place.
Yeah, well, if you know how difficult it is to get an 8 today, it's going to be quite hard to just find the wave and then do the surfing on the face too. But, you know, needing a pair of 8s, 2 minutes 20, not impossible. I just don't think that's happening with this guy in the water. And I got a question for you, Kaipo. Now that you're, you know, self-themed fantasy world champion last year, who do you have as your picks for the WSL Final 5 this year?
A little early in the year for me to make that Final 5, and that may not be information that I want to share with the public at this moment, because as I am defending World Fantasy Surf Champion, I'm having a shocker this year. I may be taking a little bit of time out, actually, just to, you know, just to recoup. Maybe I think I'm going to be back in 2023 for a full-on effort in fantasy surf.
That's not fair.
For 2023, I'm coming back with a full effort.
But that's not fair, because last year when I was way down in the rankings, you still said that I had to do the whole year.
Medina just having some fun now.
No, let's go back to the point. You still have to compete in the last few events in fantasy. So you're not going to give me any names for the WSL Final 5.
I'm going to go with Felipe Toledo for sure. And you know what? Actually, surfers are listening. I don't want to jinx anyone. We got a long road. We got some time. But you know what? One thing for sure I'm going to tell you, Mitchell Salazar, is that Gabe Medina is going to be into the quarterfinals. This is just going to be, and you can see the frustration on Kyle Ibelli. So Gabe Medina has put Kyle Ibelli in the room. He's locked the door, and now he's thrown away the key, and he has stamped his way into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's looking great doing so too. 16 points, excellent heat total already, and as you were saying, he's into the hundreds as far as excellent waves goes in his young career, and he still has a lot more to give, Kaipo.
Yeah, he just upped his stats. 109. This is his 109th excellent heat total.
You know what I think is a difference maker for him too? The fact that Johnny Cabianca has been here for a few weeks shaping boards, and he's been seeing a lot of these waves, surfing the waves himself, and knowing what kind of equipment the game's needed for these kind of waves.
Yeah, a lot of times it does take the wand. You know, you have to have a good wand, but really the magic is in the magician, young man. The magic is in the magician. The wand is a great tool to use. So I'm going to give Cabianca some props for some great equipment, but some superior surfing by Gabe Medina as he moves into the quarterfinals. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
I played a bunch of other sports, but then once I turned 8, everything clicked and I got like one good wave and it pretty much changed everything.
And now a first ever Triple Crown champion from the state of California.
The U.S. Open of Surfing champion.
Perfect 10 off first of the season.
The male pro Portugal champ.
Griffin Colopinto.
I'd say I'd give 90% of myself to picking up a surfboard. All the lessons I've learned through surfing and trying to improve the sport.
Last score now coming in for Colopinto. Not enough. And our surfer in that top 5 position out.
It's a sad story. In life, you're gonna lose a lot, and in surfing contests, you lose a lot, and it's just how you handle it and how you bounce back from it. And that's probably like one of my biggest blessings is having that as a fast track to just figure myself out as a person. Yeah, I'd say this is my best season so far for sure. I feel like my momentum's gaining and I'm learning how to be more consistent and what makes me be more consistent. So yeah, it's all about taking it one heat at a time, one comp at a time. To me, to make the final 5 at Trussell's would be probably like the closest thing to achieving a world title, especially at lowers. My whole family and friends are there, so I think I just want to be able to represent San Clemente for everyone and get the community together and bring that good energy down there and hype it up.
The ups and downs, the highs and the lows of the championship tour. Griffin Colopinto riding through all of those, and he rode to his first championship tour victory just this year at the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal with a brilliant display of surfing. Griffin Colopinto matched up in the non-priority heat with a veteran on tour, Jordy Smith. You can see the rankings next to their name. Griffin Colopinto coming into this event number 7, Mitchell. And so he's right on the cusp of that final 5 conversation.
Yes, he is. And I mean, he's got a great opportunity here against Jordy Smith, who I think have been 2 of the standouts of the day so far, Kaipo. Griffin dropped an 8.27 in his heat. Jordy Smith, actually it was the other way around. Griffin dropped an 8.17, Jordy dropped an 8.27. So very similar scores in their first heat of the morning.
Here's our priority heat, and Kanoa Igarashi in the red jersey with a snap to start off. Meaty looking section here. Just a little skipped out of the fins there. Sets up for something on the inside. Has to skip around that whitewater section. No opportunity for Kanoa Igarashi. However, he does lead in his matchup against Jake Marshall.
Well, and Jake had a slow heat earlier this morning. He's had a slow heat so far. in these first 27 minutes. And I don't know how much I like this from him. I think he maybe should have moved by now to the inside if he's way up the point, but there's a good chance that Cano is probably going to stay on the inside and look for those big maneuvers like he's got in that 5.33 on. Remember, that was just for the one air.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen what kind of momentum Kanoa Igarashi has this year, and he's had that taste of wearing that yellow leaders jersey.
Yep.
He wants that thing back. Talk about yellow leaders jersey. Talk about great performances. Talk about inspiration. And I'm talking about Gabe Medina. He had a dominant heat, and he's into the quarterfinals. Gabe is with Laura Enever.
Yes, Gabe, into the quarterfinals. 109 excellent heat totals after that 16 points there. Talk us through, what was that little claim on the last wave there?
Yeah, that was a good wave. I don't know, it's been hard to make hairs, you know, I'm getting old, so I was like, come on, Judge, give me a little more, you know. It's just hard, but I'm happy with the win, and feels good to have fun out there, you know, even it's kind of hard to serve. And yeah, the wind keeps pushing, so let's hope for next round we have maybe better win, I don't know.
And into the next round, you're coming up against Jack Robinson, who put together some amazing scores in about 3 minutes of his heat. What are you going to do to try get back at Jack after G-Land?
Yeah, I'm going to try to do my best. Maybe ask again for the judge a little more. But yeah, I'm going to have fun. I enjoyed this wave so much. My board feels good, and yeah, I just want to, hopefully we get some good waves so we have a good battle.
I think we'll let you go get ready.
Thank you.
What are you going to eat?
Maybe, let me think. Oh, chocolate. Yeah, I'm going for.
All right, hot chocolate, give you wings. Good luck, Gabby.
All right, so we're back. And we got Kanoa Igarashi. We're waiting for that last score for Igarashi at 3.07 in his matchup against Jake Marshall. Marshall right now having a slow heat, Mitchell. Needing a 7.66 if he wants to take the lead. He's got 15 minutes and 35 seconds and priority.
So you can see him to the left side of your screen right there. He's alone in the white singlet. But Griffin Colopinto and Jordy Smith are so far up the point right now with this low tide. They're not going to make it past that midsection right there, Kaipo. You can see how not only shallow it is by far, but look at the amount of rocks that are in that position right there further up the point too. The further down you come, the less steep it is, but the more amount of water there is too. So I think it's less risky. I don't know how I like the strategy from both gentlemen. It seems like they're paddling themselves out of position, but, you know, to each their own.
Well, it could be some of the mental gamesmanship that's being played, neither of them wanting to give up that inside position, so they chase themselves up the point. We've seen it before. Sometimes it's not about the surfing, sometimes it's about the mindset.
It is.
And it can be a lot of times the art of war, Sun Tzu, where, you know, you can win the war or the battle before you even get to the battlefield at times if you're in the correct mind frame.
Yeah, but are you willing to give up scoring potential on the inside just to lose 20 minutes of the heat and not get anything?
Well, I'm sure they're going to move down.
Eventually, once the first person catches a wave, but, you know, I just think there's a lot of scoring opportunity right now with this low tide on the inside. I wouldn't be doing this at this low of a tide. Look at how low that is. I mean, all those rocks that are dark, they were wet this morning. They were covered with water. That's how low the tide got.
Yeah, but we're on the backside of the tide right now. It's 11:16 local time. We had a low tide of 10:02 local time, moving up to a high tide of a 7.5, right about a little after 4 p.m. our local time over here. So the tide is pushing through. That's why we're expecting the conditions to get better, and these sections actually to connect right now with the lower tide. There definitely is separate peaks out there and peaks to play. Being these overlapping heat priority and non-priority heats, sometimes you can get into a different section on the point and maybe give yourself a chance in that non-priority position. We'll see if that's the play by Griffin Colopinto and Jordy Smith. 35 minutes on the clock for the non-priority heat. Priority heat with 13 minutes on the clock. Still a low-scoring affair, but really the most important scores being thrown down by Kanoa Igarashi in his first two waves, a 4.83 and a 5.33.
And this heat could come down to one wave too, whether Kanoa gets it or whether Jake gets the 7.66 that he needs. But as we saw in the last heat that Jake Marshall surfed in, he's willing to go a long time without catching a backup wave. I know Kanoa Igarashi's the complete opposite. He likes to get to work and be busy. As you can see, he's caught 4 waves in comparison to Jake's 2, but
One other thing that I think we notice a lot with Kanoa is that he's not only gotten a lot better at point break surfing, I think he's gotten a lot stronger in these kind of conditions too. Owns the house in Portugal now, loves to spend a lot of time there. More importantly, his training there is great.
Here we go. Smith up and riding, so the priority has been decided between the two surfers in the non-priority heat. Jordy Smith, a little foamy wave, but the big man from SA is able to handle that handedly as he kicks out. So that's going to be the first number coming through between Jordy Smith and Griffin Colopinto.
That's going to be a decent number too. Wasn't bad surfing, Kaipo. I actually enjoyed this wave a lot, despite all the froth on the wave and everything.
12 minutes, and we'll take a little replay here of Jordy Smith and his start against Griffin Colopinto. Nice slash, throwing some leverage on the heel, and another snap coming through there. One more time for the finish for Jordy Smith, and we'll be awaiting that number. And the Medina frenzy continues no matter where you go on the championship tour. There's a cloud of fans that will surround Gabe Medina. Certainly one of the most electric bolts in the Brazilian storm.
No, he's definitely a global superstar, Kaipo, and as you can see there, a lot of people are waiting just for this guy to surf. He's impacted the sport in ways that I think a lot of people don't comprehend and understand. Not only what he's done for surfing in Brazil, but I think as a community here in Latin America too, a lot of people look up to him. I definitely know the impact that he's had here in this region of Central America. He's been here a few times before, so a lot of people know him.
Oh, look at this next matchup. That is going to be heading to the water. We got Iago Dora versus Felipe Toledo. That's in heat number 5 of this round of 16. So another impressive matchup coming your way. That's going to start in little under 11 minutes. Your thoughts on that heat, Mitchell?
I love it. I actually think this is the best heat of the round, given that Iago came out guns blazing yesterday with a 9.0 on just one air. And then Felipe's my pick to win this whole thing. So I think it's an important heat, not only for Felipe, but I think for Iago to reestablish his position in the lineup that is the Championship Tour, Kaipo.
Iago gaining confidence after being out with a foot injury. He had an injury to his foot in which he had the Liz Frank ligament injury. And so that injury with a lot of those tendons and little bones in the foot takes a long time, you know, to be able to apply full pressure to that foot. But after stomping that 9-point backside air rotation, he proved the landing gear is solid. So to your point, this is going to be a great matchup. Again, Felipe Toledo, though, in these conditions, he's got to be the favorite in that matchup. Big snap here for Griffin Colopinto in the non-priority heat. Rounds out a turn there, right it back into the whitewater. Colopinto working his way through here, wants a little flare on the inside, and there he goes. Watch the fins as he jumps off in about 6 inches of water above the cobblestone.
What do you think, though? Is that last turn complete? Did he completely ride out of it? That's where that low tide really pays dividends up the point, too. They're going to be real crucial with that, because if they deem that complete, they're going to have to deem a lot of those same maneuvers complete as well.
Colopinto on the paddle back out. I'm sure we'll get another look at that at the replay. Looks like he stomped it pretty well, but it will be up to the judges, and the number that we receive for that will be an indicator if they deem that complete or not. Jordy Smith, he opened up against Colopinto with a 5.5.
Good score to start things up for Jordy Smith, too.
Here's the replay. You can take a look at it again and tell me if this was complete.
Well, the start was great. Slides the fins right there on the opening turn. Beautiful carve. Also kind of released the fins a bit. And this is where the wave got real small, but waited for the send section and pulls the spinner right here, but ooh, I don't know.
Judges deemed it incomplete. All the points were on those first 2 turns. 4-point ride for Griffin Colopinto.
Yeah, it's just too shallow to completely ride out of that section right there.
Just ran out of water.
Yep, exactly. Still 4 points, not a bad start, Kaipo. Could be your backup at the end of the heat. Boy, but the heat between Kanoa and Jake has been quite slow.
Here we go, Kanoa Igarashi, long drawn-out roundhouse. Now he's got to get on the gas to get around this section. Does so with a nice snap off the top. But Igarashi drops down to the bottom again. Loads up, throws the air reverse, hangs on to the rotation there, and the finish. Now that one is complete.
And Tom, Canoa's father stoked on that one.
Tom's still looking nervous, but mind surfing right there. He's going to be nervous throughout this full 7 minutes and 40 seconds at the conclusion of this heat with his son out in the water.
Yeah, he's always nervous though, whether it's Keanu or Canoa out there in the water. But as of right now, I think this is definitely going to improve his situation. A 4.83 is what he's looking to better.
Hey, you know what? If you want to know more about Kanoa Igarashi, go out to Apple TV Plus, episode 4 of Make or Break, and you can see the entire dynamic of the Igarashi family. It's an interesting behind-the-scenes look at one of surfing's greatest personalities. Here we go, the replay of Kanoa Igarashi.
So kind of mistimed the first section, but do it well right here. Speeded down the line and was able to gain some momentum, drifts the fins, and then all of a sudden is able to pull this rotation out of his back pocket. A difficult section to land on too, so some good surfing right there from Kanoa.
All right, well, let's check into the Red Bull athlete area with Shannon Hughes. You got something for us, Shannon?
Oh, it's been really exciting to be down here in the Red Bull athlete zone. There's obviously a whole lot of people in here at the moment. There's some great action in the lineup, but I just want to touch on Kanoa and Jake both having their families present. For Kanoa, his dad down on the beach watching that last wave. I heard whistles from his brother Keanu, who's just standing next to me here, feeling really stoked. Kanoa just carried a lot of speed and momentum into that finishing maneuver. And then for Jake, he's a surfer also out of Southern California, both of them coming from a similar area, who has spent so much time here. He's got his dad here on the beach with him, but he's also got his little brother, Nick. So it's really cool to see between these two surfers in the lineup, they've got that family dynamic. They've both got their little brothers alongside that are getting in the water, little brothers that are competitors as well. So it's this great kind of family dynamic pushing them. And I think in this heat, it's clear the momentum's gone in Kanoa's favor. I had a look at the WSL website for the fan picks, and it was Kanoa that had the big nod over Jake in this one with 84% of the fan picks, and looks like he could be carrying it through with the advancing position now.
Thank you, Shannon. 5.4 checks in for last of Kanoa Igarashi. He does distance himself even further from Jake Marshall. Jake, if he wants to do it on one wave, he's 8.23. Jake has priority. Nick Marshall, ripping surfer.
Yeah.
Keanu Igarashi, ripping surfer. So both of those little brothers are also itchy for the opportunity to bring up the sponsor hat at the end, because whoever wins this heat gets the interview, and then that's what the little brothers do. They bring up the sponsor hat, they caddy the boards, they support Big Bro, and but oftentimes, you know, you look at history, the younger brothers actually turn out to be
better surfers. Well, wasn't that kind of the thing with Bruce and Andy when they were younger? Bruce was kind of the superstar of the family, and then all of a sudden, when they hit adulthood, Andy became the 3-time world champion.
Yeah, well, Nick and Tom Carroll. I mean, Nick's a ripping surfer, but Tom Carroll's a world champ. Jake Marshall right here. A couple of hits as he finishes off his ride. That's not going to be the 8.23, but he has to get busy. I think he's aware of the time constraints right now.
Yeah, he needs to get going, and right now, here's Griff.
Get ready, buckle up, a big air, smashes it, and rides out. That's stomping a landing, and that's a big dynamic maneuver. Griffin Colopinto does it again.
Well, and how was that section too? Big, steep, dangerous. A lot of risk in that maneuver right there, and Griff looking great on this one. Just the one single maneuver, but I wouldn't mind to see something in the upper good, maybe even in the exit for just this one, for this one air.
That was a big air, throwing it out there, getting all tweaked and landing in the whitewater explosion. You know, Griffin Colopinto, one of his things is that he's able to land those big airs, and a lot of it, he's talked about really having strength in his quads and in his legs. You know, you would think it's like knees and ankles, but really working out on those quads. Let's see the quads in play right here. This is a big air.
Yeah, it is, and look at the landing too. It's almost like a nose pick when he lands, has to completely rotate from the 180, but I think the invertedness of this air is what's going to score him super well, especially with the way he was able to land in the flat. So I'm expecting a big score from Griffin. And talk about somebody who's definitely missed out on the Final 5 in his first year. I think a lot of people were expecting him to do super well in Mexico. I was one of those, and as of right now, I think he's looking good for qualification.
Griffin Colopinto patiently waiting the number as we are anticipating a bigger score than his low score right now. He's got a 4-point ride. He's going to add a lot of digits onto that 4-point ride and put some pressure on Jordy Smith.
I got a Spanish lesson for you mid-heat, Kaipo.
Sure.
Helicóptero.
Helicopter.
Yeah. That's the Griffin Colopinto's nickname down here.
You like it or no?
I like it.
Yeah?
Is it truly, is this a fact, or are you making this up as you go?
Based off of the last error that he did.
Okay, so this is your
yes
nickname for Griffin Colopinto.
It's going to have to stick, too, because look at the score that's coming through right now.
All right, well, numbers coming through, and they're looking good for Griffin Colopinto for one maneuver, 7.17 for a big air. And we can take a look at how the judges got there, the highs and the lows. Actually, Griffin's going to take off on this wave. And looking to back up that 7.17. Starts off nicely with a nice off the top, roundhouse into the double up. Coming through this section here, just a whitewater climb. He gets engulfed by the whitewater. I don't know if that's going to be better than his 4-point ride. Jordy Smith with an air of his own lands on the roof, but it's just get gobbled up by Punta Roca on the landing.
Yeah, landed in an awkward spot right there, and just unfortunate because he was needing something to at least compete with the 717 of Griff.
Jake Marshall looking to get busy right now in the last 2 minutes. Needs a 6.56, and that wave did not look like it had the 6.56 scoring potential for Jake Marshall.
Well, he's got to move away and break away from Kanoa too, because Kanoa has priority. 90 seconds to go. Seems like he's looking at this.
Here we go, Jake Marshall. One more chance for the surfer from Encinitas. Some troubled water, difficult water, and he's not even able to get a snap on that. You can see a lot of reverb and white water on that wave, Mitchell. So things are looking pretty tough for young Jake Marshall at the moment.
Yeah, he's still going to need a score right here. It just has to be a wave that offers up at least 2 or 3 sections that are big, where he's able to maneuver right in the pocket.
Here we go, Griff. Nice snap, a projection snap for Colopinto. Moves down the line, forces that reverse in the whitewater, and really trying to manufacture a backup for that 7.17. I like the enthusiasm, and I like the fact that he's committed to that wave, even though the wave didn't have that much of a quality to it. Finished it off, hoping for the score.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the approach is the smart one for right now with this lower tide too that's still coming up. He has a lot of steep sections where it's actually permitting this kind of surfing kaipo where he's able to get up and over the lip. But more importantly, as long as you're bettering something close to the 5.5 of Jordy Smith, the more pressure you're adding to him to get an excellent score or requirement such as that.
Down to 20 seconds, and Konoe Igarashi on the paddle here.
Ooh, Jake.
Jake Marshall down the point, trying to give himself one more chance. Again, he needs a 6.56, caught up in the whitewater, and you can see by the body language of Jake Marshall that he has to concede this heat, and he is going to exit competition while Kanoa Igarashi is going to move on into the quarterfinals. Igarashi taking this wave to the beach. There's the digits right there, 5.4, 5.33. That was enough for Kanoa Igarashi to advance into quarterfinal number 2. We'll be back with more action from Punta Roca when we return. Felipe Toledo and Iago Dora will be out in the water.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
We're working with WSL in El Salvador to restore the habitat along the Rio Chilama.
Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and this wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
Last stop on tour, we were in the jungle at G-Land, and Felipe Toledo had a matchup with Iago Dora in the elimination round. Iago got the late call up to the jersey because of the injury to Seth Moniz. As we see, Felipe Toledo's performance surfing and running laps is absolutely incredible, hammering away. And it was a great celebration of just the return to form for Iago Dora. Had a great free surf trip that was happening over on Bali, so he was in a great position in the world to get the jersey on and feel that competitive energy once again. But it was Felipe's day as he packaged together some beautiful backhand turns and was able to beat Yago Dora for the 4th straight time in his career. Here they go, meeting one more time here in El Salvador for their 5th meeting, and Toledo will see if he can stay undefeated against the fellow Brazilian. Thanks for being with us here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Joe Chappelle alongside a couple of my heroes. PT, 76 world champ, Rosie Hodge, longtime CT standout. PT, you got pretty excited before we checked into the booth, seeing some promising sets here at Punta Roca.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, I was out there in the athlete area when the heat with Jack Robinson and Jackson Baker. I mean, Jackson Baker had the heat the entire time and surfed brilliantly. I mean, there was that one turn he did with the big spray. It was crazy. And then Jack, in the last 3 minutes, took him out like by less than half a point. Rosie, that was crazy.
Oh, man, your dreams just crumble right in front of you. Put together such a great heat. I see Yago Dora getting started here.
Yago Dora, famous for the big 9-point punt yesterday. Going to turns on this one, and he'll step off of his warm-up wave. Still have Griffin Colopinto, Jordy Smith going head-to-head here for a shot in the quarterfinals. Jordy Smith has beat Griffin every time they've met in the past as well, so Colopinto trying to change things around here in the round of 16. Felipe, #1 in the world, in a great position to be back at the WSL Finals this season. He's come incredibly close to that first world title in his career. Obviously, having a venue like Lowers to be the title decider, I think everyone just had Felipe pop into their brain, thinking that he's probably the most dangerous guy out there. Even, you know, against Medina, he's had more success there result-wise in the past than Gabe has, and it went down to the wire last season, Rosie.
It did. Such an exciting finish to that season, but this year, I mean, every year I feel like Felipe just blossoms and he comes into the new season with a lot more inner strength, and he just seems so calm. He's, you know, considered one of the veterans on tour nowadays.
As we now check out a windup for an opening section, just to quickly up and out. Colopinto's best score is 7.17 and a 4.17. I think he was just searching for one big ramp to work with. Jordy Smith now at an interesting part of his career, PT. You know, now with Kelly out of the draw, he's the oldest on tour. You know, things are moving quickly in Jordy's life now.
Rosie will remember this. He was part of the junior team way back when with her. And then he was still in the team when we went to Brazil, and I was the US coach at that time in 2006. And Julian Wilson won, and Jordy came second. So that's how long Jordy's been on tour. And of course, Julian's not with us anymore, you know. So, and Jeremy Flores was in that final too. And so Jordy's the only survivor.
Yeah, still standing. It's cool to look back at those days when they were just the most talked about grommets coming from different parts of the world. And there's all these conversations, is Jordy better than Julian or vice versa? Just heard Julian got some great waves at Cloudbreak on this last trip, so he's charging and maybe thinking about a return to the tour. He hasn't made that statement quite yet, but we'll see what happens.
It was cool to watch Julian competing at the Snapper Rocks event in the Challenger Series, to see him, you know, it's always fun to see someone come back. He's so talented, but as you're saying, PT, it's crazy to see, you know, the evolution of the tour at the moment, because you're seeing people like Jack Robinson, who was a young gun for the Quicksilver scenario, along with Kanoa Igarashi, and they were just these young whippets, and now all of a sudden, you know, Jack's going back-to-back, Kanoa Igarashi's getting silver at the Olympics, Jordy Smith, the oldest person in the mix at the moment. I mean, I grew up with Jordy, so that makes me feel extremely old.
Jordy looked inspired.
You could still be out there, Rosie. You could still be out there.
Jordy's inspiring me. I'm coming out of retirement. Let's see what Griffin does.
Griffin's got some speed. Nice first snap through the white water. Into the open face. A clean frontside carve. Throw tail reverse. What a transition of moves for the Californian. And now playing with the tail end of this section. Let's see if he can get an inside double up. And he'll push that snap off the top and completely running out of water. Will pearl the front end of that surfboard, but great maneuvers before that to definitely improve on the 4.17.
Well, and in the last 30 minutes, the conditions have gone a little bit wonky because the wind has come off the ocean. And so it was pretty clean there for a while, but it's got a little bit more bump in it right now, as you can see on this wave right here.
First turn set up everything on this ride, Rosie.
Yeah, a lot to negotiate. Like you're mentioning, there is that bit of chop up the face, but with that incoming tide, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's hampering Griffin Colopinto at the moment. And just to note, you know, he's really looking desperately to up the ante on that 417 to get the nod on Geordie, because that could put him in a precarious position for Geordie to answer back. So for sure, you have to agree that he'd be, you know, flicking that 417 out of the scoreline.
I thought Geordie was so inspired in the previous round when he had Nat Young, and kind of was winning in the similar way that Griffin is now. Big aggressive combinations, going to the air once again to show how powerful he can be, and using his size to his advantage. So I feel like if he identifies another wave that he had in the earlier round where he can go big above the lip, we'll see that. And he did it with variety, a straight air, he was doing rotations. Geordie had a lot of fun this morning. This is what Geordie just did, PT.
Yeah, nice whack off the top to get started. Comes around that section, his beautiful trademark wraparound, and into the inside, and just goes for the reverse right there, and manages to ride out of the whitewater. You know, that was a tough ride out there, but made sure that he got through it and still going down the inside, and little bunny hop there on the end. a mini Superman.
He can create air sections on demand. I just love how much he put into that last effort, trying to chase a score to get the lead off Griffin Colopinto, as Iago and Felipe have a ton of time. How do you like this lineup, how it can handle this overlapping format, Rosie?
Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, just listening to the post-heat interviews, the guys saying, you know what, we start way up the point and kind of move around as the priority in the heat kind of switches. So these guys are really identifying different sections that they can work with. I'm sure as we see that incoming tide, you know, that section's not going to be as obvious as the waves start to link up. But yeah, it's been fun to watch this this format play out. I think it's a lot of excitement for the fans seeing so much surfing action.
As we look at 12:45 on the clock in the priority heat, a lot of surfers coming here for the first time, and we've been enjoying the stories from PT about his trip here in the 70s to film Big Wednesday. As we watch Iago Dora with the crumble the whitewater on his heels, now back to the lip with a snap. Great timing on the second effort, and drills it again with the drift. Nice controlled surfing from Dora, looking to better at 2.6.
Well, you can see, as we see taking off right there, right in the hook, coming around this section, is Felipe, of course.
Yeah, driving
with that trademark Felipe back.
He's always so quick. His turns are explosive, and he forces everybody to stop what they're doing to watch, just in case he does something massive. A powerful turn. That wave didn't completely let him just free up, but he's on the board against Iago Dora now.
Yeah, and that Iago Dora wave, though, there was a lot of downtime because that wave had all that wind chunk in it that wasn't earlier today, and it was a bit more like yesterday. It's a little bit more like it was yesterday right now. But in the afternoon yesterday, I mean, I'm sure you guys were paying, you probably were in the booth working when Steph Gilmore's heat. Wow. She surfed like some right point magic.
Oh, it's so beautiful to watch. Back to Iago's wave here, Rosie.
Yeah, low road on this wave. I like the fact that this got some cleaner face as he hit the inside section. It just gave him something more to work with. And he tags that lip 3 times. So Iago finding some rhythm in his surfing. But this from Felipe, I feel like he's got different personalities that he's able to show in different kinds of conditions, and here he really starts to muscle through this wave. He knows that it's got that bump and lump on the face. He's got to be adjusting all the time, have the cat-like reflexes, but then when that section comes, just make sure that he hammers it.
And hammer it he did.
So fast on that first carve. A great finish for Toledo, and a late takeoff for Iago Dora as he's up again. In this whitewater, he'll just trim his way through. Check turn, setting up something big for the ball once again. There's that upside down backhand air reverse that he can rely on. His one yesterday, significantly bigger than that version. But I don't know if anyone's more consistent with that rotation than Iago Dora on tour.
On the backhand, no one's as good at that. Well, not Felipe if he's going left, and also Medina. Medina's pretty good at those too.
Well, it's interesting. There's just like a turn, there's variations of how they approach it. You know, the backhand air reverse where you're so high up and staying over your board, and Iago is going upside down. There's this inverted torque to the way he approaches those punts, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's such a good illustration while we watch him on this wave, just setting up for the absolute mayhem that comes at the end here. But like you said, watch this body. That's where he kind of goes upside down and almost like lateral at the same time. It's such a trip to watch him do that. And yesterday on his Instagram, just noting that air that he got the 9-point ride for, he said that's the first time in 6 months that I've been able to do that maneuver. So he's feeling confident on that injured foot. He's back feeling healthy. So it's cool to see him slip back into the surfing that we're so used to seeing.
It's funny just talking about airs and what makes it so difficult. I've had surfers or people ask me about big moves that don't surf, and when I was like, well, if the board's upside down, it's got to come around the other way to land it. And because there's some rotations where the board's pretty flat, you can just see the landing coming. For Iago going upside down, he has to have the ability in the air to pull it back under his feet and ride away, and he does that so clean. Judges will take a look at that replay to see how technical it was and put the score in. I think that might inspire Felipe to do the same approach in the sea.
My take on all of that is, how do these guys train for that? I mean, you know, the other one that I left out, Italo's pretty good at them too, you know, like especially the backside ones. You know, those guys are all incredible at those backside rotations. So what, you get on a trampoline and jump up and down?
and there are a lot of those high performance setters, specifically in Australia, that'll have foam pits, and you can practice rotations even on a skateboard ramp just to learn where your body's going to go. We've asked Felipe before, we're like, so do you do that and skate and try to figure out rotations? And Felipe said, oh no, I just do it in the water. You know, there's some people that can just understand it, and others can train for it. And with these high performance centers popping up all over the world, especially because of the Olympics, now they can get to follow these airs in real time and mimic them on land as well.
And you do have to think about the physics of it, right? Like how fast you're rotating, where your body is in relation to your surfboard, and do you have that gravitational pull to get that board back under your feet when you're going lateral like that, or upside down and inverted. So there is so many things. So I guess the best practice is in the water, because you're on a trampoline, it's a different velocity that you're traveling at. So yeah, I might go and try some of them. Might just like slow down the tape.
Hey, in my day, you only got air by accident.
And I suppose there's always been this influence, though, with skateboarders. You know, maybe for Felipe, he might have just figured it out on his own. For Iago Dora, he's really good friends with Pedro Barros, one of the best skateboarders in the world. And so he gets to see how they attack the bowl. Also looking at skate crossover athletes with surfing. Kevin Reed from Santa Cruz, a talented skater, got a cover of the mags for doing a big punt in Santa Cruz way back in the day. Quick whip on the reverse attempt for Jordy. He goes down.
Well, and I think a little further down the road from the skateboarders, the snowboarders have had an influence too. You know, the Sean Whites of this world with their antics in the half pipe. You know, those guys. I think one of the most important things, I've been to that Casa Arena facility, it's incredible. And watching the little kids do that stuff, I think one of the things they have to learn too is controlling yourself in the air, just like a gymnast. You know, you got to know once you're in the rotation of, so where am I? and then in this case, what's interesting is, in the case of surfers, you not only got to know where am I, but where's the wave?
Yeah.
And that's the big difference between that and, say, gymnastics.
Oh, 100%. And even to our relatives in action sports, where this landing's moving and it's and it's water as well, which makes these athletes so incredible when they pull off something huge. Big section here opening up for Colopinto. Knifes it vertically right into a wrapping cutback. Nice deep bottom turn, and styles his way through a little layback finish.
That was a nice layback finish. That was really clean. He read it right, you know, so that he didn't get buried in the white water coming out of it.
What's your take on style these days on tour, Rosie? And where does Griffin fit into that mix as having a good style on tour?
I love appreciating all the different styles on tour. As we see another look at Iago. I love seeing the different styles. Obviously a huge fan of Steph Gilmore. There's a lot. Sammy Pupo at the moment for me. I'm just loving the way that guy surfs. I think it could be a type of meditation. Just watching him, as we see Jordy trying to answer back to Griffin. But yeah, I think right now we're seeing, like I said, different personalities of surfers. They're able to kind of switch up their approaches, which is super fun and exciting to watch.
It kind of felt like there was this rhythm of creating McFannings for a while when he was winning world titles.
Ethan Ewing. come on, he gives me this cross between Andy Irons and Mick Fanning. I mean, he's got that, you know, that top turn he does is so Fanning, you know, the one where he's coming out of and it's at speed. It's so Mick Fanning.
Oh, it's such a great topic and great to dive into. As we look at the yellow jersey for Felipe Toledo, it's extremely close on the rankings. As we follow the yellow jersey contenders here, Toledo is #1 in the world. And you look at the points at the bottom, it's incredibly close. So whoever finishes higher than each other will take yellow heading into Brazil. Felipe Toledo, 3 finals, 1 win this season. And obviously Jack Robinson, back-to-back wins from his hometown at Margaret River into G-Land with 2 buzzer beaters on finals day. First against Medina, then against Felipe over in Groningen. And what we saw, how he turned around his heat against Jackson Baker earlier today. There's been a huge turning point with Jack Robinson's belief in himself to be a world champion. Baker looked like he was running away from it, and for him to dig deep and completely flip that heat around, it looks like this is Jack Robinson's year.
Absolutely, and and that heat that he was out there with Jackson Baker, there's heats like I happen to be sitting with Jackson talking to his coach afterwards, just listening to him, and he says, I'm not sure what I could have done. I said, so good. And then you have Jack Robinson, he said, and there can only be 3 minutes to go, and he might do it, and of course he did it.
And I think it's not in waves that are slabs or, you know, a pipeline or in Tahiti where you see a lot of great comebacks. He's doing it in performance waves.
There they are there.
I think there's also something about surfers that bring out the best in you. I mean, Jackson Baker, knowing that he's coming up against a runaway train like Jack Robinson, you've got to bring your best. So that elevates your level at the same time, and then he's going back and asking those questions. Mitchie Rice is probably giving him that insight, and he's going to learn from that. He told us yesterday that he learns from every heat. So
here's another look at that Griffin replay right there, and he comes off the top nicely around this section. Nice slicing cut back into the pocket. Comes off the bottom again with just a nice clean layback. He did that with, as Rosie said, with so much style that he just drove it over the whitewater so that he didn't get trapped.
Nice smooth performance from Colopinto. He turns that last wave into a 6.5. 7.17 the high mark. So Smith now needs an 8.17 to survive the round of 16. You'd say it's Jordy's slowest start to a season result-wise since 2014. 2014 he did end up getting a win in the back end of the season, but usually he might have a final by now, a win by now in his world title campaign. We know he's been struggling with that injury from Pipeline to his toe. Obviously got one of the best waves at Pipeline as well. Definitely one of the best waves I've seen of Jordy in his career. So we know his form's there, his head's there. You think a right-hand point break like this, Jordy would have identified this as a great place to get his first win of the season, Ro.
yeah, he'd definitely be favoring conditions like this and waves like this, and just watching, you know, the body language in this heat so far. I mean, Griffin has really upped the pressure. He got that mid-range 5, swapped it for the 6.5 now, and Jordy's looking for excellence, and you see that Griffin's pretty much sitting so close to Jordy at the moment, even though we're on this long stretched out point break. As you know, he wants to shut this one down. Obviously Griffin's in that second priority. Jordy can take his pick of the lineup at the moment, but it's interesting to see these last minute tactics come into play.
Griffin's been incredibly focused this week, really working on keeping his composure down to the final minute. Works incredibly hard with his coach Tommy Whitaker, but he's got his dad's joy and support here as well in El Salvador. Down to the final minute, and Jordy Smith still holds priority, searching for an 8.17, so that would be the best wave of the heat. Talk about pressure at this point, PT.
Well, we saw Jack Robinson pull it off, so, you know, if the wave comes, Jordy, we know, can do it. So he's saying some prayers to Mother Ocean right now. hoping there's a set going to come here before he runs out of time.
Oh, he's one of the best surfers in point breaks. And he had a perfect heat at J-Bay. 2.10s against Leo Fioravanti a few years back. Once he's in that kind of rhythm, it's almost impossible to stop him. This is much different, though. His best scores have been in the 5 range. And now he's down to 20 seconds.
There's a little bump out there on the horizon. I don't know if it's going to be big enough, though, to give him the canvas of opportunity to get the score he needs.
We had a tough early loss at G-Land. Trying to avoid it now with 3 seconds to go. He's got to get up quickly here if he wants it. Looks like right on the buzzer, he'll surf it the best he can. It's going to be a one-turn option.
Right near the rock.
And Griffin Colopinto will get his first win over Jordy Smith in his career and move on into the quarterfinals to take on Kanoa Igarashi. More action to come. Iago and Felipe will have the priority heat. We'll bring in Baron Mamiya and Callum Robson right after this.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles with guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like,
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that. And then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Okay.
We're always in a hurry too.
And we're always
right?
in a hurry. Couldn't have been more perfectly.
Corona Lay Days this year, hosted by Felipe Toledo. Having some fun on the Lay Days, but all business when it comes to performing, as he's still #1 in the world. Introducing a brand new heat from the rookie class in the round of 16, Baron Mamiya takes on Callum Robson. Baron, #9 in the world, Calum, #10 in the world. Hawaii versus Australia, that's been a classic rivalry for a very long time since PT and his crew busted down the door and created this whole thing that we're calling pro surfing today. Baron and Calum, really exciting surfers. PT, what's your take on this next matchup?
Well, this is kind of a critical heat at this part of the season if they're at 9 and 10 from the point of view of, you know, like this result right now, probably needed if you want a shot to get to the 5. I mean, you probably want this result out here, and both these guys have been so exciting this season. I mean, you know, straight out of the blocks, you know. Baron was just unbelievable, and of course the Australia leg, Calum too, you know, so this is a pretty stacked up heat for a couple of young guys.
Yeah, so interesting how Baron was just thinking about a Challenger Series run this year. All that changed after the win at Sunset. Rosie, are you predicting another new face at the WSL Finals this year? We did have Morgan Siblick represent the rookie class last September. Is it going to happen again?
It's an interesting question. You know, when I'm looking at the final 5, I'm thinking Felipe's a shoo-in. I'm thinking Jack Robinson's looking pretty good with John obviously out of the mix with a knee injury. That's really opened up opportunity. Ethan Ewing's right there, so I think we could see new names coming into feature. And I think Gabriel Medina has to go on a magic run to make that final 5, and he's definitely capable of it.
Well, the wild card factor of Medina is he's either playing spoiler in a big way for that final 5, or he'll actually be there and maybe sneak in at 5th, which would be an unbelievable feat. But Medina's interested in record-breaking moments. He wanted to know if he was a younger 20 when he got his first world title compared to Kelly. He's a little older 20 when it came down to it, but he was asking all those questions. He wants to change the record books.
I don't think you can leave Italo out of that conversation either.
Yeah.
That guy's just so scary.
He's so scary, but he's in an interesting position on the rankings at the moment too. I mean, he's yet to have that breakthrough win this season. Even looking at his results are pretty mediocre from what we expect from him. So you could see Callum, Baron as rookies on tour make it into that mix. So yeah, Joe, I agree, there could be rookies that we see at the final 5.
We saw Baron after his last victory to get this far into the round of 16. He was a little bit frustrated with his performance, as we'll see this chip in to kick things off. Callum Robson from Evans Head, snap to start, kind of sneaks in an open face hook. Another tight jam off the lip. That's been a reliable maneuver for him this season. And then going upside down on the end section to go for a big air. Incomplete.
Have you guys ever been to Evans Head?
I think it just passed through.
Well, you go past it if you're going by Byron Bay, as up on the backhand right here.
Iago Dora, 17-minute mark, still leading over Toledo. Just kind of bounces off the whitewater real quick. Nothing major, but he's just waiting for a bowl. That one didn't really set up the air section.
Yeah, so Evans Head's this little like river mouth with a point that's like in between, you know, south of Byron Bay actually, and on your way to Angary. And funny for me, I won a schoolboy championship there like so far long ago. And in those days there was, you know, there was the Myers brothers from down there. Phil Myers is a good shaper, and his younger brother Brad. And we used to have our northern, be like the Natal, be like for Rosie, the Natal schoolboy championships, and it was at Evans Head.
Classic. As we see Griffin Colopinto enjoying the fans here at Punta Roca. One of the most popular surfers on tour, accomplishing his first victory of his career over Jordy Smith. As a competitor, Rosie, how good does that feel? That when you know you've been undefeated or the surfer's got your number and you finally turn things around to get your first win, that's got to feel great.
Did you have one of those?
Well, I was surprised to see, first of all, that Griffin hadn't beaten Jordy yet in his career. Obviously, that all changes now, and it's funny how you can kind of flip that scenario, and then all of a sudden you can start like having that person's number.
Got a little wave here. Felipe Toledo winding up, aggressive carve to start. Toledo off the lip again for an aggressive down carve. Absolute power gouge on those two efforts for great combination. Beating a 4.24. I feel like he's done enough.
Yep, on that one for sure. So Rosie, back when you were on tour, did you have one of those moments where you hadn't beaten somebody and then finally you got them?
Oh, I'm trying to think. I think it was fun beating Silvana Lima in Maui. That was definitely a good
that's
one.
a good matchup, especially in Maui.
Yeah, there's a couple of moments for me. I think there was an instance, it was really small and the waves were terrible, but I beat Steph in Spain. That felt pretty good. You know, there's moments for me that I kind of, you know, thrive on. They're few and far between, but yeah, obviously when you come up against those bigger seeds as a lower seed and you overcome them, that's just such a good boost for you. And I think for the run that Griffin's on at the moment, he needed that big one. He needed to make it into the quarters. He wants to get into that final five picture.
Oh, that's so cool. What about you, PT?
Well, I've had a couple of those. One of them in particular is against MR in Japan. And he was on a tear. He was leading the ratings. It's going to be the year that he wins his first world title. And I'm up against him in the quarterfinals. And in those days, this would really make you laugh. There was no priority rule. and so I figured out I better get the first wave, and the waves were small. So I ran up the point, jumped in, caught my first wave, went by MR, jumped out, ran around, got back behind him, and I'm on the inside again, right? and before MR had a wave, I'd had two. All right.
Great start, PT. Oh, that's epic.
And I beat him that. I beat him that. And afterwards, MR, because we've been great friends since teenage years, I said on camera yesterday, he came over and shook hands. He says, only you would think of that, PT, to get two waves before I caught any.
Comes down to heat strategy, a solid game plan, and what a great feeling to get a win off someone who has been on a roll against you in the past. This is another great opportunity for Callum Robson. Connects well on that first turn. Stretched out bottom turn, blows the fins and controls it. Just kind of a reset maneuver here to punch out the fins again. Second attempt at the reverse. He'll get this one.
Well, that was crazy how he got his foot back. He was way up front on the board after that rotation, and he was able to get himself back on the back fins and drive again into that next little section.
He's been enjoying his boards, Sparrow surfboards, all season. On his rookie debut, making a big final at Bells Beach. That helped him survive the cut. Now he's thinking about the WSL Final 5, just like a man named Griffin Colopinto, who is standing by with Laura.
Happy Griffin Colopinto, amazing work in that. You're on a couple of magic sticks, brand new boards from Ellis, and they're looking amazing down there.
Thank you. Yeah, this is my first time riding them on this trip, so a lot of trust in Biolis and Mike Inertia for getting those things dialed in for me. And then, yeah, now it's just wave selection and not falling.
And that was an amazing heat there against Geordie, one of obviously your heroes growing up. How was that going up against him?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I was like looking at the draw and I was kind of like, there's always something in the back of your head that like sees who makes it and you're like, ooh, hopefully I don't get that guy. And then sure enough, I got Geordie. So I don't know. I actually found that I sometimes do better when I have harder heats because it's easier for me to just go, okay, I just got to surf my absolute best and just leave it all out there, and it's easier mindset to get into. So still learning the other thing, and yeah, it's been a fun week.
And into your third consecutive quarterfinal, jumping up those ratings into 7th. How excited and eager are you to get to that final 5?
Yeah, it's definitely been at the back of my mind. I mean, there's still 4 events left, which is a lot, but it's just funny how that's like just creeps in. So just learning how to deal with that. This week's been kind of a lot of thoughts going through the mind, just been trying to jot it all down. So yeah, I'm stoked to be still going in the comp, and hopefully we get to surf another heat today.
Good luck in the quarters, Griff.
All right, thanks.
Griffin Colopinto with his first victory over Jordy Smith moves on to the quarters to surf with Kanoe Igarashi as this event continues, and potentially they could be out there later on today. He's learning a lot on the fly, and there's this whole idea of self-assessment at the end of a season, but on tour these days sometimes it has to happen after every heat. Felipe Toledo up, and he'll step off. His wave previous, a 4.17. My first reaction was he's going to get the lead change. He needed a 4.24. Judges calling it not enough, and here comes Iago up and out. So very interesting, those 2 big moves. What do you think the judges are looking for, Rosie?
I just felt like maybe they had an inkling that Felipe got a bit hung up on one of his second maneuvers there. So, you know, just scoring under. Yeah, it's Felipe, he's still got the 6.33, which is the high mark in this heat, and the 4.24 that he requires. It just seems like when he's taking off, he's not surfing for a 4, though. He's looking to really up the ante to get the lead over Iago. So, yeah, interesting watching this heat play in front of us.
It's interesting, too, with 5 judges on the panel. There's 2 judges that thought Felipe did enough to turn the heat. On the average, it falls just under. So Dora's in priority for the final 5 talk. I mean, this is what would go to plan for Jack Robinson, for Ethan Ewing, for Italo, 6th in the world. You know, that would be a big hole in the draw if Felipe gets knocked out as early as the round of 16 on a wave you're expecting him to win.
I have to laugh at Rosie's comment there about Felipe. Does Felipe ever take off thinking he's going to get a 4?
Yeah, there's some surfers that surf for the score, right? And others that obliterate it.
I mean, he's taken off on every way thinking he's going to get 10.
As we look at Baron Mamiya throwing down the snap off the top, hits it again vertically. Nice casual style and approach for that wrapping cutback. Fading that wrap again and just putting this inside corner to bed with a series of carves.
Yeah, well, Baron hasn't had a real score yet. This is his first wave that he's going to get a score.
Backside rotation complete for Iago Dora.
He's putting the pressure on Felipe, that's for sure.
Callum Robson, PT.
Yeah, nice little cut back into the pocket. There comes around it, just whacks it off the top right there. Nice floater to end. That middle maneuver, though, was the money term in that wave.
Impressive. Watching Iago repeat these airs on different sections. He's so calm. We talked about style a bit in this heat. His style, one of the best on tour, gives you that kind of aura of like a Jerry Lopez Zen, but he's also doing that in the air as well. You know, you see a lot of people do airs at home, and sometimes it's a safety survival feeling to land in air. For Iago, he's one of the best at looking cool above the lip, Rosie. It's really impressive.
He's so fluid, I feel like. It's definitely just an extension of his surfing. What he does on the rail is what he does in the air, and he makes it look super easy but that athletic at the same time, and just flows into the next maneuver so well. So it's so functional when he hits the progressive button.
Well, with Iago going to the air, I think it's almost going to force Felipe to get off those frontside carves, not getting the score on a 2-turn combo, and Iago throwing a bigger section, throwing an air on a bigger section on that last wave. So Dora now with 9 rides, being incredibly active. And he's going for a major upset in this event.
Yeah, well, don't count Felipe out, and here he goes.
Felipe Toledo could be ramping up his energy on this one. Solid wall to start. Nice clean vertical for world number 1. Drives hard into the oncoming section. Blowtail reverse. Right off the top. Touches the float. Winds up for the finish. A big tail drift. Controls it. And rides away clean. Now Yago quickly to answer.
This is a heavy heat.
Top turn wrap for Dora. It's been all about the airs lately. Let's see if he's got another one for us. He punches out the fins again. Incomplete as he lands out the back. 2 previous scores to lock in. Very critical here for the round of 16.
Absolutely. The judges have got their work cut out for them right now on those 2 rides right there, because that could decide the heat, because you know, there's only like 6 minutes to go, so it's going to lock that heat up and going to be critical who gets priority here in this last 5 minutes.
Another big punt from Yago Dora. Rosie, what'd you think?
Yeah, amazing stuff. Can't wait to see what that number comes in at. I feel like Felipe is almost going like, hey man, don't make me do it. Don't make me get out of second gear. We're friends.
We're friends.
Don't make me get the claws out. But I mean, he's just so amazing. He does have those other levels that he can get to. Obviously, he's been put into a corner at the moment. He feels like with the surfing Yago's doing, and just the fact that he was just shy of getting the lead on that 1 score. So I think there's a little bit of anger and redemption in Felipe's surfing.
Here comes Callum Robson, driving hard in that section off the lip, right off the bottom again, and he'll ride away from that turn on the end section. So Calum steps off. That's the non-priority heat with Baron Mamiya. Feeling like Felipe's last wave, the best wave of the heat so far between himself and Yago, PT?
Yeah, I mean, this heat's going to get locked up after those 2 scores come down from the judges.
And here's Baron, PT.
Yeah, Baron's been quiet. I thought he had an earlier wave, but I actually had it confused with the wave of Calum, I think. And Baron just hasn't been finding the waves in this heat. And but Calum hasn't got the big score yet. I mean, look, a couple of 4s. Usually that ain't going to get you a win.
Yeah, very interesting. I feel like the non-priority heat still has a lot in it to tell the story in the back end, as the rookies are just finding their feet. In that 4 range is Callum Robson. But the big situation will be revealed quickly with Yago and Felipe. All Brazilian battle. Dora on the comeback to the jersey. He's already got the wild card for the start of 2023, but able to start that comeback early here on the back end of the season.
Looks like we've got a backlog on the judges' score. I think we're 2 or 3 waves waiting for him to come up, right?
Gosh, this has to be one of the hardest things for the judges, how much we love the overlapping format, but they're watching 2 heats overlapping and it's just non-stop. So hats off to them for putting in all the big numbers. Yago Dora's previous air, a 5.93. That's his best. But the big number, Felipe Toledo, 8.33.
Wow.
Finally gets the lead off Yago with 4 minutes to go, Rosie.
Yeah, so impressive just to see Felipe kind of kick into gear there, and you can tell like he's kind of looking back at the judges. I mean, I don't want to read too much into it, but I do feel like he's got something to prove at this event.
I loved your call on that, Rosie, where you just said, it's like, you want to mix it up here? Come on.
The gloves are off. Let's go.
Let's go.
And then right there, he switched on and picked off such a beautiful wave. Yago now in a position where he could call upon the 9 that he threw down yesterday. So for Yago's ability in the air, 3 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, well, in the other heat, you know, the Calum and Baron, you know, I mean, look, he only needs like is it a 4 he needs or something like that to get to the first position? I mean, it's been a very quiet heat, but, you know, we got the second half when they have priority, which could make a difference. I think there's a few less waves out here right now than before, where the lineup was a bit more broken up. It seems like it's like focusing in more on the same takeoff zone, which before you had the guys start up the top and down the bottom. And I think there's less of that happening.
Yeah, everyone's pretty much bunched up right in the same zone now with 2:45 on the clock. Waiting for Yago to get a chance to come back here. PT, thinking about your favorite memory from filming the movie Big Wednesday back in the late 70s.
Well, without question, if you go back and look at the movie, there's what's called Jack's Lonesome Ride, which was shot at Senzal and on a really pretty big day, 6 or 8 foot day with kind of a little bit of wind on it, just like this. And John Milius had flown a helicopter in here without permits that we ended up, I told that story where we had looking down the barrel of an M16, but that particular segment from a point of view of a career, you know, I love to just watch that because I was one of being drafted to go to Vietnam, so that could have been me.
Wow. And that's what the story was all based about in the movie.
Right. He went into the draft and signed up. He didn't try to get out of it, if you remember the movie where they have the draft scene.
That's right. As we look at Baron Mamiya sliding the tail and has to get out of there, you can still see the frustration as he's really hoping to open up in this seat, chasing a 6.23 to catch up to Callum Robson. But yeah, that whole the plot of the movie for Big Wednesday was these carefree surfers that were enjoying their time. And here comes Yago. Important ride, 90 seconds. First turn, a nice solid snap. Belts it again. Great timing. He's going to try to climb it, and he throws that one away.
No, so he needed one of those aerials from yesterday. He could if he could save them up and like bring them back in another heat.
Big bottom turn. Calum opening up with a big first turn. And a big whip with the tail release to follow. And now setup work into the inside track. End section, a wild one, but he pulls it off. So Calum is building over Baron Mamiya. And now Yago with 45 seconds will try to pull off a miracle here. Big snap, aggressive hammer there, and he goes down. Toledo maybe on his victory lap now. Carves it, goes for a punt. There's a nice routine reverse for a man like Toledo. And here comes Baron Mamiya, PT.
Yeah, well, he needs to get something going here. He's been having a tough time in here finding waves to get us scores on, and you know, I see a little frustration in his surfing too. You can see it. You know, he's trying to make stuff happen on waves that aren't really the canvas he needs to make it happen.
100%. It's like trying to force things when things aren't going your way until instead of finding yourself in a great rhythm like Toledo did to come back against Yago Dora. One wave just really changed everything for Felipe at 8.33. His low score is 6.33. And Yago Dora will exit out here in the round of 16 as Toledo will be even more dangerous in the quarterfinals later on today. Coming up next, Ethan Ewing takes on Maddie Mcgillivray right after this.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably like 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So, what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City, official tourism partner of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. By Corona, this is living. And by Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. Thanks for watching a big day of pro surfing here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, the two Brazilians doing their best not to slip off these rocks. It is very challenging to be smooth when you enter the lineup here at Punta Roca or when you exit. Yago's in a tough position there. That's a smart position to be in. Lay low.
When we were making Big Wednesday, remember there were no leashes. We were doing a lot of rock dancing.
Got to be ready to do ding repair on demand.
Oh no, you had to have the resin out in the afternoon to fix all the dings.
Unbelievable. Ethan Ewing, Maddie Mcgillivray, Rosie. Maddie was pretty thrilled to get Ethan at G-Land. He says Ethan always has had his number in the past. Last year at Mexico, Ethan went to town against Mcgillivray, but now it's back. It's 1-1 apiece, and Mcgillivray had turned in a great performance earlier today. What are your expectations?
Oh, I'm excited for a big heat. I think, you know, on paper, this might be one of my favorites of the round.
I love that.
Ethan's been doing some great surfing, and can Maddie Mcgillivray upset his run? I think he's had, you know, how many, like, he's made it to the final series back-to-back. Ethan, he's been on this beautiful run. His surfing is definitely coming into its own on the championship tour at the moment. So Matt's going to have his hands full, but Matt was one of the standouts for me this morning.
So cool to see a surfer just live up to the hype and the expectations. Ethan Ewing going back-to-back through the Australian leg of the tour. As we continue on, the priority heat has now changed to Calum and Barron, two members of the rookie class. There's that tail-high punt attempt from Callum Robson. Trying to throw some big airs, knowing that the judges have been rewarding that heavily throughout the day today. But ends up going down again, so he's had a few falls going for the big rotations. Barron now needs a 7.43. And here comes Barron Mamiya now, PT.
Yeah, well, he's got a wall in front of him. Nice little snap in the open face right there. He's looking for the wave to build up down the inside. And it's going to go for a little punt. And into that next section. This is going to be probably his best ride up to date, but it's still going to need a whole lot more than that to get a 7 out of here today. Those judges aren't very kind unless you get super open face. And, you know, I mean, he did a bunch of maneuvers, but there was no open face on that wave.
Barron Mamiya now sitting at number 9 in the world, so drifting out of the WSL Final 5, and even briefly wore yellow earlier this season after that win that he had at Sunset Beach. And the last couple events, I feel like he has been struggling a little bit for rhythm, going to G-Land as well. And he talked about little frustrations there, and even earlier with his heat win in the previous round, I think he's just trying to find a rhythm. What do you recommend, Rosie, to kind of reset yourself before every heat if things aren't really connecting in your mind?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. It depends what works for you. I think for Barron, you know, he just has to separate himself from the heat that he surfed previously and really start with a clean slate, because every heat is an opportunity. You've seen changing conditions. But Callum Robson, oh my gosh, this guy's a hammer. He just is able to just tweak that board up into the lip, really overpowers the sections, which is fun to see. This right here, the way he negotiates that converging section, just such good core strength. I mean, he's got quads on him, like some serious legs.
Tree trunks.
Tree trunks. You can compare him to Michelle Perez potentially for that kind of power. Let's now hear from world number 1. Toledo is with Laura.
Yes, Felipe, up against good friend Iago. We knew it was going to be an exciting heat, but your back was up the wall at the end there, and that 8.33 must have felt very, very good.
Yeah, it felt good. It was a tricky heat. Waves got kind of weird, a lot of wind, and it was really hard to find a section or a clean wave to, you know, perform. But I was blessed enough to have that one wave of the 833 that had a really good wall on it, and you know, I was just trying to place the turns on the right spot and, you know, make sure I finished my wave. And especially against Iago, you know, we all know what he can do, you know, like in big sections, and as he did yesterday or the day before, I don't know, big air. And yeah, just wanted to make another heat, and yeah, felt great.
Amazing, and we know that you are so strong in these types of conditions. Was that coming into this event, were you feeling very confident knowing that this is sort of like lowers, or just a right-hand point that you're so strong at?
Yeah, I'll be honest. You know, I feel great here. I feel really comfortable. It's a wave that suits my surfing, wave that I love, and but it is what it is. You know, it's not in control. Just doing what I have to do, and whatever happens, there's a reason for it, and I'm just gonna keep grinding and trying to get the scores and the results, and make sure I get my, you know, like my points, and that's it.
And you obviously watched Jack Robinson come back in 3 minutes in his heat. Healthy rivalry starting there?
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, that's all BS from Instagram and freaking, you know, like social media. I'm just doing my own, you know, good for him. He's doing his own thing, and I'm doing my own thing, and everyone's doing that on tour. So I'm just cruising and having fun and enjoying the process and focus in my goal.
Absolutely love it. Thank you, Felipe. Good luck in the quarters.
Felipe Toledo, what a great interview. Thank you, Laura. Just showing that his focus is on one thing, doing his own thing, his best surfing to become a world champion this year. But you can't help but look at number 1 and number 2 in the world. We've had brilliant rivalries in the sport of surfing for over 4 decades. And this is a fun one to talk about. You know, you've got Jack Robinson, who can speak Portuguese. You know, his wife is from Brazil, and they're kind of in similar camps. They hang out with similar type of people. So it's a fun one. It's a fresh one for us because Jack's never been in this position in his career, PT.
Yeah, I think it's funny that you can tell they pay attention to their social media from that interview, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to. I mean, some surfers, I guess, will turn it off for a while. Sometimes you ask surfers about posts or things happening. They're like, oh, I haven't been on social media throughout this event. They actually take that space so they can focus on surfing. Ethan Ewing, world number 5, into his second move.
Oh.
There's that seamless style. He's got a cool tempo to his bottom turn. He's opening things up against Maddie Mcgillivray in the non-priority matchup.
Yeah, I think while we were in that interview too, Ethan had another wave. He's got a couple already, I think.
Ethan Ewing already with the 3.5 on the board. Some surfers just understand this overlapping format so well where they can sometimes get their keepers in their non-priority side of their matchup row.
Yeah, Calum controlled that side of the heat so well. I felt like where Barron, you know, he really struggled to find the momentum in the beginning stages of that heat. As you see, Ethan Ewing just delays that bottom turn. I love the beat that he takes at the bottom of the wave before he sets up that first turn. Wow, it's just something so special about seeing a surfer surf to their potential. And I think that's what we're seeing from Ethan Ewing at the moment.
So much confidence, so much flow. He's got everything that you'd want to watch on a right-hand point break. But Mcgillivray looked unstoppable earlier this morning with a lot of different types of moves. Really did a great job with variety in his heat win in the previous round, PT.
Yeah, and just back on Ethan there, he grew up on a place called Stradbroke Island, which has a right sandbar called Cylinders. And so he's grown up in, you know, down the line racing, very similar to Cura, the Cylinders. I've been out there. We used to have state titles over there once a year, you know, and it's a really interesting place. That's where Bede Durbidge is from too.
As we watch Maddie Mcgillivray scrap into this one, hasn't had much yet against Ewing. Draws deep off the bottom, beautiful tail drift that he controls into a wrapping cutback. Nice patience and transition down the line, and he will just try to force it on the end section. Ewing up and out.
I think, you know, Rosie was talking about these two. The development of these two is pretty similar in the last 2 years, you know, in the tour, off the tour, in the tour, and now they just seem to be blossoming into, we're players.
Yeah.
They're like before they were, yeah, I'm in, I'm out, I'm not, but now I'm a player.
Yeah, there's something about Ethan's demeanor at the moment. I mean, like I said, watching a surfer where there is a lot of hype around him, right? You know, you draw the comparisons to Andy Irons and the Mick Fanning style, whatever. We want to see him do well. We want to see it to live up to that hype and that potential. But this season, he just seems so settled in himself. He's not making the same mistakes that he was making in other seasons, and he's definitely freed up his surfing.
So cool too, and you look at the last couple of years, you know, when Taj Burrell retired, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, and then there was even looks at the top 5 where we were wondering where the contenders would be from Oz. Ethan Ewing coming off a wrap, beautiful searing cutty once again. And he'll just keep that motion into this inside corner, throwing up a little section off the lip. And now looking to close this thing out.
Wow,
it is so beautiful to watch down the line.
I think with Matthew, though, too, he's having to live up to be the next brew on tour. Like, there's been Geordie, and there's been a kind of a big gap.
Yeah. No, totally. And Matt's doing so well. I mean,
Right.
even like he came out of nowhere for me. I think growing up, I've spent a lot of time out of South Africa, but seeing what he's doing at the moment, just super proud. As you see a surfer up, Calum.
It's Calum.
Robson loading up for another punt attempt, disconnected from his board. He hasn't given up, going for those big sections. Baron Mamiya, though, still needs a 7.43. Full surfers in that rookie class catching a lot of waves. It's been tough for Baron to get out of the 3 and 4 range.
Yeah, well, he just hasn't had the wave selection, you know, even when he's had priority. He's got priority right now, so probably pretty critical that the next selection is going to need to be a good one because, you know, he's got just under 10 minutes to get it. And here's a look at this Ethan Ewing wave again. I mean, that turn that he does, this one, it's so beautiful. I mean, I wish I could do turns like that.
Oh, it's so beautiful to watch. Everything just looks perfect. It looks like he's in the right rhythm. We talked about forcing things in the water. It's nothing ever looks forced for Ethan Ewing, and he's just feeling incredible where he's sitting now on the World Tour. Current world number 5. We always reference that rookie season where maybe he'd have a 9 and then a 1. It just wasn't the complete total to get him through crucial rounds, and he fell off tour. 2 years later, he came back, and last year he had some decent results, but this year it's all coming together. 3 semifinals already as he's looking for his first win this season, Rosie.
Yeah, been so impressive, and he has had those moments where you're like, okay, this is it. He's going to go get his maiden victory on the championship tour. But sometimes I think about like the surfing cyborg that you can create, and you just kind of dip into each person's talent. And it would be, you know, you would take a sample of maybe Ethan's, that rail engagement that he has, and just that ability to torque that rail and sink it down deep into the wave. There's just something so cool about watching that technique.
Rhythm and flow. He's the epitome of it. I mean, he's got that thing where he never seems like his foot's off the accelerator. It's always going forward at a high pace. It never like slows down. Like you never see him like hop, you know, like or 2-stage turn.
Yeah.
Like people do 2-stage turns, right? And they hop through. He just doesn't do that.
There's no nursing.
Well, it's a little like Tom Curran was that way.
Yeah.
You know, Tom Curran was that way. You know, like it was always just keep moving on the rail to rail, you know, and that's all he does.
Yeah.
And it's cool how it doesn't change if he's on a 1-foot wave or a 15-foot wave at sunset. Ethan has that same rhythm, which is so incredible. 6-7-7 on the last wave for Ethan Ewing, as Italo Ferreira is preparing for an all-goofy foot battle with Connor O'Leary coming up next.
Oh, that's a tough one.
And he's the only guy that runs across the rocks, preparing for that next heat. Here comes Baron Mamiya, and he'll get caught behind for a moment. Let's see him really open up. Here's the snap, right into a cutback. And he'll hop out of there, still seeing signs of frustration from the surfer from Oahu.
Yeah, definitely just seeing that come into play. His demeanor at the moment is that show of frustration, just unable. I mean, it is such a sinking feeling when you're in a big heat. You have the quarterfinals in your sights, and you just can't find that rhythm. You can't find that breakthrough wave.
Maddie Mcgillivray will dig in. He's been really solid at identifying waves that link up all the way down the line. Nice, easy paced start. This one's starting to bend at him. He draws out that carve, leaning back, and he will kick out. So Mcgillivray will ditch a 1.5 there, but he's chasing a 9.63 to catch up to Ethan Ewing.
And back on that Barron wave, I mean, that was a priority selection. That wasn't really a good selection. You know, like I think when you're in that situation, you got to look at the potential of the wave that you're looking at and go, can I get the score I need? And if I was sitting, well, I'm not in the water, but I didn't see that scoring potential on that wave.
Yeah.
When you got priority.
Yeah, I know there's you're seeing different parts of the cobblestones come to life here. Definitely that low road that we're seeing where it kind of draws off and gives you a cleaner bit of face. That one kind of had that south push to it, just pushed right off this point.
Last score for Barron, 2.73. Still needs a 7.43. Winner of this heat will take on Felipe Toledo, so it'll either be Calum or Barron. When we talk about the fight for the yellow jersey, Jack Robinson has Gabriel Medina.
Oh,
wow.
And whoever finishes around ahead of each other wears yellow into the next event between Jack and Toledo, as Calum just kicks out.
He's got pretty good command of this heat at this point, because just look at the scores on the scoreboard right now between the two of them. And I mean, Barron hasn't even got close to, you know, the scores. He's just struggling to find an open face and get some work done to get a score that he needs to get him back in the heat. You know, I mean, A 7.43, that's pretty hard to find out here today.
One thing I will say, sorry, Joey, what I will say about Barron, when I think back to his win at Sunset, finished at Sunset Point, right, and he was able, like, to hold his composure towards the end of the heat to go back to back on waves. So there is, like, there's flashes of Sunset Point in this wave at the moment, I feel like, when it's got that steeper face to it. So I think Barron's still capable. I'm not going to write him off yet.
He's got priority, so I mean, if he's going to do it, he's got 4 minutes to do it, basically.
Well, I think one of those clutch moments you're referencing too, Rosie, is when Kaiwi Belly had priority and let Barron go on a wave that didn't look like anything. And he rode it all the way, basically dry docked the wave, got the score, and that meant everything to get him on the roll that we saw him on to take his first CT win, which he called the best day of his life. Down to 3:50 on the clock in this all-rookie clash. We'll check out the heat recap. It was all about Callum Robson staying incredibly active. 12 waves ridden in this matchup, and it took him about 5 waves to get a keeper in this 5-3-3, PT.
Yeah, and he's just had to, fortunately for him, he's just had better opportunities at the waves that he's picked. And Barron just hasn't found those kinds of waves. You know, I mean, the waves he's been getting have been right in the pocket. Barron's waves just have never had any of that little clean pocket where he can just do what he can do.
This was a wild end section, and Calum was so solid at pulling off the finish. 6.5 for his best. As you see the activity from the rookies, catching a ton of waves. And Barron still trying to find a 7.43 to make the jump into the quarterfinals. A lot of things you got to learn as a part of the rookie class, and you kind of say that for the whole tour when you have back-to-back events that are brand new for the tour. I mean, G-Land was run in the 90s, so it's really brand new for the entire field, and with no time in between, you're trying to learn basically as you're surfing heats.
Well, and this is going to be a win for Calum, and this is huge in his ability to try and get to the top 5 down, you know, because he's right in the mix right now, and for him to get back to the, pretty much you got to get to middle of every quarterfinal here through the end, because, you know, it's all results count. There's no dropping one, right?
Yeah, that consistency is so key.
Calum, a guy that is actually working in local high-performance centers to give back to the youth, took different jobs in the past, and then everything changed with a great run on the Challenger Series last year. We love those stories in the sport of surfing, as we have a nice vertical start from Mcgillivray into a frontside fading cutback. He fits in the reverse. That's that beautiful combination that he's been loving today. And now Barron with some speed will throw away the launch into the flats as he was going for a huge air with 1:45 to go.
Yeah, well, that little wave that Mcgillivray had just had then, I mean, you couldn't do anything more on that little wave than he did.
Did Barron lose his board?
And it looks like, yeah, he's going to have to swim in. A tough one there with 90 seconds. That might be it for Mamiya. Back to Mcgillivray here, Rosie.
Yeah, Maddie just pulling off that end section. I mean, that is just so quick in the transition between maneuvers. Pulls it off. So, you know, he's looking to answer back. Obviously, that wave a little bit smaller, a lot of froth on the face, but solid surfing nonetheless.
It's kind of that rhythm that Mcgillivray's in. He throws a snapper, a carve, then a rotator on the inside. He's got that dialed as he's chasing a 9.63 to catch up to Ethan Ewing. Down to the final minute for Barron Mamiya, and this is tough. He went for a big air, lost his board. He was out of rhythm in the heat, and now he's got to take a loss, as he's got to think about that on his way into the beach.
Yeah, and I hope Barron, I honestly hope that Barron doesn't take these kinds of results too hard and doesn't take them too hard, because honestly for me it just felt like he didn't have the rhythm. He was kind of let down in that way. So yeah, and obviously snapping your leash at the end of the heat, that's kind of just insult to injury.
We've all had a few heats like that in our career, Rosie.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. You kind of go to bed and you're like, oh.
When nothing went right, right?
Yep, exactly.
Winding up into the open face, Callum Robson will be preparing for Felipe Toledo. A bit of a rematch from their final at Bells Beach. And solid performance in some chunky conditions. It was definitely hard to read. High score of 6-5 as we go back to the Ethan Ewing matchup with Mcgillivray. Straight up vertical again in attack mode. Right into a wrapping cutback. The Australian just enjoying Punta Roca no matter what the conditions look like. He might as well throw a reverse down to the inside. He'll fall in that attempt. Callum Robson will get the win in that rookie battle to move on to the quarterfinals. When we come back, Italo Ferreira and Connor O'Leary hit the lineup.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
We're working with WSL in El Salvador to restore the habitat along the Rio Chilama.
Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and this wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. We are in the round of 16, and a new heat has hit the water. Italo Ferreira versus Connor O'Leary in the overlapping heat format. We already have Ethan Ewing and Maddie Mcgillivray in the back half of their 44-minute matchup. Kaipo Guerrero along with Mitchell Salazar to talk you through all this action as we fly past our spectators who are lining up the cobblestone point here, known as Punta Roca, one of many surf spots here in El Salvador. And it's really exciting. We got a lot of surfing done with this overlapping heat format.
We have, and it's been a great day of competition so far. You've seen quite a few excellent scores in a lot of these round of 16 heats, Kaipo, but more importantly, you're seeing a lot of upsets too. People that are looking to qualify for the WSL Final 5. I think there's a lot of excitement in this next heat that we have with Italo and Connor too.
Matchup of the Goofy Foots with Italo Ferreira and Connor O'Leary. They've only matched up one time in the past in Championship Tour competition, and that happened just at the last event at the Quicksilver G-Land Pro, where Connor O'Leary was successful over Italo Ferreira.
A low-scoring affair in that one too in the round of 16, and that was Connor's best result of the year so far. Ended up in the semifinals, so a little bit of a rematch right here between both men.
Priority heat, and the leader right now is Ethan Ewing. Big snap to finish, and this comes through that section, hook and turn for Ethan Ewing. Wow. One more time, really pushing the tail throughout this entire section, showing some flow as he moves down the point at Punta Roca. Bangs that oncoming section, and you know what? The section pushes back. He goes successful right on the cobblestones. That was a great ride for Ethan Ewing, looking to improve upon his 6.33, and Ewing may have just done that. Your thoughts, Matthew?
Well, I think this is one of those waves where he did everything he possibly could to milk a score out of it. He's looking to better his low 6 as of right now, but personally I think this might even be his best one so far. Just the way that he excels on this wave, Kaipo, drawing through his turns, gaining speed through each 1-2. Look at that first star too, right in the pocket. Beautiful foam climb right there. And how's that carve? Just in the pocket with a lot of power. Right after this carve right here, look at this little speed turn that he has to stop and think about. He avoided that section to get this last one. And the way he was able to manufacture a score with that last lip line hit, just amazing.
Pushing the Darren Hanley designs to the limits there. Ethan Ewing utilizing a lot of leverage on the rail, and that was an incredible turn out of that opening snap, and the judges loved it. They loved it so much they gave it an excellent score. An 8.5 checks in for Ethan Ewing, and that puts Maddie Mcgillivray in a two-wave combination right now with 16 minutes and 40 seconds. counting down.
They've only matched up twice in their career so far. It's been 1-1. And surprisingly, the last time they matched up was actually in Mexico last year in Barra La Cruz. Same kind of result. Ethan Ewing with a great heat total on Mcgillivray kind of playing catch up the whole time. So as of right now, I think the Mcgillivray's only chance to make it out of this heat is going to be to go big. He's no stranger to point breaks coming from Jeffreys Bay himself, but I think as of right now, the only game plan that he really has is to do some of those big airs on the outside section and kind of mimic that same power that Ethan Ewing has provided.
Maddie Mcgillivray, 25 years old, out of Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, patiently waiting. He really we know he's a fighter because coming to the mid-season cut at Margaret River, he needed a result, and he marched through to get the result that he needed, finishing an equal third there.
Yeah, and against Kanoa, that one heat, I still remember the one turn with 7.83. Kanoa didn't want the wave. It was really a closeout, and he just went up and over the lip in one of the toughest sections all event long. So he's got the skills to prove it, but as of right now, time is his enemy. 15 minutes and 30 to go. It's a decent amount of time to get 2 excellent scores on the board, but with Ethan Ewing out there in the water and a possibility of him bettering his low score too, I see that very unlikely.
You can see the separation between the priority heat and the non-priority heats. 4 surfers in the water, but really is a man-on-man matchup as we look into this round of 16. We will be continuing on into the quarterfinals today. So we got more action, and so if you're just joining us, there's plenty more action on the way. Last heat was a brilliant display of controlled power surfing. Callum Robson took the win and was moving on into the quarterfinals. Callum's with Rosie.
Yeah, definitely the word that comes to mind is pure power. Callum, I mean, it was just such a great display there. But the control that you had in that heat, even with the non-priority portion, it seemed like you really had the mindset of getting into a rhythm.
Yeah, for sure. I think like with the overlapping format, you really got to try and take something into that next 22 minutes. So that was my plan, try and get something on the board, and I just hung wide and tried to just create some space, and yeah, luckily it worked out.
And the energy management today, there's a lot of heats being surfed. It's hot, it's humid, the water, I mean, the rock dance is tricky, so how do you manage all that?
Yeah, I think just drinking plenty of water, keep your nutrition up, and then I just go switch off now and cruise until my quarterfinal.
We'll let you do that, Callum. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Callum Robson continues to impress me in his rookie year. What do you think, Mitch?
Yeah, same. At the moment, he's the contender for Rookie of the Year at the end of this season, and I think as of right now, too, knocking out Baron Mamiya in an event where I thought he was going to go much further in the draw. Huge win there for Calum, and how about this? Number 10 in the rankings right now on the championship tour, and has also won the first Challenger Series of the year at Snapper Rocks as well.
Well, when you look at the matchup between Callum Robson and Baron Mamiya, that was actually a rookie battle because Baron Mamiya coming in number 9 on the rankings, Callum Robson coming in number 10 on the rankings. So when you have that conversation, Callum coming out of that heat really does liken his possibility. But still, we got some more turns down the road here on the championship tour, Mitchell. We got 3 more events.
I got a question for you, Kaipo, that might be a little confusing to our audience, myself included. Does Baron Mamiya count as a rookie even though he didn't qualify at the beginning of the year?
That is a great question. And I will give you an explanation to that question. He came in as a wild card, and he had all those wild card opportunities. But as a wild card, the fact that he made the mid-year cut, now we would consider him a rookie in 2022. But that was a great question.
Yeah, it's one that's happened once before, too, with Mikey Wright. He qualified through the championship tour just with wild card event placements, and he ended up requalifying for the next year. So, wow, that's a good battle for Rookie of the Year right there between Calum and Baron, though.
2 talented young surfers. Non-priority heat so far. No waves been ridden between Italo Ferreira and Connor O'Leary. This may be the start right here as we look at Italo Ferreira hooking on the backhand. Ferreira off the bottom again. Delays it before another big fin throw hook on the backhand. Carves through some difficult warble right there. No problem for Ferreira. Now he's getting some rhythm down the line. One more snap throw and some spray. And a beautiful lip glide finish for Italo Ferreira. And that's the way you start a heat.
Yes, you do. That is definitely the way you do. After 11 minutes of waiting around, not catching a wave, what a start for Italo.
McGillivray on the comeback right now against Ethan Ewing, and a couple of quality turns for the South African. A little caught up there. He's going to have to make up for it down the line. Eyes it up, punts the air, stomps the landing. Can he ride out in front of the whitewater? And he does so. So score that for Matthew McGillivray, who has now mounted his comeback. He's in a combination situation, but he will likely break that combination when this next score drops. Your thoughts, Mike Mitchell?
I love this wave from McGillivray. There was a little misstep in between the carves and the air, but he recovered so well with the aerial maneuver on an inside section that I think they're gonna reward him quite well. How's that first carve right there? A lot of body torque. The second layback, just beautiful projection down the line. And that little misstep right there, Kaipo, actually put him in a better position for the aerial reverse and landed so far in the flats. It took him a little bit of time to actually get out in front of the whitewater, but that should easily break combo. And then Italo's opener. I think this is one of the best waves I've seen all event long. Power snap right in the pocket. I love his speed management and the way he's able to bring that variation on the backhand. Normally you see a lot of repetition, not from this guy. It's been a single different maneuver on each and every one of these. And how's that finish too? Busting the fins out the back. What a start.
What a start. And as we await the numbers for both Matthew McGillivray and Italo Ferreira, we got some news from Tours and Competitions. Jesse Miley-Dyer is with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, thanks, Capo. Well, Jesse, we know we're going to set up for a big day of surfing action. We had quarters on standby. What are we going to run into for the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, so we're actually going to do both sets of the quarters. We're going to go straight into women's quarters and then men's. But we worked out if we have those at 30-minute heats, we'll be able to take advantage of everything we have today, and so we're going to be running both of them.
And the outlook for the rest of the waiting period, what days are looking favourable?
Look, I'm pretty confident in saying that we believe we're going to finish tomorrow. You know, this swell that we have, it's going to continue to taper off, so it should be a similar size tomorrow, but dropping off through the day. So we won't have much left, so I'll put it out there that we're going to finish.
I love it all, Jesse. Thanks for the update, and we'll be running into those quarters. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you for the news, Rosie. As now it is official, we are going to go into the quarterfinals. Once we get into the quarterfinals, we're going to go back to a normal heat format.
Yeah, no overlapping heats. It's less difficult to actually sit in the lineup either. You don't have to position yourselves according to the priority heat in the water, and I think that's not only favorable for the surfers, but I also think for the judges too, Kaipo. They've been working overtime today, and look at the score they just dropped for Matt McGillivray.
Matthew McGillivray drops an 8.17, breaks himself out of that combination from Ethan Ewing, now needs a 7.11. 7.11, the requirement for Matthew McGillivray. So great job by the young South African to get out of that combination. Now he's right back in the mix in Heat 7 of this round of 16. Still awaiting the number for Italo Ferreira to set the pace for Heat 8 in the round of 16.
Still plenty of time for McGillivray to get that 7.112, and he definitely shut me up, Kaipo. I thought the heat was done and dusted by Ethan Ewing, and all of a sudden McGillivray comes out with that banger, the 8.17, and I actually think the comparison between the 8.5 and the 8.17 is much slighter than it actually seems on paper. Here's the 8.5. So starts off with a strong turn. That section was difficult to get up and over, but I think it was the combo of the big turns right here in the pocket that gave him the superior advantage in terms of the score. He was able to miss that section right there, but made up for it with the big finish. The layback jam where he ditches the fins. So that came in as an 8.5. In comparison, the 8.17 has good variation with these first two carves, especially with the layback here. But I think this misstep where he kind of caught his rail right there cost him the excellent score going up all the way into the 9s. Made up for it with the air though.
Italo Ferreira up and riding, live action. First wave score has dropped for Ferreira. It's a 7.83. He's backing up that 7.83 right now. Aggressive snap on the backhand, quick to the lip there, trying to get across this crease and find some more open face. Too much whitewater on the heels there for Italo Ferreira. Unable to find more open face, but he will be 2 waves up on Connor O'Leary in the non-priority heat.
Well, where he's from in the northern part of Brazil, Bahia Formosa, it's a really similar ride to here at Punta Roca, and he not only has the ability to produce a lot of great combinations of turns on the back end, but also strong aerial maneuvers on one single turn. So I expect big things from Italo in this event, especially considering that he hasn't won an event this year so far, Kaipo.
Yeah, Italo Ferreira, 7 CT event wins. And when we look at excellent waves for Italo Ferreira, 108 excellent waves surfed so far in his career. And he wants to keep on adding to that statistic. Italo Ferreira also, when you look at his heat winning percentage, very high at 60%.
Right, but out of the last 3 world champions, he has to be the lowest though, right?
Out of the last 3 world champions, we look at Gabe Medina coming in at a 67% heat winning percentage. And when we look at John Florence, we're looking at someone with a 65% heat winning percentage.
So everybody's in the 60s.
Marcio Zuvi talking with some of the team riders. Both Jake Marshall and Baron Mumia riding those Sharp-Eye designs.
Yep, and they've looked great so far. Obviously, that's a big part of success of Felipe so far, and Kanoe Igarashi also riding Sharp-Eyes now. But going back to, I think, that talk about stats, you look at the heat percentage win of Italo, and I think the biggest difference between both Gabe, John, and Italo has been the excellent heat percentage. His is the lowest out of the 3 by a long shot.
Yeah, well, and the numbers get skewed a little bit just because Italo Ferreira's actually surfed less events than both John Florence and Gabe Medina. So that will alter the numbers just a little bit. But here, at 5 minutes remaining, and we look toward the heat, the priority heat in the water, Ethan Ewing still with the advantage over Maddie Mcgillivray, and does have a bit of heat control in that Ethan Ewing, with that lead, also has priority. So he's happy to burn the clock down.
No doubt. And he's going to wait patiently unless a wave comes through right now. Just under 5 minutes, and as you were saying, it took Mcgillivray just a super long time to get that 8.17 that he was needing to at least compete with Ethan Ewing's, scores in the 6s, especially after he got the 8.5. And you've seen Ewing wait 15 minutes since he got that big score of his. And not only playing a lot of defense, I also think that the strategic move here is to always have the inside of Mcgillivray too. You want to take away the opportunities, but it seems like so far he's just going to be waiting patiently for a bomb set, even if Mcgillivray takes the inside of him.
Italo snuck one on the inside here, just throws that away.
And I would think that statistically, the best surfers, I mean, don't quote me on this because these aren't necessarily completely accurate, but I would think that Gabe Medina and Ethan Ewing would have to be the 2 best surfers in my mind to control heats at the end too. I just think that the way they're able to manufacture 2 scores, get them up into a great position to advance, and after that wait patiently, that's what gets them through really.
Women's quarterfinals, they're going to be coming up. Sally Fitzgibbons warming up for that quarterfinal. She'll be matched up against Joanne DeFay when we switch into the women's quarterfinal. And we got a great run of the women, Sally Fitzgibbons versus Joanne DeFay. We're going to follow that up with Lakey Peterson and Courtney Conlog. Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks is going to be an interesting quarterfinal number 3. And we're going to finish off those women's quarterfinals with Steph Gilmore versus Isabella Nichols. And after those women's quarterfinals, we will get into our men's quarterfinals. So we have a ton more surfing for you. Thank you for tuning in to stop number 7 of the championship tour here in El Salvador. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro, always presented by Corona.
Love being here, Kaipo. I think it's the 4th time I've been here since 2019. So, the more times, the merrier.
All right, as we look towards the future, because we got a lot more surfing happening, we're going to be surfing till dark here. Mitchell, what's a can't miss heat in your mind?
I actually think that quarterfinal number 4 for the women is the most intriguing one. I would say quarter 1 for the men, Jack Robinson, Gabriel Medina, but quarterfinal number 4 for the women, that's the one with the most implications as far as qualification for the WSL Final 5. You see Stephanie Gilmore, number 7 at the moment. She hasn't won an event so far. Isabella Nichols right at number 8, so she's looking good for qualifying for the WSL Final 5, but I think it's anybody's game here.
I concur. 2 minutes on the countdown, and looks like Ethan Ewing will continue to control this heat. So Maddie Mcgillivray certainly going to have to do some sneaking away if he wants any chance of making it into the quarterfinals. It was one set, I've never lost the heat. I'm going to say, I'm not going to quote the surfer that actually said this. I've never lost the heat, I've just ran out of time.
Yeah, well, that's losing a heat, though. I don't know.
Thank you, Mason Hope, for that quote right there. I've never lost the heat, I've only run out of time. And that's some of the gems sometimes that you get from my little nephew, Mason Hope.
Your sobrino.
Yeah, as you are, my sobrino as well.
Yes.
1 minute, 15 seconds on the countdown, and Punta Roca taking a bit of a breather. We're at, let's see, our local time here.
It's around 12.
We're at 1 o'clock local time, so we got another 3 hours of rising tide, Mitch.
Which is good. I mean, we saw yesterday how many waves it produced up into the upper good, excellent range in the afternoon. Stephanie Gilmore's 8.73 in the last heat of the day comes to mind, but not only is it productive as far as the actual quality of the waves, but more importantly, I think it's just giving more opportunities to these surfers to develop their skills here at Punta Roca.
Interesting drone shot here. We have the lowest priority in the non-priority heat, second priority, Italo Ferreira, furthest up the point. We have the highest priority in the priority heat, first priority, Ethan Ewing, at the bottom of your screen, furthest down the point.
Well, you're just trying to block the inside from Mcgillivray the whole time. It would be dumb not to do so. And as of right now, if Mcgillivray doesn't really break off, he's not going to get a shot to get the score. But look at this, 10 seconds to go. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
And the clock ticks down. We're about 5 seconds from making it official. And Ethan Ewing hearing the news. Hooter blows, and it will be Ethan Ewing moving on to the quarterfinals. We're going to move on to a break. It'll be a short break. Stick around. We'll be right back here from the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, like the fastest surfer, like the unpredictable guy, like kind of like that. And then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
We're working with WSL in El Salvador to restore the habitat along the Rio Chilama.
Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and this wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
I want to take this whole new mindset of like being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the Jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the Jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, it should probably be like, oh.
Go to WorldSurfLeague.com and check out the 11-part series, Lost Tapes, presented by Outerdo. We'll get a behind the scenes of Kelly Slater in 2019. Live action here with Connor O'Leary on the backhand and Punta Roca gliding through a couple of sections. A nice lip glide with fin throw for the bonus there for the finish for Connor O'Leary. That will be his first scoring ride in his matchup against Italo Ferreira. Thank you for joining us and recapping what's happened so far. We've had an overlapping heat format throughout this round of 16. Now final heat 8 of this round of 16. It's just going to be 2 surfers left in the water. Ferreira up, out, air, has to recover. Does a good job of getting back on the board, but some downtime for Ferreira. Back on the backhand, getting on the back foot and snapping through those sections, throwing the tail right out the back of the wave. A little foam to deal with. Stepping on the tail pad, loading up. Ferreira continues his assault down the line at Punta Roca. And why not a little shove it attempt at the end, going incomplete.
He's so quick. He's just one of those surfers that you could watch all day, and I think especially at a point break like this, he just brings a breath of fresh air to what we normally see from both the regular footers and the goofy footers kite pool. not only quick in the pocket, I also like the variation that he brings in his air game too. But he's just one of those guys that not only came and became a superstar on the scene, he's also done it in impressive fashion too. His win over Mick Fanning in 2018 at Bells, the final that he had in 2019 against Gabe at J-Bay, and looking good here in El Salvador so far.
So during the break, Italo got this wave, Mitchell.
Yeah, and it seems like it was a keeper for him. How's that blowtail reverse? Completely extended, straight up into the lip afterwards. Gets a little hung up when he was coming down, but an excellent recovery just to get up into the lip line once more. Then Connor had a wave too. He's going to need a big answer in order to respond to the big scores that Italo's had so far in this heat. So a decent combo right there, the setup floater, and a good finish for Connor, but still thinking he's going to need some better waves than that in order to make it out of this heat.
Italo got one more right here.
Yup, this was the one that we just saw live right now where he recovered extremely well on that first air that he did, and then somehow was able to have his feet in position to get this combo maneuvers off afterwards. But as I was saying, the variation that he's able to present, especially with the ability of the quickness that he has too, it's fun, it's entertaining, it's showtime.
Oh, and actually kind of going for a little body varial, like a big spin right there.
Somebody's got to bring back the passion pop too, Kaipo.
I know you're a fan of the passion pop. It'll happen. You keep on putting it out there in the universe, Mitchell. We're gonna see some passion pops, I'm sure.
Nobody's ever done a sushi roll in competition either. You remember that?
Julian Wilson, right? Sushi roll, yeah. We will be waiting for some of that in the future. Right now, we're waiting for scores. And we got a 6.77 dropping for Italo Ferreira. Still waiting for last score for Conor O'Leary and one more score for Italo Ferreira. We're coming down to the quarterfinals right now at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. And we got some great matchups in this quarterfinal and moving our way really quickly through competition today.
So Italo's previous comes in at a 6.77, still waiting on his last score, which was the air and then the combo at the end. I mean, I personally really like the one blowtail reverse that he did on the 6.77. Maybe didn't have the same combo of turns as he had on his last one, but either way, going to be up there close to that score that he's looking to better. 16 minutes to go. O'Leary needs to get to work now, Kaipo.
Well, Italo Ferreira and Conor O'Leary in quarterfinal number 4 is going to come up against Ethan Ewing. I want to hear from Ethan Ewing. He's with Rosie.
So performance, Ethan, in the last event, the last heat that you surfed was against Maddie Mcgillivray. He got the nod on you there. How good was it to get him back in the round of 16?
Yeah, it definitely felt good, and it was the same round at G-Land, and yeah, he smoked me. I had a shocker there, so I was definitely thinking about that. And yeah, Maddie, he rips so hard, and he's like a good friend of mine on tour. So yeah, we've had a few heats together in the last few years, and yeah, he surfs really well.
Yeah, that was your third head-to-head matchup. You've got one, well, you've got 2, he's got 1, so odds are in your favor. Ethan, we're going into the quarterfinals. How do you feel about that decision?
Yeah, I think may as well just make the most of the swell while it's here, and yeah, just keep it running and let's go.
And you could potentially come up against Italo or Conor O'Leary. Who would you prefer?
I don't really mind. They both got really strong backhands, so it's going to be a tough heat, and yeah, hopefully I can just find my waves and yeah.
Keep up the momentum. Thanks for your time, Ethan.
Ethan Ewing moving on into the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at our quarterfinal matchups here. Jack Robinson and Gabe Medina, that's the one to watch, Mitchell. I agree with you there. But look at Kanoa Igarashi, Griffin Colopinto, Felipe Toledo, and Callum Robson. Ethan Ewing and whoever comes out of this heat, that's going to round up our quarterfinals. And we're going to see those quarterfinals this afternoon.
Well, the implications from that first heat are massive for Jack Robinson, too.
Ferreira staying busy out there and staying sharp on the backhand, gliding through some sections, knifing with that Timmy Patterson design board. The TP just slicing down the line, so stuck to his feet as he keeps on moving through, and he loves it.
Like a hot knife through butter, Kaipo.
O'Leary right behind him. Takes his time off the bottom. Caught up there on that first turn. Settles himself into a second backhand hook. glides into a vertical snap, a little too high on that one, and goes down.
Yeah, and if you remember during his elimination round heat, he caught around 16 waves in order to make it through that heat. So maybe a little bit of fatigue playing a factor here for Conor O'Leary, but in terms of the surfing that Italo's presented, just as good as it gets here at Punta Roca.
Joanne DeFay getting ready for her quarterfinal matchup against Sally Fitzgibbons. That's going to be straight after this final heat of the men's round of 16.
Rematch of Ratness Island from last year.
A pulled away shot, and you can see the cobblestone point here at Punta Roca. Talk us through the sections, Mitch.
Yeah, so all the way up the point, you can definitely see that's the primary takeoff zone. But a lot of the decent scores that have come out of the last few heats have actually come where that one wave in the middle is right now. That wave tends to be a little bit longer. It's easier to make it through the sections. But more importantly, it's a lot more consistent the way up the point. Making it all the way up the point and then sitting there for a long time without actually getting a score up in the sixes, it'll cost you. Ooh, Conor had a look there. That wasn't a bad looking wave, honestly. Those ones tend to stand up a little bit at the beginning, and then they kind of get that double curl going into them.
Some replays. Look at this one from Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the score, but some beautiful surfing. The first two turns, a lot of variation, and the presentation with the surfing too is just fantastic, Kaipo. The amount of speed he's able to carry throughout each turn, and how about the way he just stalled right there too. Waiting for these sections patiently to stand up. I love the finish right here and the passion that he just exclaims with the scream right here.
Well, he knows. He feels a good score out of that one. So still waiting for that score for Italo Ferreira, and we'll see if he extends his lead over Conor O'Leary.
And O'Leary's best coming in as a 5.33 at the moment, so I actually think he could maybe potentially be comboed with this last wave of Italo right here.
For fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For fans watching in Brazil, coverage of the quarterfinals will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and SporTV. For everyone else, keep it right here as we continue with the quarterfinals here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
Corona. You're getting better. You're getting better. I give you that. You got to practice more, though. Whenever I'm teaching Joe, you need to be like at the same table as us.
Here we go. The scores for the last of Italo Ferreira that we saw on that replay, and his lead will be extended over Conor O'Leary. A 6.9. He improves upon his low of a 6.33. O'Leary with priority. O'Leary needing a 9.4 to turn this heat in one wave.
Yeah, and that was a great score. And look at this. I mean, needing a 9.4, that's the highest wave of the event, which is what he's requiring right now. But I just want to go back to the impact that Italo's had on surfing the last few years. Kaipo, 2019, he came from behind, had 3 finals in a row in that back end of the year, and how about the victory over Gabe in that final at Pipeline too? The way he's able to manufacture scores in certain waves, certain conditions, we saw that a lot during the Australian leg, and it's kind of come to maybe a bad percentage-wise in terms of catching those poor waves in this year, but the reflection of him surfing at Punta Roca and the scores that we've seen so far in this heat hasn't really reflected how well he's surfing. In my personal opinion, I think he's looked like one of the top 3 surfers of this event.
Looking back to Italo Ferreira's world title year and that final at Pipeline, a lot of that was the inspiration for the concept of the Rip Curl WSL Finals, because we had that event. It just happened to be that way, that the world title was decided upon on the last heat of the last day of the season. Now we are guaranteed that scenario with the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We're guaranteed to decide a world title at the last heat of the last day of the 2022 season. And right now, all of these surfers, their goal is to make it to that final 5 and have a chance at that world title.
Carlos Munoz working with Dr. Warren Kramer, one of the best in the biz. I actually think he was the one that actually operated on Carlos for his shoulder injury.
Yeah, that's a therapist, Jason.
Oh, Jason, I'm sorry.
but he is getting worked on. Remember, you know, at Pipeline, Carlos Munoz did dislocate that shoulder. He's been working steadily on it. Kali got a big fan base, and everyone's so happy to see him back in competition, back in a jersey, and getting a wild card event was really nice to see Carlos Munoz. We'll see if he gets more wild cards through the back half of this year.
Potentially. Not that he necessarily missed his chance to shine here coming off of an injury, but I think he kind of felt the pressure of competing close to home too. This is a spot, Kaipo, where I think a lot of people were expecting themselves to do well. I thought Samuel Pupo was going to do better than he did today. Ended up losing to Connor O'Leary in the elimination round. Courtney Conlog on screen, I think she's another person that has high expectations for herself too.
Hey, let's be honest. I mean, when we look at this Punta Roca, the expectations of this break, you know, a lot of people had in their heads perfect healing right-hand point. But the X factor in our sport is an ever moving, ever dynamic playing field. So you never know what you're going to get. So there has been some challenging heats throughout this event. And it's the surfers that put their head down and focused on each wave at a time have been the successful surfers. But in addition to that, Mitchell, wave selection has been crucial.
It's been the most important thing, and I think it tends to be the most important thing at every single event that these surfers compete at. But as you were saying, you come here to compete having high expectations of a certain spot, especially if it's a new spot on tour. That doesn't mean that the game changes. You still have to go out there and compete regardless of how conditions are.
Right after this, we're going to get into our women's quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the bracket here for our women's quarterfinals. Drawing the face, Sally Fitzgibbons, Lakey Peterson, Courtney Conlog, Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, Stephanie Gilmore, and Isabel Nichols. I could put you on the spot right now, Mitchell, and ask you your picks in each of these quarterfinals if you choose to do so.
I'll go Joanne, Lakey, Carissa, and Steph.
I love your commitment, and I actually like that you took the top seeds in each of those quarterfinals. And so, statistically, your picks are, the numbers back your picks.
Are higher than average, yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. Good process of elimination, good logic there.
I mean, hopefully it changes. It would be cool to see a lot of underdogs.
It will, I mean, yeah. We know that about surfing. You know, you can put all the stats, crunch all the numbers, you know, you can do all the studies, and that's why we don't want to get too stat heavy, because sometimes you got to take that whole sheet of statistics, crumple it up,
and throw it in the corner.
Throw it out the window. We're talking about surfing. We're talking about the ocean. We're talking about the feeling that you get, and we're talking about really the experiences that we see along the way. So,
La madre naturaleza, Kaipo, Mother Nature.
Yeah.
You want to try it? La madre naturaleza.
Naturaleza.
Yeah.
La madre naturaleza. And you know what? I didn't mean to throw those statistic sheets out the window. I mean to throw them in a trash can near you, hopefully a recyclable trash can, so we can recycle those papers with all your stats on them.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at this. 5 minutes 30 to go, and Connor's still waiting for that 9.4. I think that it's still logical that he wants to break it up between two scores, but how about the inside positioning by Italo too over Connor O'Leary? The good variation that he has at different spots, that's impressive, but the way he's able to win too. 2018, I remember his first victory on the CT, round 3 against Felipe at Bells. Only needed 2 waves to beat Felipe at a right-hand point break. Ended up beating Mick Fanning at Bells. One of the best surfers of all time, especially at that location. Has good approach at beach breaks, has good approach at lefts, but statistically, he hasn't really succeeded the way a lot of people expect him to do at left-handers. That includes G-Land, the last event.
This is true. And, you know, Italo Ferreira, when he came onto the scene off of the QS, it wasn't like he had the biggest name in pro surfing. He really did make his mark once he hit the championship tour. And that's when he started really impressing people. Another thing, too, is I have to tip my hat to Timmy Patterson, who was behind Italo Ferreira when he was not a known surfer at all, and has been supporting Italo Ferreira with boards for years and years and years, investing in this surfer. And now it's really paid off, because I'm sure a lot of people want to order those Timmy Pattersons, because if they work for Italo, they'll probably work for you.
I have one.
How do you like it?
Well, I don't surf like him, but they work great. So, yeah. Luckily, I lent Joe my other board, and he didn't ding the Timmy Patterson. He did ding the other one. It's all good. Love you, Joe.
A lot of rocks. You got to watch out. You got to watch out for those dings over here. All right, down to under 4 minutes. And Italo Ferreira, it can start flexing just a little bit. Here is Conor O'Leary on the comeback. Long bottom turn, hooking through the top. Oh, ringing the lunch bell, vertical, 12 o'clock. What, I mean, he doubled up on the lunch that time. Back to the face, and one more time for the closer. A little bit late there, but impressive for Conor O'Leary. Probably not the 9.4, but he's chipping away at it.
Well, I dare say this wave goes excellent, though. Those first 2 turns were crucial, critical, explosive. I'm missing adjectives here, Kaipo, because those were gnarly.
Monstro.
Monstrosos.
Monstroso. So 3 minutes remaining. Now on the paddle back out, Conor O'Leary may have the opportunity to separate himself a little bit from Italo Ferreira, and it's going to be just he's going to need the ocean to bring him a wide peak so he can back up that last wave, because I feel he's going to have to do this in 2 swings.
I agree, because you'd have to compare it to the excellent scores that we've seen not only today, but the 9.0 that we've seen from Yagodora yesterday. Here we go, the 1 carve to set things up, but this second turn as precise as it could possibly get. The third one even better, right into the pocket too. So there is a combination of major maneuvers right there at the beginning of the wave. The amount of risk at the beginning of the wave, even higher. Look at the second one too. Straight up and vertical, wow.
It's noon. It's actually not noon, but the board was at 12 o'clock.
It was. 12 del día, Kaipo. Wow. I think he's going to get something in the excellent, and he's not going to need a huge score to move up into the lead. Well, he's got to break away, though.
Yeah, look at Italo. He knows exactly the situation. Italo Ferreira with high heat IQ knows to. Now he's just going to corner Conor O'Leary, and really, this is the part of the heat in the final 2 minutes that you can play a little bit of defense. Still anticipating the score for Conor O'Leary.
They're taking their time, that's for sure.
That means it's an important number.
Yeah, well, and maybe they're deciding whether or not it was the score that he requires at the moment. Because 2 minutes to go, you want to get the score out to the surfer as quickly as you can, because if it's not enough, you want to let them know what they're going to require now.
There has to be a presumption for Conor O'Leary at this moment that he did not get the score, and he has to surf in that fashion and plan on that fashion.
When it's like that, it's good to go back to those heats that you surfed amateurs where there wasn't computer scoring. Think on instinct the whole time, and I think Conor O'Leary's doing that right now, but you got to sell Italo on one of those first waves of the set, and once you actually get an opportunity, you got to go to town. It's do or die right here, Kaipo.
Numbers are looking sizable for Conor O'Leary, and he will reduce the deficit. 8.1. O'Leary now needs a 6.33. 6.33 is the requirement, and we can take a look at how we got to that 8.1 from all of our judges. 5 judges up in the panel. We throw out that 7.8 low. We throw out that 8.5 high. We average the remaining numbers, and that's how we got to 8.1.
And look, Italo's even asking for time. He's like, I don't want to let this guy have an opportunity. A 6.63 is attainable. Only thing is 30 seconds. That set would have to come right now. Boy, what a heat.
That was a great heat. That was an entertaining heat. We got, honestly, Conor O'Leary, he's going to go down with the single highest scoring wave in the heat. So that just shows how competitive this matchup between these two goofy foots are.
And there's different ways to get to a score, too. The 7.83, a lot more maneuvers, still quality, but you saw quality over quantity in the 8.1 there from O'Leary.
There are the numbers for Italo Ferreira. He will be moving into quarterfinal number 4. We will have quarterfinal number 4 as the final heat of the day today. For fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For all you fans in Brazil, the coverage for the quarterfinals will continue on exclusively at worldsurfleague.com and SporTV. For everyone else, keep it right here and continue for the quarterfinals here at the El Salvador Pro.